you got to say? My heart is on display, but I'm not afraid. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Why you been getting busy? I've been getting dizzy, trying not to keep you in mind. Now all the dirty vibes suddenly enticing since you came back in my life. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. Do what you gotta do, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. You left without a line. Was it by design? If what you want is time, don't go wasting mine. Don't be wasting mine. Well, it's starting to get old. I'm not trying to be cold. I just think it's time that you see. Now I can't wait forever. Guess it's now or never. But for you to get with me. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. Do what you gotta do, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Valheim. The good news is the up-terrain thing has worked. The kind of bad news things, it doesn't seem to have made a mega difference in most of the builds. It's one of those things, I suppose we've been looking forward to it, expecting it to be this ultimate magic one. But I mean, it has made a difference. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Whether or not we can truly go crazy, I don't know. It'll be really nice to see how other people have got on with it today. I mean, is it a vast improvement? Yes, it is. I think it at least allows the terraforming side. I think what it's done is it's now made me realise to some degree that there is also some other optimization that does need to be done. But it's not as... I suppose we are no longer shackled, I guess, by terrain deformation. So I suppose one of the issues we've never been able to really compare is, you know, build pieces completely alone without terrain deformation. Because there's no real way to do it unless you duplicate a seed, right? And who's taken the time out to do that? I know I haven't. And to build on the exact same seed, snapshot of one seed terraformed, and then build the exact same build in the exact same spot with some terraforming, and see what the difference is. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, like I said, I suppose the problem is I haven't actually had that many issues because we stopped terraforming. So I'm probably not the worst person to be actually seeing if there's any major difference, because I put the brakes on, so we haven't really had any major frame rate issues. I've noticed, for me, we've got so many barriers. For me, the improvement seems to have been a little less just general stutter as we traverse the world. That seems to be the bit. No, I've only done like 15-20 minutes worth of testing, like literally just a few minutes ago. So I don't know. We'll see. And if I get a chance in the week, I'll do a bit more proper testing. Good morning, Clavian. How are you doing? Good morning, Alison. Good morning, Cola. Good morning, Fripster. Good morning, Yeti. Good morning, Moog. Good morning, Trum. What are you up to these days, Yeti? How's life your neck of the woods, bro? Are you gaming heavily on anything in particular at the moment? Thinking about the old stream, or have you even been streaming, dude? What was I doing with all the berries? We've got an overflow on those. We've certainly got, obviously we've got our heads boxes looking pretty busy these days. Wow, that actually is a lot of heads, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Wow. Strawberries. Have I got some? Oh, I have got some to put strawberries. Wow, we are getting busy on the jiggy here, aren't we? I might need to rethink something then. Shall we take out the strawberries and put them in the red circling core box? There you go. There's pro tactic if ever I saw it. Tommy, if you're out there, you're a bellend, mate. I'd just like to prove that once again Tommy has, before we do anything else today, proven that he is the biggest cockwomble in Grumbodia. So we're just going to go back to the dock and just check something out. You right, Dom? How you doing, mate? You right, little Chris? How's things your end, me old mucker? Now, our good friend Tommy has said that roof looks like crap on Twitter. I think we have now, without any shadow of a doubt, proven with no reservation, right, that Tommy is a bellend. There you go, Tommy, live on stream just for you, mate. We now know that you literally talk nothing but absolute gibbering nonsense, my friend. I always knew you were a bit of a knob, mate, but now I know you actually are a giant knob, and I don't mean in a good way. I'm just going to get my little bit of wood. I've just seen a bit of wood up there. Grab that. Go back down. Have a look at my my gorgeous roof. Yeah, exactly, Cole. Yeah, we'll grant him the Tommy Bellend of the Year award for his shameless attempts at a shout out by being a negative Nancy. All right, so yeah, there you go. Look at that gorgeous roof, mate. I tell you what we need to do. We need to knock that tree out at some point. I've taken a snapshot. What I'll do at the end of today's stream, I'll take a snapshot again of the server, and I'll have a bash at knocking that tree out, guys. Now, going back to the terrain, I just thought I'd show you that just to prove that Tommy is a complete, well, prat. Thanks, Grips. That roof is amazing. What a knob. Yeah, exactly, you see. See, you can't come out here fighting, Tommy. We're gonna fight back in Grumbonia, mate. I tell you. That's a work of bloody art, that roof was. I tell you. At one point, I thought I'd actually lost it completely. Not gonna lie, Tommy. Not gonna lie, mate. And I hope you went out there as well, by the way, fella. But you're still a knob. Right, Valiant. Hey, Grum, how are you? Good news. I got water again. Excellent. Only cold right now. Hey, but at least you can drink, right? It's something. Turns out, from what the landlord said, when he got new pipes put in, the people who did it had to leave the old pipes in. And the reason it was leaking is because the old pipes had not been shut off and cracked wide open. So that has been fixed. However, the hot water pipe was still attached to the old pipes, so they have to replace them over the next week. Wow, so it sounds like a sort of job Tommy would do, mate. Yeah. It sounds like a Tommy job, mate. Right, now we're gonna need to make a whole bunch of crops. We need to go do farming, guys, because I actually urgently need food, don't I? So all I've done, go back to basically to these optimized terrain settings. The only thing I've actually done, you can sort of, basically what it's making me realise is, now that we can rule out the terrain issues to some degree, because the instance count has dropped significantly in all areas. There's two things that I've noticed. One, that none of the graphical settings seem to actually make any difference. I've rebooted, restarted, redone everything. I've done all the obvious things. Well, when someone says I've tried it on low graphical settings, I've tried it on extreme graphical settings, and nothing seems to make a difference. It doesn't seem to make a huge difference in this game. Even things like draw distance don't seem to actually have a huge impact on my rig. You've got to bear in mind that's on my rig, right? Yeah. Of course, I'm going to see a difference, but it's not monumental. I'm not suddenly seeing triple digit frame rates dropping to single digit frame rates. So that's interesting. That even things like shadows, draw distance isn't having a massive percentage variance. So I kind of always assume that might be the case. It's fairly easy to test. So for my rig GPU CPU sort of setup, not a massive difference. The other thing I've noticed is that we still have an issue, right? If I spawn in at this base, yeah, I can get a pretty consistent 60 FPS. As in bottom, as in it won't drop below 60. Pretty much guaranteed. There have been a couple of times where for some reason I've seen it dip. And it's just momentarily, never quite been able to spot, what it is. It could be a difference in day with a particular shadow being cast at a particular angle when I've got a particular bit of, I don't know, fermenting going on or something. But very rare, though, that I see it drop below 60. Let me just pop all this away. The issue that is becoming readily apparent is that is if I spawn in here. If I come back here, so let's say I go for a walk, and I come back here, then the performance seems to still be a bit wobbly. Now again, I'm not going to see massive dips, but I'm going to see more consistent lower frame rates. So instead of like getting 70, 80s at 1440p here, I might see, outside of the anomalous big drops, when they are pretty anomalous down below 60, I will see that frame rate fluttering around. Those little hiccups like that, I think we just Unity, I guess. But yeah, I do see when we return to the base from a long walk, say if we go to the orchard and walk back, or go to the neck lake and walk back, we'll test it, see if it's the same. It's like it then struggles. The thing is, it doesn't change on portal. So you'd think like when you portal, perhaps you could think it's a memory issue or a memory leak, perhaps a very small one. But if you portaled, you'd assume kind of that maybe there'd be a way to reset that, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. So at the moment, performance is instance count has dropped dramatically. Performance seems to be about the same overall. And again, this is for me though. This is for me. So you're just happy you can take a shower and wash 3 days? Well, I bet you are, Van. I can only imagine, because you're physical labour as well, aren't you? A lot of it, and out actually with the, you know, the land and the soil. Seen in the new game Lunch Lady, just found it on Steam. Could be a contender for Friday Fright Night. No, really, Cole. What, as in legit? Lunch Lady. It almost sounds like one of those throwaway mobile Steam Valve shouldn't even be on the service, really. That roof is amazing. What a knob. Cheers, script. Also, my cruiser. I love it when someone tweets something. They go like, "Oh, stop kidding yourself. That roof's absolute crap," and then puts JK at the end of it. So it's the exact same mentality as Kappa. You're saying something which you absolutely adamantly mean, but you're trying to pretend that it isn't by putting joke or Kappa on it. And that is everything that's the matter with communication these days, isn't it? No streaming for you at the minute because I don't feel motivated. Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. Good. No point doing it if you don't want to do it. You get bored too fast. And I've wanting to do some changes as well that I haven't got around to. It's also taken away my motivation, sadly. What, the because you can't get the other stuff done? The stuff around in the actual stream that you just can't you know get up and go to solve yet? Oh, hang on one sec, guys. Sorry, it's alright. Girlfriend's, she's running late. She's only just left. Sorry, Yeti. May start streaming once again. New World comes out. Other than that, I've been playing Rust, Conan Exiles, Satisfactory, and NMS. How did you get on with NMS? It looked like a really good update, actually, from what everyone was saying. I know Wednesday was originally gave me the heads up on that one. Right, let's go to the farm.
A very warm welcome to Gold Sub Hashi.
It's Hashi!
Ogie, oi, oi, oi.
Oi. How you doing, Mr. Hashi? How's things, me old mucker? Thanks for the help in the old allotment section, Hashi. I've got to find a way. I found, I don't know if you've ever tried one, Hashi. I did a quick eBay googly search when I saw your comment. And everyone else is about, you know, really trying to get this. Because I suppose I hadn't, it's obvious, but I hadn't really thought about it, I suppose. It's one of those things, I suppose this is part of the learning curve, isn't it? I hadn't thought about... Obviously, I know I need to get, you know, really gorgeous soil, right? You know, the more beautiful the soil, you know, the easier the plants are going to find it, you know, to get in there, and all the water and all the aeration and all that. It's kind of obvious, right? But I hadn't thought about what you'd said. If the soil's kind of clumpy, you know, roots and tubers and things will follow the path of least resistance, won't they? So, if you take a carrot and that root system's growing down, then if it's, you know, if there's a big rock in the way or a big clump of hard earth and yet just to the side of it, it's, you know, there's a little gap, it's gonna go in the little gap, innit? You're going to end up with wonky carrots. Now, I don't really care about having wonky carrots at this point, but it made me sort of realise, you know, the little details that I might have to take into account. So I did actually do a quick googly, mate. I don't know, you mentioned sieves, didn't you? Like a soil sieve, I think they're called, or something like that. Which I actually a bit annoyed. I actually had one in an old house a long time ago. Almost reminded me of sort of like a gold mining pan. I don't think I actually knew what it was for. So I certainly thought, oh, I wonder if that's what that is. So I did a quick eBay googly thing, and I thought, yeah, it was plastic and metal ones. I thought, ah, that's what that was then. So it wasn't an old house owner who had got gold panning in the stream out back. But yeah, I saw a stand one. It's actually like they call it a rotary soil sieve, and it's basically like a very shallow drum. You shovel some earth into it, and then you sort of turn a handle. And I thought, you know what, that could be worth a bit of investment. Now they're not cheap. They're definitely not cheap. I think the ones I saw were about 40, 45 quid. So, but I was thinking, like you said, Hashi, in order to enjoy this, I need to actually enjoy it. And, you know, the last year having put a bit of a, you know, or taken a bit of a skip out of the old step. I might consider one next year, mate. I'm going to see what I can do this year. I might ask a couple of the local folks that I bump into and ask them, what happened to have a soil sieve kicking about I could borrow for a day or two, have you, mate? And see if they have. But yeah, I kind of see the importance of it a bit more now. Oh, well, let's have a quick look. Your Crimson Court Vampire. Oh, nice one, Q. You were a bit worried about those, weren't you, Valiant? Oh, I'm glad they arrived, mate. Yeah, good, good. Are you going to say, basically, you're all clean, you're washed, you've got running water, and you've got your miniatures to paint. Sounds good, man. So, you're right, Dom. Perhaps a negative consequence of the new update is it's now a much, much bigger cost to do patches of significantly raised ground. Yes, because, yeah. Yeah, so whereas before, if I was to stand on the top of that and raise the ground next to it, it would just raise to pretty much where you were, wouldn't it? It would just go whoosh straight to the top. Whereas now, if let's say that is like 2 raises, you actually have to sort of almost like nerd pole up it, don't you? Or stand there and go click and it'll go halfway, then click again and it'll go up. Is that right, Dominicky? Good morning, Sophie. I'm doing alright, thanks, Sophie. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I've got a bit of a headache today. It's really unlike me. I don't know why. I think it's just because I've got so much on and I'm on such a tight schedule. I'm terrified of deviating from it. You've been grinding on Valheim all the time. I got so addicted, I think I actually have a problem. I even dream about what else I could do in my save. Someone please take it away from me or I will get fired from work. The addiction is real, Sophie. Yeah, I'm so, yeah, I don't, is there anything we can do to help you? I mean, is there one particular element around the motivation surrounding the stream? You know, are you just, you know, do you need some creative input or something, or? You're right, Sid, I never fail to say anything I don't entirely mean. Kappa. Good morning, Ashley. You're right, Destiny. The human race might be better off if we didn't speak at all. I tell you what, there are definitely some people that should just learn to shut up, basically. Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. I hope your dad's well, by the way, Alison. Hope he's well, mate. Big hugs to you all. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Hashi. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Yeah, I actually, see, Hashi, this is why this is brilliant. Because what you've said there is a direct opposite contrast to what I was told on the internet. But what you've said is what I thought would be better myself. So, for example, I saw sieves. What's the first thing I saw? I saw plastic sieves and I saw metal sieves. And I thought, why would I want to get a metal one? That looks quite fragile. You know, the mesh on it looks quite thin. You know, I'm going to be using probably, you know, damp-ish soil at some point. That's going to rust pretty quickly, right? And it's just going to, you know, the mesh is going to drop out of it. So I thought I'd get the plastic one. So I thought, well, why have we got 2 variants? You know, is there a reason why we still sell metal ones? So a quick Google, went to a gardening site, looked pretty legit. Which sort of, you know, choosing the correct garden sieve for your garden, or whatever the title was. And it highly recommended not getting plastic ones because they don't last very long. And the metal ones are better. So then I started thinking, oh, right, maybe it's because, like, the plastic ones, like because it's stones and grit and it just wears the plastic down, whereas the metal's a little bit more durable. So I will take it from your comment that with actual real-world experience and not someone just, like, theory crafting it, then actually it would be better to get a plastic one then, right? What do you think about the rotary sieves? Do you reckon, I mean, have you ever used one? I mean, to me that sounds like the best option for me. I actually am quite embarrassed to think that I am in a physical state right now that having to sieve a bit of soil is something I might actually need a little bit of mechanical help with. I'm not a proud man, but that hurts me. I've worked really hard at being fit and active all my life, and the thought of having to get this rotary drum that's going to cost me 40 odd quid just to turn over a bit of soil pisses me off, you know, no end, quite frankly. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it might. I don't know. It might be something that helps, but I also don't know if it's a bit of a gimmick that is pointless. I mean, you've seen the ground. My soil is very clumpy and clay-like. If you'd seen it on, say, Friday or even a couple of weeks ago, I have been doing a bit of weeding out there over the last probably 2 weeks. So, I mean, what you see there has already had a lot of man-hours on it, all things considered. I mean, my man-hours are not the same as a, you know, fully kitted out T2 Terminator, you know what I mean? But you probably get some idea of how bad it is, you know? Have you been making a lot in no, true. Until I put in the raised beds, my gardening time was over. Now I liked what you said about that. My thing is, my area is not big enough, actually. I've only got like probably 2 by 4.5 meters, mate, at most. You know, this really is just a let's get outside and do so. Otherwise, I'm not going to do anything. Actually, I used to love being out there, you know, but I need something to occupy my time a little bit and see a little bit of physical labour. Actually, I've got to keep limber, you know. Determined to I was gonna say something like break the back of it here, but you know, this summer I really want to see if I can make a difference before I kind of give up, I suppose. You're right, Max. Good morning, sir. Yeah, it doesn't pop to the level you're aiming at now, really. You need to legit raise it. Also, it raises to a peak and not a flat. Oh, right, so you then have to flatten it as well afterwards, do you? Chucky started Valheim last night. She's having good fun. Is she really? Oh, brilliant, mate. I hope she has a good time. Is she playing in the same world as yours, Hashi, or is she not allowed? What's this? World Destroyer bug. What the hell's that, dude? World Destroyer bug ruined your 160 hours. What? Whoa, dude. What's going on, man? Yeah, he's not too bad. Yeah, he's not too bad, Larson. Yeah, he's actually all right, mate. He's doing okay. Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad. I think he's looking forward to the sunshine a bit, Alison, being able to open the windows. I think it means a lot to folks right now, doesn't it? Just letting some air in the house, being able to sit out on the the back of the garden. You go for a really good plastic one, sit down with it and use a trowel. Ah, that's a good idea. Trowel. Ah, yeah, good thing. You almost like to bash it through, almost. Yeah. Did your maypole die? That was a different location, Miss Nova. Yeah, different one. I want some sound bites for stuff, another emotes and badges and an overlay that's not over the top on stream. Do you even need an overlay? I mean, have you asked yourself the question, do you even need an overlay? That isn't just one you can get straight off the shelf from Streamlabs. No, script, because the new instance implementation is a complete overhaul of how it works. So no, it's I think that's the problem is we're comparing not only an instance count to an old instance count, but an actual instance count implementation. So although we're seeing instance drops, the way that future terraforming is actually recorded in terms of the comparison against the seed algorithm is actually it's essentially calculated in a different way. So everything's now more efficient. So not only are we seeing the instance count using the opt terrain, which is a retrospective fix. So you see what I'm saying, Script? It's kind of not it's not comparable to comparable, if you like. I'm determined to get into my workshop this year. Not been there for over 2 years now. I dread to think how big the spiders in there are. Yeah. A World Destroyer bug just takes away everything in the game. No trees, monsters, buildings, nothing. And what causes that, Mick? See, I've not heard about that, dude. Is there a trigger for that? Or is that common? That sounds awful, dude. Just give me... Let me just do my quick stretch. Give me 60 seconds, guys. Sorry, mate. It's all right. I got up to have a little stroll around the chair, and the dogs started barking. Looks like I heard a load of trucks and stuff earlier. We have no carrots, but then again, we're not getting through carrots a lot anyway, are we? Should we just replant? Oh, hang on, we've not dug everything out yet. Right, okay, let's get this sorted. Coffee and some farming. Woo. Yeah, I'm gutted to hear that, Mixie. It just randomly happens to some worlds. You use everything except for what your character has on him. Jeez, dude. I heard about something similar. I don't know if it's the same bug, like right when the game first released, which was then patched. But maybe it's the same thing, and it still happens. It just happens with extremely less consistency, if you like. From what I've seen, the update works nicely when you want to set up level areas for building a base. Struck me as much easier to achieve. Really? So you've actually... Okay, alright. I think it's probably a bit of a trade-off right now, isn't it, Dominicky? But yeah. She's playing solo at the moment and having fun, but we'll start a joint game. We've not played a survival game together since 7 Days Alpha AC. No way, really did. Well, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is perfect for... I said from day one, didn't I, after the first stream, that this was clearly a kind of game where, yes, multiplayer is in there, but I always felt it was perfect for small groups, you know, family members, you know, a couple of friends to jump into. I think it just screams small group cooperative play. At pretty much every level. Oh, that's a really annoying turnip. I'm just going to try and drink coffee. You have to excuse me because although I came back early today, I had a lot to do when I got back in, and I also wanted to go for my little morning wobble, which actually didn't go that great this morning. So I really need to get some coffee. But I've got this weird. It's like I can't quite see chow. I'm still a bit blurry-eyed for some reason. Are you alright, Totemastic? How are you doing, bro? How's things? So apparently it happens if you crash or if you Alt F4 the game. What the bug? Why would you want to Alt F4 the game? Oh, is that what people do if they think they're about to die or something? And it puts you back. Oh. So there could be a problem with it legitimately, but also an issue with crashing and things, but also if you Alt F4 it. I think we did have a rollback once when we crashed, didn't we? So, like I said, I mean, to be honest, I kind of put the brakes on my build, didn't I? Because I knew I was getting to the point where I was starting to see some dips here and there. Not commonplace, but I knew I was pushing it. But I always knew there was a problem. You know, we knew it because so many people had spoken about it, including some of the Unity engineers over on Reddit and other forums that kind of know the engine and done a bit of digging around with it. So we always knew terraforming was a concern, and I had real good example of it. My entire build, as in the long cabin with the dock, had a better frame rate than a terraform patch I saw. Probably no bigger than, well, you've seen it on the coastline. About 1.5 times the size of this. So it's that one little patch of terraform which just completely killed my frame rate. And you know, the thing is as well, if you look at your CPU, GPU, and you know, system RAM usage and your VRAM usage and all of that, it's not like it's even trying. You know, it's just not even struggling. You've not even got like one core, for example, you know, struggling. Good morning, SCR. How you doing, sir? How's the Grand Lord of the cryptocurrency world, Kingpin Crypto, I'm going to call you from now, SCR. How are you, Mum? I love watching my butt. I don't know, you just like watching my butt. I'll give me a wiggle for you, mate. Does anyone have any tips on finding Yagluth? Have been to around 20 plains biomes and never... Oh, no, I'm not that far, Max, mate. What, you actually really legit can't find him? That sounds crazy, man. Your sector for a plains base is out the window going forward. I'll figure something else out. So basically, it costs us less stone per click of the hoe to raise terrain, but it only raises a consistent amount now. Whereas before, 4 stone would raise the ground 6 inches or 8 meters. is that essentially the situation, you know, to summarize it? Because I know people will be asking, and I haven't really had a huge chance to test it, but that's pretty much the fundamental change in a nutshell, right? Yeah, that's also what I've read, but I've never done that always quit or like that. So you've never had a crash either, Mixie. So it just sounds like, oh man, I'm gutted for you, bro. I mean, I have to say, I know no one wants to hear this when they come into a chat. You know, every day after the stream, more or less. I mean, there have been days when I've forgotten or just, you know, not had time to. But I always take a backup of the Valheim save game folder. Just if I do lose, you know, if I do get the inevitable crash or so something terrible happen, or I don't know, like a you know, an update that's not compatible or something, or you know, a mod. I haven't used mods yet, but you know, certainly future-proof and getting in good habits. You know, when I do add mods. So yeah, I mean, just do it just once a day, you know, before you start the game. I mean, it's easy for me. I get it's easy for me because I have a gaming schedule, so. It's quite easy for me to remember. Oh, that's not right, is it? Oh my gosh, that could have cost me quite dearly in a fight. Yeah, I always pretty much immediately after the stream, I leave the game running while the outro music plays, so that I don't get, you know, any games updating, which buggers up my bit rate and then means drop frames at the end. So I always leave the game running until the outro music's over. I turn the game off. And I just very quickly, if I can, jump in and grab. I was gonna say I did these earlier, I think. Yeah, just take a quick save game and pop it on another drive. Good habit to get into, Mixie, especially now you've had that happen. But I should imagine you're probably feeling a bit like, do you want to carry on at this point, aren't you, mate? I'm not sure I'd want to lose 160 hours worth of gameplay and start a game, but you know, I personally would, because you know, I'd probably think, okay. Kick me in the balls. Let's go and play with some mods, perhaps. She's doing her 7 days thing of fighting toe to toe. Kept looking over to see her punching the crap out of Grey Dwarves. Sounds like Chucky. Well, I could use a sword, or I could just beat the crap out of him. It's okay that it takes a while to find Yogless. I don't want to check out my scene. I'll just farm. Yeah. Come back to us in 6 months, Max, mate. He's still all grey-bearded. Still not found Yaglies. You wish Valheim had a hidden skill power system for pugilism. A drunk Viking punching stone golems would be hysterical. I wonder if there's can you spawn things in? Can you actually say, okay, spawn a troll in there? Is there a way to do that? I know you can trigger, or at least I think you can. You can trigger events, can't you? So you can summon this skeleton smash and things like that, can't you? You right, NHL? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Missy. Did I miss you, Missy? Oh no, I've just seen you. Good morning, Missy. How are you? Why don't you put the bees in the spare area there? The spare area. I'm quite happy with them there, mate. I quite like this little farm. I tried to keep it like how it was. This isn't a farm I built. This was a farm kind of as was, really. So. I hopefully one day I'll just move the whole show somewhere else, but I quite like the bees where they are. Kind of works with my boar area. Like I said, if I do it properly. And the thing is, I don't need honey, mate, so I don't even care when I lose them at the minute. Honey's not a big priority for me at the moment, which is strange. I actually thought I'd heard honey was like the go-to food, but I haven't found it useful myself. You have to consume it so rapidly as a food source that, yeah, I mean, if you've got like 60 or even 10 beehives, I'm sure it's viable, but I suppose it depends on how you play the game. I spend a lot of downtime not fighting, you see, just doing general maintenance, farming, building, things like that. So maybe on another playthrough I'd find it a bit more useful, but. Yeah, the amount of eating I'd have to do, it only lasts like, it seems to only last a few minutes, honey. You can spawn creatures wherever you like with it. So I could literally spawn in a specific Grey Dwarf brute just to have a play. That's cool. That's like, you know, if I wanted to, I don't wanted to learn about damage. I mean, personally, I'm not going to do it myself, but maybe that's how all these people get all this wonderful data when they're looking at, you know, figuring out damage mitigation formula and things. kind of quite cool. See a lot of YouTube channels. I try not to watch any of them, but you can't really help it. Once you've started watching Valheim videos on YouTube, it seems like recommended them, so you always see thumbnails. I did see one where it looked like someone had got like a row, like a stone platform with a row of different mobs, but in sort of like cages. And so I can only assume that was some kind of some sort of video around, you know, slashing damage versus skeletons versus grey dwarves versus what have you. So it certainly sounded something like that in the title. I was desperately clicking away from it. That's the problem with bloody YouTube, isn't it? You've only got to start watching Valheim videos. That's it. You've had it. Yeah, here's more Valheim videos. Jesus. Thumbnails galore. That's why I don't even look up Resident Evil at the moment. I dread to think what I'm going to see, because I think the demo's out at the moment. The Resident Evil 8 Village demo. I think it's only for PlayStation 5 owners. I think. But yeah, I want to stay the hell away from that, man. Has anyone seen it? Or has anyone played it? I mean, without dropping spoilers, are we looking at a potentially fun game, do you think? There are some really good mods, Shadow, and I've not even used them. I just love the sound of them. I've seen a couple, because I did watch a little bit of Streamer House, and Jesus, once in a while, it just felt like 10 minutes. Or The Other Gentleman. I can never remember whether it's Glad or Clean. Listen to them, but I think one of them just had the mega build, and one of them had the 50-player server. I always get confused between which one's which, but yeah, I mean the epic loot mod, Valheim Plus. I mean those alone look worthy of downloading, at the very least checking out, right? You're right, Max. Did you install the update? I did install the update. Yes, the update is all up and running. I've done up terrain at the main base. I heard it was about 150 meter radius, spherical ball of terrain optimization. So I only had to do it like in a. Well, I did it once, and I did it somewhere else, and it literally said no. I think it said nothing to optimize. So like the whole base was pretty much done in a single click, and it doesn't do anything. You know, you don't have to sit there and wait for it. You click it, and it just like brings up a load of instance information and a new count, and off you go. But it's like I was saying earlier, it doesn't seem to have made a huge difference for me personally. But that is because I stopped terraforming early on, you see. So I suppose I might have caught it before I reached critical mass. How's the back? Yeah, it's not too bad actually. Yeah, it's not too bad, thanks, Missy. I know I really need to see. The thing is, this sort of side of it was. I was just saying to Ashley, so far it's not been too bad, because I've been able to almost like kneel down and get the weeds out, and then yesterday and Sunday was kind of like digging it over, which isn't too bad, because you're kind of like leaning on the shovel. So as silly as it sounds, while I'm doing the actual digging itself, it's not too bad. I've got stability. I've got something to lean on. The problem is afterwards, as when I try to straighten up, that is a few minutes of almost unbearable agony, to be honest. But you know, I can live with it. But yeah, it's getting all those chunks. It's really heavy, like clay soil, Missy. So there's big chunks of soil. And you know, honestly, if you could have seen it, you know, it would almost look like it is a way of looking at it. You know, like you've got I'm trying to think where you'd find it. You know, like you get baked desert, and you get like those cracks in the desert, and it's like absolutely rock solid. But that's kind of what it was like on the surface, but with like, you know, massive ancient sort of weeds growing through it, and. The problem is that as you dig it up and turn it over, it's not rocky. There's not a huge amount of rocks in there. In fact, there's very few rocks in there. But the soil is so compacted. It's so dense that you end up just like potato-sized balls of soil. And I need to smash them down, really. You're right, Arlecchini. Have I tried the new up terrain command yet? I have. Yeah, I tried it once at the base, mate. Yeah, well, I've tried it twice at the base. Once in the middle, and then I sort of wandered around, and it just kept saying nothing else to optimise. So, yeah. You've got more money than I can possibly use, and I don't find it helpful. Even with... Yeah, I haven't really slipped. I use it just for my healing pots now. And I don't, you know, I don't use that many of those these days. I will be, obviously, when we hit the plains and start doing the mounting proper. Creatures can naturally spawn in other biomes? Kind of. I've had a ground is shaking raid in your plains farm. I've had ground is shaking everywhere. Yeah. I've had them in all the biomes I've been in. Bar... No, yeah, I have had it in the mountains, actually. PlayStation owners until the last demo, and then it'll be owners until... What do you mean by until the last demo? Not sure what that means, Mario. Does that mean PlayStation 4 owners can does that mean with if I had a PlayStation 4 Pro, I could just like stick that in there, or a bog standard PlayStation? So you don't. It's not PlayStation 5 demo then. You can go to your history on the left side of YouTube and delete Valheim videos from your watch list. You have to scroll and find them, but you won't be recommending them after you delete them. Oh, is that how it works? Is that how you like defeat the algorithm? Is it, small baby bean? I don't really pay much attention to anything on YouTube because I tend to watch it just on my phone, you see, so I don't really know much about it. The only time I delve into like the more nightmare side of YouTube is when I'm uploading my Twitch videos, and I hate it. It is the most horribly over-convoluted, confusing sort of interface that I've ever worked with anything online. I'm sure for a pro YouTuber it all makes sense, but for me it is an absolute... It's so frustratingly complicated. It really is. It's like everything I want to do, I have to click like 4 times to get there. It's so annoying. Good morning, TM. Good morning, Thorned. How you doing? Yeah, I think. I mean, apparently it's 150 meters. I heard Max Met, which is a pretty big chunk, isn't it? Hearth and Home's going to add new food and/or potion recipes. Honey is a good investment. Yeah, I mean, I'm stockpiling it. I've got a couple of chests, or a chest plus worth. You saw a streamer last night level ground under a workbench and it destroyed the bench. Ooh. What, is that something that happens consistently now, Nikki? Or... Because one of the things I did like about this game is when you flatten the ground, trees would just like sort of root themselves. Rocks would just simply, you know, settle into a new area. As you say, workbenches would kind of just like, you know, again, sort of sink back to the ground level. Yeah, thanks, Missy. Thanks. I know it's not a huge plot, but honestly, the amount of freaking work that's gone into that. I'd have been ashamed to have shown you the original pictures. In fact, I don't even know if I took original pictures because it was that bad. Stay clear of the dandelions. We will save all the dandelions, don't worry. I found all my potatoes are dead because of one lone dandelion missing. You want to get some bags of organic enriched? So I can't do that, Moog. Yeah, it's like I said, you know, already just doing what I'm doing is enough. You know, that's going to cost money. I'm going to have to get it delivered. I'd have to have it delivered on the front, no doubt, and then sort of try and find a way to carry it around the back. You know, I do not have a small farm or even large garden area for this. You know, this is really just something fun to do. If I could get a huge, you know, bag of compost delivered and have it out there, I haven't got a wheelbarrow. You know, I'm not sure if that would be good. Additional, you know, stress on the back and everything. I mean, I'd love to, Moog. You know, maybe in years to come it's something I can work towards. But the thing is, if I start thinking like that, and I really don't know if this makes sense to anyone else. If I start thinking like, you know, doing it, if you like, properly, then 2 things. One, it's a lot more effort and a lot more reasons to give up. And I suppose the expense starts escalating. Now, I know it's not going to be overly expensive, but already, you know, I've been looking at, you know, maybe getting one of these rotary things, and, you know, that's 45 quid that, you know, it's an unnecessary expense with everything else that's going on. You know, it would be an incredibly luxury thing when I could just hopefully borrow a garden sieve off someone. Yeah, I'm going to set myself up to fail by trying to do what I do with everything in my life, which is trying to over-perfectionise it all. This really needs to be, you know, dig up some weeds, dig over some soil, stick in some potatoes and see what happens. And if it works out all right, and I think next year, Ashley was suggesting building some little wall. I mean, hopefully it don't come to. Hopefully next year, it's a miraculous recovery, and everything's going to be fine. But I think living in the real world, we know that's not going to happen. But I hope that makes sense. I really. I love the suggestions and I love the support, and hopefully a few of us will have a bit of a giggle with it. But in a way, hopefully it will also inspire a few other people that don't have, everything you need to grow a whole battalion of potatoes to have a little bash at it. Even if you've got a square metre in your garden, but plant a bloody courgette plant bush, whatever it is, and see what happens. Nature's an amazing thing, right? Yeah, my carrots might be very wonky because the soil's all bitty and chunky, and if I'd spent 3 years cultivating it and sieving it, I might get beautiful straight carrots worthy of a carrot show. But even if I can just grow a bloody carrot that I can actually legit cook and eat, or even eat raw, I'll be a happy man, dude. That's. Think of it as a zombie apocalypse, and you've got no one helping. You've got no idea what you're doing. It's just desperately trying to grow a freaking potato. I don't even know what to do with a potato. I did watch a YouTube channel. Apparently, I need to go and buy some potatoes, and then I need to. The suggestion was, which I thought was quite cool. Put them like in egg boxes. So you use the egg box to stand the potato up, and I think I put them in. Do I put them in a dark cupboard? Well, I need to find somewhere dark to put them, and apparently that will start the tubers growing out of the top, or whatever it is, and then at some point in the next couple of weeks, I then go and just pop them in the ground with the growy bits pointing up, and then put some soil over it. And then I think as they grow, I can't remember the name they use it, but as they grow, I keep sort of bringing soil up and into it. So you sort of create hills and divots. And if I can just get I don't know how many. I think the suggestion was you want to keep them between 1.5 to 2 feet apart, depending on the type of potato. So you see, I have been doing my research. I'm not, I've been looking into it. So I'm thinking if I go for the 2 foot, so the 24-inch gap. I can probably get about 1 to 2 rows of about 4 meters worth of potatoes, and then so I'm thinking maybe I've got 2 meters, haven't I, at most? So I'm thinking maybe if I go for I don't know 5 rows, so 2 rows of potatoes, maybe a row of carrots, a row of onions, and then a row of something else. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about that over the next couple of days, and then I'm going to come back to you all in Discord and ask you which way to grow them, because I don't want to grow something that's going to be really heavy foliage that's then going to block the light for something that's behind it, if you like. So I'll try and figure out where the sun's coming in and give you an idea. But yeah, I'd love to, mate. Yeah, I'd love to get get into it. I think the first thing, but the most important thing is to get that soil really broken up, isn't it? You can also say it not to keep track of your watch history. Can't guarantee people who isn't keeping track and just not tell you. But oh right, got you. Okay. I shall have a look. I'll have a look around on the old the Android app for YouTube. See if there's a way to turn it all off. Just based on what you're sub to. I get all sorts of weird things parallel. so stuff that's 8 years old. It just suddenly seems to be doing the rounds on YouTube. I've never ceases to amaze me the marvels of what I'm apparently interested in. Strange indeed. So PlayStation had exclusive access to the demo. Right, okay. So let's have a quick look there. So one last weekend was one demo, and this weekend is another. But start of May is then both for Xbox PC. Oh, we'll be able to play it on PC. Oh wow. Oh jeez. So we'll be able to see what performance is like, Mario. We'll have to do a Friday Fright Night then. Oh, that'll be brilliant. Oh, brilliant. Nice one, Mario. I look forward to that. What was that? Oh, yeah. How did it all go yesterday? I was going to wait until we saw Advina or somebody. How was the game night yesterday? So it didn't destroy the world items, trees and rocks. You basically spammed with a hoe and the workbench just shattered. Oh, right. Cheers, Mario. I'll have a look at that in a bit. Thank you. Nice one. Getting a garden plot set up takes quite a lot of physical work. It will be way easier in coming years when it's all set up. Yes, yeah. And it's like TM said. I really like TM's attitude on it. And it's something I'm going to take with me throughout the whole process. I'm not going to get disheartened. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to go, what a waste of time, and have a rant about it. If it all goes completely, totally belly up, right? All I need to do is just dig it all in, right? You know, if the, you know, the potatoes all look weird, or, you know, I think there's no I'm eating that, and I get some sort of worm infestation or potato blight or something like that. All I need to do is just think, look, don't worry about it. You gave it a go, right? That's all you can do in life, right? Give things a go. You know, you don't have to overthink it, do you? And if I dig it in, then that's perfect. That is fertilizer, right? That is essentially, you know, all those beautiful new nutrients that have gone in, you know, building, you know, from the wonders of photosynthesis through the marvels of chlorophyll and all the rest of it. We will have new vegetation within that area. And we will be able to dig it in and create a more vibrant and beautifully nutritious soil for the following year. Now, you know, I'm not going to start being able to do crop rotations and things like that, you know. Let's put it this way, there's nothing ever been grown in that soil as long as I've lived in this house. So I'm hoping it's reasonably nutrient rich at this point for this year. And then, like Moog says, maybe next year, you know, if all goes well, I can consider buying a big bag of compost and borrowing someone's wheelbarrow and seeing if I can wheel it around the back somewhere. But yeah, well, you know, think small, think small, think small, and maybe big things will grow. You know, I'm not going to be winning any competitions, am I? But that's not why I'm doing it. Hopefully, COVID will be over soon, so carrot shows can resume. Do you like a good carrot show, do you, Cena? Yeah. Yeah, let's hope so. Put a bit of work in this year, Missy, and a little bit of work next year, and you know, maybe the zombie apocalypse a little next year, and I'll be, you know, guarding my potato patch, mate, with my hoe, which I also don't own, by the way. I have a shovel and I have a fork. We plant little tomatoes. My daughter enjoys the process, thinks they're cute because they're the small cooking tomatoes. She loves it. Oh, so how'd you do that, Totemastic? Are they in like tomato grow bags or? Yeah, welcome to another episode of Gardening with Grum. I hope so. Yeah, I think this will be good fun. Yeah, no. I've been highly recommended against rhubarb. Everyone keeps telling me rhubarb's evil, mate. One, I don't eat rhubarb, and it doesn't sound, even from what I've heard, that there's any recipes that really appeal to me. And apparently rhubarb is almost impossible to get rid of once you start planting it. So rhubarb's not happening for a whole variety of reasons. Well, one, I don't like rhubarb, so end of story on that one. Now what's really worrying me, right, is that I've just replanted everything over there, and I'm only taking back 34 turnips. So basically an entire crop rotation, and all I've got is 34 turnips. I really need to go and build a farm. I say this literally every single day on stream. Every day I say the same thing. I need to go and build a little farm, right, that is like, say, X by Y, and work out, you know, how, because I'm not going to go completely anal about planting it, you know, perfectly, but you know, if that's one field, then I 1/3 next to it. So almost like this. So here I plant all my carrots, and here I plant my carrot seeds. And that row of carrot seeds exactly replants that. And what the excess from that replants that. You know, I really need to do it. Because this is taking a lot longer than it should. Yeah, I'm not a fan of rhubarb from the sounds of it. Everyone was telling me about it. I know the girlfriends had rhubarb crumble. Yeah, it's just not really. I'm going to try some. I did say yesterday I'm going to buy some from the supermarket. I'm going to see if there's any recipes that actually, you know, I would consider. See, I like a lot of my veg, but I either like it as it is, so like roast, you know, roast vegetables. Or I you know, it tends to be potatoes, carrots, onions, all that kind of stuff, you see, to go into other dishes like chili, you know, non-meat chilies and spaghettis and curries and all that sort of stuff. So rhubarb just sounds like one of those things that I probably, you know, just won't really have a use for it in the way I cook, and it doesn't sound like something it doesn't sound like something I'm going to be overly impressed with. But I'll give it a go. I'm going to buy a bit of rhubarb maybe next weekend. But I'm not planting it in my garden after what I heard. So that's just not happening. In a way, Wonderwaff, yeah, but I don't label myself as such. I'm just trying to eat whole plant foods, really, a lot more, and not because of some ethical or moral stance, just because I really wanted to try and. Although I could have a conversation about that. I'm very much interested in that side of things, and I've learned a few things that I was quite surprised at. But the real incentive was actually to. Oh, let me just go and get the stuff. The real incentive. Look how different this looks. This looks different here for some reason. I haven't used op terrain here, so. I was going to say, yeah, I just wanted to cook differently. I wanted to try things I've never tried, like rhubarb. I never, 18 months ago, you say rhubarb, I'd go, nah, I'd rather not. I'd rather have a plate of chicken nuggets, mate. I'll give it a go. I might like it, but. Apparently, yeah, rhubarb grumble. Oh, mate, wouldn't it be great if I really liked it and I could patent this? Oh, mate, wouldn't that be awesome? Rhubarb grumble. I love it. I might have to start liking rhubarb just so I can make rhubarb grumble, mate. 10 out of 10, Wonderwaff. I love it, man. Yeah. My girlfriend likes a rhubarb crumble with custard. Yeah, you're right, Parallel. Yeah, rhubarb is absolutely impossible to get rid of, and it spreads. A neighbour in the city I grew up in planted some in his garden when I was a kid, and by the time I was growing up, everyone had some in their yard. Yeah. Apparently, someone was saying in chat, apparently we all make it a bit wrong in the UK as well. Apparently we do, is it like we add too much sugar or something to it, or something someone was saying, probably not the best way of eating it, we've kind of come up with a way of doing it that might not be the best kind of thing, but I'll give it a bash. I'll give it a bash. Like I said, I can't, has anyone here got a recipe for rhubarb? It's like asking a recipe for carrots. It's like, oh, right, okay, well, you could kind of chop it up and put it in as like a base for kind of like a chili mix or something, or you could eat it raw, or you could have like roast carrots or honey glazed carrots. Potatoes. You can have a mash. You can have a jacket potato. A lot of these things I can sort of get my head around. I literally, if you stuck a piece of rhubarb in front of me right now, right, one, I wouldn't know it was rhubarb. I've got no idea what rhubarb looks like, other than it's probably got some sort of purple colour to it. No idea. I'm thinking something that looks maybe like celery, but a little bit purple-esque and a little bit more, I don't know, bulky perhaps. That's all I can think of when you say rhubarb. What I do with it, I literally have no idea. I like pumpkins. I wouldn't even know where to start. If it was a zombie apocalypse and all I got was a garden full of rhubarb, I would not know what to do with it. We just grow them in little hanging pots. Oh, that sounds great. So actually grow baby tomatoes in hanging pots. That sounds ideal. They start to grow, we move them into a pot bigger and bigger based on the size they want to grow. So you actually build them in a little hanging pot, and then plant them into like just a floor standing terracotta pot. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I'd love to try it, CM. Yeah, I'd love to try it. I mean, like you said, even if I ended up making rhubarb jam and really liked it, I don't eat a lot of jam, but, one little rhubarb plant, maybe in a pot or something. I don't know if you do them in a pot so it doesn't spread everywhere, maybe. I don't know. Rhubarb and ginger. Oh, I'll have to tell the girlfriend about that. Rhubarb and ginger. I've only ever seen her just have, like, a rhubarb like, pie kind of thing, which she pours custard on. And even that's only, like, a couple of times a year, but she does like it. Yeah, I might. Yeah, don't quote me, Parallel. Someone's just saying, well, we kind of make it, with the sugar in a way that might not be the best way of doing it. I can't remember what they said. I mean, I'm only repeating what I heard. Apple and rhubarb pudding. That actually does sound quite nice. Oh, it is. It's like a red celery. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Yeah, like a purple celery. Yeah. Rhubarb is like celery. Oh, so it is. I wasn't actually that far off then. Holy shit, that's amazing. Rhubarb, I must have actually seen some at some point then. Rhubarb is like celery, but more red. You eat the stalks. The leaves are poisonous though. Oh, right, okay. Tastes great in a pie with strawberry and served with vanilla ice cream. That sounds nice. But I don't eat, I would never eat that. I actually just don't like warm fruits. So if that's the only way to eat rhubarb, I'm not even going to bother buying it. I don't like apple. I love apples. I really just do not like apple pie. I don't like it warm. I don't like, all the, I don't know, the calories that go in. I'd rather eat an apple. I'd actually just rather eat a really nice, juicy apple. I've never been into sort of like if you like fruit pies, just not, you know, lemon pie, things like that. I'd rather just eat a lemon. I actually quite like lemons. Call me weird, I know, but I could suck on a lemon all day, mate. We normally start them in a hanging pot so the dog doesn't eat them. Brilliant. And I actually, you could find a large hanging pot, but I moved them onto a ground pot. Yeah, no, I like the idea of that total mastic, yeah. Yeah, you can sweeten it with honey, okay. Well, let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at what rhubarb actually looks like. Oh, wow. Holy balls. Jesus. Damn. So, I mean, could I just, like, you know, slice up that purple stem and just eat it? Or would that be bad? What about, what about this? What about if I got a little bit of garlic, a little bit of onion, right? Put it in a frying pan and did like fried rhubarb chips with garlic and onions. That might make for a nice little side to something. You can eat it raw, but I'm thinking like, you know, it's the kind of thing I can slice like little potato crisps, kind of thin. It is. I was thinking, Missy, those leaves are gorgeous, mate. And those leaves are actually just like so green, and those big, thick veins and everything. That beautiful, rich purple. They are really beautiful, man. So, is that the bit that's that whole thing come out of the ground, or is that purple bit the bit that's in the ground and that's been washed to make it look very neat? Because it looks like it's been sliced at the bottom. So, is what I'm looking in your picture, Missy, all above soil? That would be awful, would it? Oh, right. I was thinking about like little fried rhubarb crisps or something. I've only had rhubarb with sweet meals, never tried it in a savoury dish. You could eat the stem like that, but you'd probably pucker up something fierce. Oh, right, so it is really sour, is it, and horrible. A cup of sugar, peel the rhubarb, stick the butt end in the sugar. I loved it. So it sounds like one of these things that like it's absolutely awful until you start adding sugar to it, which I'm going to be honest, immediately says it's a no-go for me. This sounds like I'd be eating rhubarb for the sake of eating rhubarb. If I've got to start adding sugar to things, then it's got no place in my diet, to be honest. So I think from this conversation, I'm going to say I'm not a custard man. I don't like warm fruits. In order to eat rhubarb, I've got to add artificially sugar and add calories to it. I think the official Grumbodian ruling, there is no place for rhubarb in my garden. It'd be pointless. I'd love to grow it because it looks gorgeous, but I'm not going to have rhubarb infesting the entire neighbourhood for the sake of me having a nice looking plant. Game over. Rhubarb's gone. Sorry. I make a ruling. Rhubarb. Pew, 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 pew. Gone. Destroyed. No place in my life. But thank you for the insight. Yeah. Right, you could... Yeah, no more rhubarb talk. Rhubarb shit. Right, parsnips. Yeah, parsnip crisp. I like the sound of that. Yeah. More. There will be no rhubarb in this here garden. It's alright, Kratos has spoken, mate. Fuck you, rhubarb. It's not a vegetable in that sense, but enough for the plants. Yeah, no, no more rhubarb talk. It's banned. Banned topic of conversation. You can talk politics, religion, but no more rhubarb talk, alright? I had an idea last night that you should be able to customise the rune and portal colour. For at a glance, making portals. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, they are. Yeah, why not? Yeah. So yeah, customise them, or even having attachable slots on to hang item stands and things. Right, guys, just bear with me because I have got to make a I've got to make a phone call, but actually I need to make a text message or send a text message first. So just let me do this really quickly because I need to focus on it instead of trying to do it while we're having a chinwag. So just bear with me 60 seconds. Right. That's all sorted. So, let me... Oh, God. I tell you what. I tried to have a bit of a little bit of a wobble around while I did that. I tell you, it's weird, man. It's like the mornings here are actually... Oh, look, my top looks almost purple. Yeah, it's really strange. I've never noticed it on previous years. It's almost like earlier in the morning, it's actually warmer than it is at this time of day, at 9:30. It's like it goes really chilly now until much later on. And it's not where the sun is or anything. I've noticed it the last 2 days. The temperature earlier on, it was actually really pleasant. It was. Oh wow, there's a thunderstorm just coming. But right now, it is. There's a real chill to the air. And you know, I don't feel it. I mean, I don't sit here worrying about putting a top on or anything, but you know, I'm aware that it's cold. This is the kind of weather that will have the girlfriend running to the central eating, I tell you. A chin wag, does that mean you're wagging your chin? Yeah, having a chin wag, having a chat, having a chin wag. Hey, let's go down the pub and have a chin wag, mate. You've had a bad week, come on. Forget about your worries, I'll buy you a pint, mate. Go and put the world to rights over a nice pint of whatever your favourite tipper is. Nice pint of Guinness or whatever you have. I'll have a nice Ribena or a Beck's Blue. And a little bit of honey as well. Anyone else feel like they're doing this game almost sound like they kind of bar? I've heard there is actually a series of mods that replaced the soundbite for the deer because apparently it was extremely aggravating to some people. but you can say that about anything in any game. So I mean, I haven't really, you know, at any point felt like it was terrible. But what are we doing now, guys? Like serious question. I mean, obviously, if we're going to make some more... Are we going to go back into the mountains today? I think we shouldn't we? Get our first silver load over. And then we can start craft. Because, you know, I'm going to do a little bit more to the dock before we bring the... I think I'll leave all of that in there. And we'll obviously take the axe with us. And let me just make some more sausages. And also I need to make some more... is it carrot soup? Some more carrot soup. Maybe a little bit more... Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I'm getting low on mushrooms as well. So, yeah, I just think it's the... Honestly, the same thing is none of the windows are open though. So none of the windows. It's just like the house suddenly enters this period of quite intense cold, having been warm in the morning. What if the girlfriend's putting the heating on before I get back and not telling me? There might be a more subtle explanation here. Yeah. What's that expression? Sometimes the most... What is it? Sometimes the most obvious answer is the correct one. It could literally be that the girlfriend's been putting the heating on and it craftily turns off just before I get back in the morning. that extra heat there, Grub, that's snowed as central heating, mate. That is. It's not about the wind, bruh. That's your girlfriend's pulling the fast one, Bella. Yeah. What's my feelings on pineapple on a pizza? I think the only time I think I've ever had pineapple on a pizza was pineapple and ham. I seem to remember having a very nice pineapple and ham pizza. It actually was all right. But yeah, I mean, would I order that? No, because I think it was the pineapple and ham that went well together. I don't mind it. I don't eat, to be honest, I don't eat a lot of pizza really, mate. Where are we going? We're going to the Avenger, aren't we? One of the things that I love on pizza is broccoli. And I thought that was batshit crazy. I think Nina Pepina suggested trying it. Broccoli on pizza is... I thought that has got to be the worst thing in the world, right? That makes no sense. And I actually like broccoli, but broccoli on a pizza with cheese, I was like, don't know. And then I thought about it. And I had a girlfriend moons ago, and I used to cook her, and she loved it. I used to cook her broccoli cheese, and I used to, you know, cook the broccoli, and then I used to put like the thick end of it in like the gaps in a grill tray. God damn it, it's dark in here. And then sort of like grate cheese over it as I put it under the grill. So it was like cheesy top broccoli trees, if you like. And she absolutely loved it. So, you know, originally when someone said broccoli on a pizza, I thought, you must be mad, mate. But I tried it and I really liked it. I actually really liked it. And then it dawned on me that this wasn't as alien or as, you know, as unusual as I thought it was, really. Right, let's go and we've not been here for a while, have we? So a lot of our lights are going to be down now. Are we good to go straight? Oh gosh! Wow, we're heading into the mountains and we have no arrows, which is not a good call, is it? What should we take back? We've presumably got a box in here, have we? For all of the eggs I wonder if we put them in there. We did, didn't we? So I think we'll have a box full of... We'll have an egg box, and then we'll have an ore box, won't we? Because we've done a few trips to the old mountains. We're not doing too bad. Now, I think the stone we will take through, because we can... Well, actually, we'll leave... I tell you what, we'll leave the stone in there, because we can take it down to the dock, can't we? I have no doubt we'll be doing more. We've got a lighthouse to build and all sorts down at the dock, so... I might call the inn. We need to think of a name that includes Tommy or Ares due to his blasphemous comments about the roof that we built. We need to call like Tommy's Little Titties or something like that. Needs to be like the name of the pub, you know. So Tommy's Little Testes or something like that, you know. And we could, like, I don't know, maybe we could put like a little couple of, I don't know, like a couple of peanuts on the bar. You know, oh, let's just go and play with Tommy's Little Testes or something, you know? Just to honour his knobbiness. You're right, Advina, how are you doing? How did it go yesterday? Anchovies. Anchovies, let me get this right. Anchovies are those little fish things, are they? I've always wondered about anchovies. I'm not sure they're a thing in the UK as much as they are in the rest of the world. Are anchovies like tiny little fish? Or is it actually some sort of olive? I'm a bit confused on this front, mate. You might have to help me out on the old anchovy front. You're finding it hard to human. It was a lot of fun. Good. Tommy's testicle tetanus. We're off to... Tommy and his turnips. Turnip Tommies. Turnip Tommies. We'll call it Turnip Tommies. That's the name of the bar. Turnip Tommies. Because he's a bloody turnip. Love it. Turnip Tommy's in his wonky roof. We could do a comic book about it. Macaroni cheese. Yeah, I've never had macaroni cheese. No idea what it is. You do pineapple and bacon. Yeah, I think any sort of pork product with pineapple probably works, right? Isn't that not because of the saltiness with the sweetiness? Probably just no more weird than that, is it? Yeah. So yeah. What are anchovies? Are anchovies? Are they actually? Are they little fishy things? Little salty fishy things? Yeah, they are. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually had a pizza that came with anchovies, unless it was specifically asked for. Whereas I got the impression that actually elsewhere in the world, anchovies are literally almost, that's what defines a pizza. You know, you got some sort of tomato mix, some cheese on the top, and some anchovies, and anything else beyond that is just, you know, a bonus. Toast Hawaii is common here. Bread with a slice of ham, a pineapple ring, and cheese over it. Right, that would make sense. Hawaiian pizza is quite often a ham and pizza sort of style, isn't it? Yeah, I think it works. From what I remember, it's not something. I'm not a massive fan of pineapple, to be honest, but it worked well on a pizza with some big chunky bits of ham. Yeah, it was all right. You called it Ekfi's Bar and Grill. I'm going to call mine Turnip Tommy's. You love making fettuccine Alfredo with spinach broth. Oh, that sounds amazing. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oof. Oof. Yeah. You're right, Trump. You like some chicken on yours, do you? And anchovies are fish. Now you have to come to you in the US. How have you managed to survive without mac and cheese? Yeah, I've never had macaroni and cheese, never in my entire life. I'm super. I've asked a million times about macaroni and cheese, and you know the thing that I've come to. There's one conclusion I've drawn from all the conversations, right? Is that it's a little bit like we did come up with something that was similar in the UK, and I don't mean as in what it tastes like. It sounds to me like macaroni and cheese is one of those things that I could go to one person's house and eat macaroni cheese, and another person's house and eat macaroni and cheese, and then do the unimaginable and get like a microwave macaroni and cheese, and at no point would I think, in all honesty, that I was eating the same dish. It sounds to me like mac and cheese is one of these things that families, families that grow up with this stuff, that they have their own, perfect way of making it. You know, something as simple, you know, maybe mashed potato could be something. You know, I know people that do crazy things with mashed potato. You know, some people pour butter in there and mashing sweet corn with it, and you know, there's 1,001 ways to make mashed potato. And I should imagine mac and cheese has got some base ingredients which define it as mac and cheese, but actually, one person's mac and cheese is very, very different to another's. So I've never tried it. It's not, to be honest, it's not a common thing in the UK that I know of. You know, you know, sometimes it's just about the circle of friends, you know, though, isn't it? So I'm not saying it isn't in other areas of the UK, but I've never been in a restaurant and really seen mac and cheese. But then again, you could also argue that's because I'm not looking for it because I don't really eat it. I don't know, yeah, I'd love to give it a go, but what I don't want to do is go and try mac and cheese. And what do I need? It's thistle, isn't it? I think that's why I didn't make the mushrooms. I wouldn't want to go and try a cheap supermarket-made mac and cheese because it could ruin it for me. You know, I think it needs to be someone that knows what they're doing. That make me a little bit, you know. How you doing, James? How's things? How's the old Outriders going, bruh? Are you still hitting that up? What's next on the agenda once that one's been drilled into the ground, mate? You got anything coming up? You hitting up Diablo? That's not for a while though, is it? Anything you've got you sort of peaky blinders looking at? How's the family, James? How are you all? Hope Vicky and little one are doing well. In Canada, you mostly eat KD, which is craft dinner, and that's what I grew up with. Is that a manufacturer? Is it like a packet mac and cheese or something? KD, oh, it tastes like cardboard now. Never ate mac and cheese. Yeah, I've never had it, yeah. Never eaten it. I mean, I might have done. You know, it might be one of those things, you know, I had around a mate's house, you know, or something, but it doesn't count because I don't remember it if I did. So sardines, gutted and halved, just pepper and salt, a few minutes. Oh, beautiful. I used to love sardines, Tim. Absolutely. I used to have sardines or mackerel just in tomato sauce in a tin and just eat them just straight out of the tin, mate. You know, it's a beautiful way to carry a bit of protein around with you. Yeah, gorgeous. That sounds really nice. Sardines gutted and halved, just a little bit of pepper and salt, a few minutes on a grill on toast. That sounds absolutely gorgeous, mate. I'd have a little bit of like a spicy sauce over the top, like a little bit of not sriracha. What would I add to something like that? What was that? What's that American? Tiny little bottle, super spicy hot. Well-known manufacturer. I used to have. I think Hicks told me about it. Sardines on crackers or sardines on toast with a dash of that really well-known American chili pepper dashy Tabasco. That's the one. Tabasco sauce. That's the one. Sardines and Tabasco. Oh my god! Never tried it in my life. Hicks mentioned it in one stream. I think I ate sardines for a month solid. It's probably why I've got mercury poisoning. Really? So your mother-in-law makes the most amazing macaroni cheese, puts 2 blocks of cheese in it. I need to come and pay you a visit then, Advina. You really don't want commercial mac and cheese. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. It would be a bad way to experience it, wouldn't it? So you've almost completed it. Just started at Path of Exile New League, but it isn't that great. To be honest, having a look at Enlisted. Oh, is that a new game? That's not a Path of Exile thing, is it? Enlisted? You got a link, James? Is it early access? Oh, craft, make dairy. Oh, I know what you mean. Got you. Yes, of course. I'm not a fan of dairy. I don't like soft and processed, heavily processed cheeses like that. But I suppose all cheese is heavily processed these days. Love my Tabasco with sardines. Absolutely gorgeous, mate. Yeah. I used to eat tons of tuna. John West's chili-infused tuna if I could afford it. Absolutely perfect to keep in a bag. Keep a spoon with you, or a little fork, whatever. Shovel it in your gob when you got a spare couple of minutes if you need that protein punch. Absolutely fantastic stuff, mate. But I don't eat fish either these days. And that's one area where I have got some serious doubts about. The things I've read about fish. I thought fish were beautiful. All the things I've read is I'm not even sure there is a safe place to catch a decent fish these days. I think I'd go into deep Scotland or Wales before I even thought about catching a fish, to be honest, these days. Certainly ain't catching them in any of the local lakes or anything, I tell you. Tabasco's good in everything. It is. It is. I was amazed. Yeah, a little dash of Tabasco can really just a little give a little bit of life to anything. You know, like tuna as well. Yeah, tuna and Tabasco. Little dash here. Right. Okay. So I used to have after Hicks told me I used to get the tomato sardines. So sardines in a tomato sauce, and I put them on like a basic sort of salted and peppered cracker, and just add a splash of Tabasco before you pop it in your gob. Oh, mate, absolutely fantastic. Delicious. Truly delicious. So let's have a look at what's this then. Let's have a quick look down. So this is a new game, is it? Enlisted. So it's not a Steam thing, is it not? Enlisted playing out. Oh, so I think someone mentioned this the other day. This is that world. Is this the World War II thing? Is it good, James, or? I take it it's very, very much... I mean, is it a first-person, you know, Battle Royale-style shooter? Or is it... I mean, it doesn't look like it is. Lead your squad of soldiers in large-scale... Oh, I'll keep that open. I'll have a look at that later, James. Nice one, dude. Is it more of an actual, like, strategy, stroke RPG style thing, or... Primula, what is this? Is this the Uzi cheese, the squeezy cheese, or something? An American living in the US, your cheese is not anywhere near US cheese. It would be difficult to reproduce. Yeah. I mean, I actually really like some American processed cheese on beef burgers. But back in the day, you know those like little pieces of like yellow plastic that you call cheese. I watched the manufacturing of that. Oh my lord, what a fascinating process. But I actually really like that on a burger. Really liked it. But then, of course, I started, you know, actually buying mature cheddar and putting it on, like, you know, proper beef burgers, not, you know, so something out of the supermarket frozen section. And, yeah. Oh, man, a blue cheeseburger. Nice bit of cheddar. Just a little grating of, like, something like, or crumbling of, like, say, Stilton over the top on a really nice homemade burger. Oh, Jesus, good God, mate. Right, now, do you think we've got a cart back up top? I'm thinking we probably haven't. So, or have we? No, this needs to go back. Well, I'll tell you what I might as well do then. I might as well leave the stone in here. Even though it's going to go down to the dock. We could store it in that one, couldn't we? I mean, that's the one... That's the take it all home box, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I don't eat cheese at the moment either, so I suppose it's a bit of a not gonna happen. What I might do, I might walk along here. Well, I might get that console up terrain thing up and running, and do a little console run down here to see if it makes. I don't think it's gonna make any difference here. We don't have a frame rate performance issue in the swamp, do we? Yeah, a couple of people have mentioned this, James. I think I must have missed the name, or you've been watching a little, looks like a better Battlefield. So it is PvP. It's not like a single player or co-op style squad thing, no? Your country is known for how addictive its shitty food can be. Yay, you're welcome, world. Go, America. American food just infiltrated the UK. Like it became cool. It just became really cool. Things like McDonald's and Coke and things like that. But that's the power of advertising. You know, that stuff is it's sugary. It's desirable. It makes you feel good when you're eating it. You know, massive advertising campaigns. It's no wonder, you know. No wonder. No wonder at all. How you doing, Shanes? Good morning, me old Macca. How you doing? Nice to see you. Here's some gambols in the swamp. So it's an all PvP, is it, James? It's right. It's just a couple of comments there just made me think that maybe there was a campaign element or something to it. How you doing, Shades? How's things? Are you well and fit this bright and sunny Tuesday? What's the weather there? Red Leicester. Oh, I can't stand Red Leicester. Red Leicester is pointless cheese to me. It might as well just be a boring, plain, medium cheese. I can't stand cheddar-esque cheese that isn't flavoursome and almost pungent, almost nutty. I really do not like mild or medium cheeses. I just can't eat them. I just don't like the texture. I don't like the lack of flavour. And red Leicester is just like, ugh. You know, and I'm a mega cheese lover. I actually don't like that sort of stuff. I'm not a fan of dairy or any soft cheeses. I mean, I'll eat things like brie and camembert and stuff because it actually tastes of something. But I like my mature, crumbly cheddars or my blue cheeses. You know, I do love a bit of Stilton. But I've not eaten it for so long now. But a blue cheese on a burger is gorgeous if you've never tried it. I'm sure you have if you like burgers and cheese, which is probably everyone, but yeah. A really nice homemade burger with a nice blue cheese over the top. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. You're right, Miss Nova. So, Malwin, Miss Nova, I don't know what you mean. There's crap cheese and good cheese. There's Kraft dinner and then there's a real mac and cheese. Edam. Which one's Edam? Which one's Edam? Oh, the one I do. Oh, I used to love it over the top of my spaghetti and things. Parmesan. Oh. Parmesan, real proper parmesan as well. Not that stuff that you get in a tub like a salt and pepper shaker. An actual proper block of parmesan. That stuff's not cheap either, from what I remember. A good mature crumbly cheddar. Oh yeah, and smoked cheeses, of course. Yes, I'll take smoked cheese. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Totally forgot about smoked. Yeah, smoked cheese, blue cheese, crumbly matures. Gorgeous, mate. You've not opened the blinds yet, Shades? Is that unusual for you, or am I not taking into account the time difference here? I was saying it's quite chilly here at the minute, Shades. It actually has got like a bitterness to the air. I don't know where it came from. But a proper red Leicester is nothing like that crap in the supermarket. I have a good extra mature cheddar, so different to the rubbish in the supermarket. Well, I've actually had red Leicester from Leicester, and I still don't like it. I've had Melton Mowbray pork pies as well, and yeah, they're nice, but they're certainly not the best. But yeah, everyone's good here, Grub. I'm just off to work for a couple of days with a headache. Oh no, what's up, James? What, you've not got the lurgy, have you, bro? Oh dear, man. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It's not something that everyone else is going to get off you, is it, mate? Just a bit of chill time, feet up. How is the job, James? I assume as a new job, it's extremely frantic, manic, and hectic as you learn all the ropes, I assume. But how's it going, man? I mean, you're feeling good about it. My bro, he was made redundant last year, James, and he managed to secure himself another job recently. He only lasted a couple of days, essentially. I think technically you could probably say he really lasted a day. He was horrified at what he'd been sold on paper and an interview and what the reality was. To give you some insight, he obviously had been told his shift pattern would be this. That was the job he'd applied for those working hours. And on day one, after some health and safety introduction, he was told, oh, and by the way, your shift is actually an evening shift. You know, it's unimaginable. You know, really, really awful, dude. And like you know, I said at the time, he's not a proud man. He'll do anything to put a bread and butter on the table. But he was so he just felt so let down by them. But did I get hit then? I felt that was a really good roll, man. I must have just got clipped, maybe. Maybe I. Unless our iframes have changed, in which case, let's hope not. Well, it's I'm not in the right position. Well, I'll tell you what we can do. We can turn off the old headlamp, can't we? We did find Sylvia yesterday, didn't we? In fact, didn't we find a double node? Right now, you just like to go back into the duvet and sleep for a few days. Might have to tomorrow. What, you're not feeling well, Shades? Or oh, mate. I'd bring you a nice, what would you like, Shades? I'd bring you a nice cup of coffee, mate. A nice cup of coffee and a little snack. Or what about a nice slice? Ooh, sardines on toast. Sardines on toast. I'm actually quite tempted myself at the moment. That sounds really nice. I used to love that with the Tabasco. The Tabasco trickle. You don't like any kind of cheese? Really wicked. Yeah, to be honest, cheese is weird. I mean, if you actually think what cheese is, you know, the thing is, there is something in the cheese that makes our brains extremely happy little little synapses, isn't it? Parmesan on a bottle. Oh, it's so good. Beautiful spaghetti bolognese sitting there. And just half a block of Parmesan over the top, mate. If you can afford it. I think it's just stress from work. I mean, are you enjoying it, James? I mean, you know, I know you were super excited. It was a really good opportunity for you. I mean, is it just because it's, you know, it's a challenging and taxing job? Gotta find your feet. You know, it's always difficult. You know, the first couple of months and something new, innit? Hawaiian pizza was actually invented by a Canadian. Is it really? And what defines an Hawaiian pizza? Is it essentially some sort of ham product with pineapple? That is it's adequate to call it in Hawaiian, is it? Oh, nice one, Cola. Oh, I've not seen that head yet. Think it's nerves about. Oh, really, Shades? Is that today? Oh my god, I thought it was tomorrow, Shades. Is it today your vaccine? Oh, mate. I know Simpsy was really anxious about hers as well. Yeah. Well, look, Shades, best of luck, my friend. Sorry, Shades, I actually thought that was tomorrow. For some reason, I got it in my head it was on Wednesday for some stupid reason. Like I said, it seems, I think I've already, like, God, yeah, I really panicked then. I was thinking it's bin day, but it's not. It is sort of bin day, but they don't get picked up till tomorrow. So Hawaiian is actually, oh, really? Oh, it has to be, so, oh my God, oh no! Bad, 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 bad. Oh, I was literally just scratching my chinny chin as that attack, man. I actually forgot. For some reason, I lulled myself into that kind of sense of being okay until we get to the top. I completely forgot where we were for a moment. I was just having a little scratch on the old chinny chin. In fact, I'm not quite finished the scratch yet. It's a good job, just a lot to take in. We have essentially squashed 6 months' worth of training into 2 months, and now the old team have left. And we're now running the show. It's just really busy. Damn, dude. Damn. Sounds hardcore, man. Sounds proper hardcore, James. Well, I hope you're feeling better, my friend. Oh, yeah. Hopefully a couple of days rest and chillaxing a bit around the house. What's the weather like there, James? Put your feet up out in the garden. Get yourself a nice cold beer, mate. You had your vaccine yesterday. Very quick, well organised, super friendly people doing it all. Yeah, over here, some of the camps things I've set up are brilliant. So it was that. So actually, it was invented by a Greek immigrant in Toronto. He wanted to capitalise on the Hawaiians craze that happened around then, and it has to be pineapple and ham. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. Can I put a link up? It depends what the link's for. If it's for your Instagram penis pictures, then no, you absolutely can't, sir. But feel free to send them to me. Depends on what it is, bro. What's the link all about? And thank you for taking the time out to ask if it's okay to post the link. That's very good of you, Serenity. And also, good morning would have been a good way to start the conversation, mate. Yeah, just let me know what it is, bro. I'm about to go into the bone mass battle for the first time solo. I know to bring the mate some frost arrows. Any further tips? If you're taking frost arrows to bone mass, he'll be dead in seconds. I'd almost argue that probably is just almost murderously terrible if you've got a good bow skill. But yeah, mace, no problem. I mean, if you want me to tell you, apparently there's a lot of ads. I didn't get that though, because of, you know, weirdly, and whether or not it happens the next time we fight him, who knows? Might have been a glitch for all we know, as opposed to the bonfires. But I think some people theory crafted the bonfires were stopping the spawns or something. But yeah, it's a really easy fight. Outside, you know, if you haven't got the spawns, it's really a case of just not getting greedy. Is what I found. I found that it's got a couple of really obvious tells, and you roll out, roll in. You can get 3 strikes in ever so easy. You can actually get 6 in, I think, if you time it right. But I think the thing with Bowmass is slow and consistent. I think the most dangerous thing about Bowmass for me would be the terrain you're fighting him on. So in other words, if you've got a lot of swamp water around him that's going to, you know, muck your stamina up, And you know, make sure you've cleared any leeches out of the area if that's the case. Or flatten the ground around him. You'll probably have a pretty good time of it. But I can't really comment too much because I didn't have the ads, and I'm not sure like what the ads are. I don't know whether it's skeletons, drog, blobs, you know, whatever else, leeches. I just don't know. I didn't design. I went for a battleground. I thought after the second boss, I noticed that he kind of wandered off a little bit. The elder, I actually lost sight of him in the tree line. It's like he meandered around a bit, so I thought I'd try and create like a cage fight for Bone Mass. So I put a really simple wall around him. It was like a battle arena around the skull, like a big MMA fighting ring, maybe if we ever finish it. And weirdly, yeah, I didn't get the ads, so. But yeah, the mace is super easy, man. The mace. I did like about 20% of his health with arrows. Like literally normal wooden arrows and some fire arrows. You can imagine how little damage they were doing. Frost arrows apparently are really good against him. I think someone said they used like 40 arrows and he died. I used like 200 and did 20% of his damage. Or his health, and then I was doing like from like 1s, 2s and 5s damage to like over 80 and 126 I think on one strike with the third overhead swing of the mace. So yeah, so it sounds like you've got everything you need to hit him, to be honest, Jack Frost. Good luck, man. Let us know how it goes. Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah, of course you can, Serenity. Don't if it's gaming related, you got no problems, man. So what's this about then? Dying Light. Rust comes to Dying Light. Check out our crossover event and a free DLC we created. Oh, is this for the existing Dying? Oh, I thought it was going to be something about Dying Light 2. So what exactly is it then? The event's Dying Light crossed with Rust. The event's just started on PC and it will last until April the 26th. On consoles, both the crossover event and the Rust DLC will appear mid-May. All I'm seeing is people with buckets on their head. What exactly is it, mate? What's the mode, if you like? You're right, Max. The main artist from the interview, which I fully watched now. Oh, is this the one you linked in Discord? I've still not watched that, you know. Said that he found the bosses were too easy. Yes, I've heard that. Yeah, we had a long conversation about this, didn't we? About how they're going to make them more difficult. Yeah. Even with the point, it's not too bad as it seems. I suppose it's like any boss. Once you know the tells and you know. Yeah, I should imagine this guy. It's never going to be like a super complicated one, is it? Can you link your sex tape? Yeah. Private DM. You're right, Beardo. I had bonfires, but I still got 1 to 4 slimes each time you threw a ball. Ah, interesting then. Yeah, I mean, we actually saw the balls hit the ground, didn't we? And they just vanished. Yeah, I thought they were just because I didn't know until after the fight, and I saw what he was saying in chat. I just assumed he had like a spit attack on top of like the AOE. Like poison mist and his left and right swing. Yeah, I can read that, Serenity, but what does it mean? A Rust Dying Light crossover event? It means nothing. Nothing. I don't know what defines Rust and Dying Light as a crossover. What does it mean? The stories are so varying though. I've heard people say the battle is really hard or it takes 120 arrows. So don't use arrows, man. Seriously, Jack Frost. Unless you're actually trying to get your archery skill up, which is what I was trying to do. There really is no reason to use arrows, mate. The mace does so much more damage. Just take a good shield. I had the God, excuse me, guys. I had the serpent shield, and his left and right hand crunches I could 100% block. But to be honest, I just rolled out of the way of them. In fact, I stayed my distance until I knew whether he was going to do a poison attack or a melee attack. Yeah, if it was a melee attack, I'd roll in towards him, and if it was the poison attack, I'd roll away and pew him full of arrows for a bit. But yeah, it's honestly, it's really not. It's not a complex fight. I think if you've got the right gear, the right armor, yeah, nothing to worry about. Where? Seriously, where is that silver node from yesterday? Because I can't see it on the map, guys. Is it these ones? Wow, you know, I honestly thought it was down there. Wow, it goes to show, doesn't it? You know what? I shouldn't have bothered bringing Wishbone, should I? I should have left Wishbone. I didn't need it. The buckets of the zombies. Buckets of the zombies. Right. So You might know till I play it. Want me to have a bit of a poke around? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, what does it mean by rust meets dying light? I mean, is it? Yeah, is it what? I can't. I mean, does that mean it's an open world crafting survival PvP game? Or I don't really know what defines rust to see it have a crossover with dying light. But instead of talking about dying light, they should be fucking telling us about dying light too. So quite frankly, I couldn't give a fuck. It's a bit annoying actually, thinking that maybe this is. No, it's got to be another node, isn't it? Still not working, Miss Nordic. Oh my god. I honestly don't know how to do it then. I don't know what the problem is. I just do not understand it. There is just no reason why that should not be working. I'm gonna get in touch with you later if I can, Miss Nordic. Let me just double see if I can trigger it. Oh, let me just check. Ah, what? Oh, something just popped into my head. Hang on one sec. Oh no, it's all enabled because we tested it yesterday, didn't we? Everyone else's is working. We're not sure if it... Just try it now, Miss Nordic. Just give it another bash. Because obviously we know I can trigger it because we did it yesterday, didn't we? Just have a quick bash there. I wonder if the command profile's freaking out because of the gold sub prerequisite.
A very warm welcome
there you
to
go.
Gold Sub Des.
No, shit. That's Des. God damn it, Des. No, so that didn't work either. God damn it. Everything's exactly how it should be. Your name is spelt right. You know, it's an underscore. You don't do an underscore in the command, Miss Nordic, which you've done. So you've done underscore and non-underscore. God damn it, Des. I thought I thought it was working for a minute then. Yeah, honestly, there's just no reason why that shouldn't work. Everything is absolutely picture perfect. I thought I'd figure... What I thought was on the chain command, if I change it to all viewers, it might work, but no, it's definitely Miss Nordic on that. Let me have a quick look on that. Yeah, there's just no reason why that shouldn't work, mate. But the thing is, I swear we've had people, honestly, I swear we've had people that have got underscores on their names. And there's no reason why the bot wouldn't have it anyway. It just doesn't make sense. Let me have a quick look. How do we do?
A very warm welcome to Gold Sub Miss Nordic. Just remember not to toss a coin to her witcher. Loy loyly. Turnip.
It works for me, Miss Nordic. You're the most interactive of all our gold subs now, you see. Des, how you doing, man? How's the pictures and how's work going, man? You okay? And thank you very, very much for the gifted sub going out to James, who is now sitting on a glorious 36 months, 3-year sub badge today, James. Thank you very much for all the support, and thank you very, very much, Des. Oh, whoa, hang on. 6 months of tier 1. Holy shit, can you even do that? Is that a thing? Is that actually a thing? How does that work, bro? It says the Des 08 has gifted 6 months of tier 1 to James. Holy balls. Thank you very much indeed. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's amazing. Let's not ask about work. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much indeed. That's extremely kind of you. Wow. That's mad. Jesus. I think I saw that along. Oh my god. This is actually going to go underneath another silver node. Isn't that amazing? Look at this. Check this out. Thank you very much, Des. And GZ, James. God, blimey, you're fully booked now, mate. Let me, oh, come back here, you bugger. Oh, come on. That second shot was a winner, and you know it, bro. What time have you got to go later on then, Shade? So, I mean, are you nervous because of, you know, the possible implications or possible even side effects of it, Shades, you know? I mean, or is it, yeah, I know Simpsy was, you know, just the thought of going out there, as she said in chat, was, you know, extremely worrying for her. I mean, is it a bit of both for you, Shades, or? Yeah, Jeezy on the 3 years. Jeezy on the 3 years, James. Thank you. Thank you very much, bro. Lovely to see you as well, man. Yeah, we are. We're silver on silver, aren't we? Take care, Totemastic. Lovely to see you, my friend. You have a wonderful day, and thank you for joining us. I know bad times and things for you, mate, but thanks for at least popping in, man. I really appreciate it. That's very cool of you, mate. Have a wonderful day, Totemastic. Can't put up with it for another 6 months. Well, you never know, James. There's a lot happening in my life now. You might be the last sub at that right now. The last sub standing, bro. Time's getting complicated, James. Thank you very much, Des. Thank you. We shall not speak of work. You know what, Miss Nordic? It's the way we like to keep it, Miss Nordic. I'd love. I'm going to be a man on a mission now, trying to figure out why your command doesn't work. You know, I even did. I even copy pasted, and it's actually Hicks's. I can't remember. I think it's because Hicks's was originally Chicks, so obviously it's one of the first ones that came up in the list. You see, so I even copy pasted his exact command parameters. I kind of hoped that would fix it, even though, from what I could tell, there was no difference. But obviously, other than the name. But your name isn't anything strange that I'm not picking up. It's not like a really clever use of some sort of like leet speak, is it, Miss Nordic? Like, it is just MISS_NORDIC. It's not like an O for Nordic, is it? Or as opposed to replaced with a 0 or something like that, no? MISS_NORDIC, yeah? Nothing more untoward than that. Yeah, just that. Yeah, just a simple. I wonder. See, I swear we've had underscore commands. In fact, I know we've had underscore commands. So. No. Thank you very much, Totemastic. I appreciate you taking, you know, what little time you can slip in here to join us, mate. Have a wonderful one, man. You take care. You're not sure what it is, to be honest. It almost feels like the emotional 3 days after giving birth. Oh my god. I'm sure you know how that feels being a man. Yeah, I often, you know, to think back to the, you know, the post-birth, yeah, you know, post-natal stuff that I've been through. Yeah, it's... I've got a great deal of empathy there. I can really, yeah, it really resonates with me, that Shades. Yeah. Thanks for explaining, mate. I hope it goes well for you. Whatever the case may be, mate, I do wish you all the absolute best. You'll have to let us know how you're feeling later. MISS_Nord. Yeah, I mean, how complicated is it, bloody stupid Grumbot? What a knob. He's just being a dick, Miss Nordic. You're just too cool for the bot, that's what it is, mate. Miss Nordic is just too cool for Grumbot. He can't handle it. He can't handle your awesome. You're right, Permarine. Sorry, mate. Have I missed you, dude? I'm so sorry if I've missed you. I'm still not good. Home from work today. The employer wants me to take a COVID test. Hope it's negative, but if it's positive, I at least know what's going on. So you still... Because you were saying you've got, like, stomach ache and things, haven't you, Permarine? How are you feeling today, then? Is it still the same symptoms, or... I mean, I suppose in this day and age, you've only got to have, you know, you could have anything, couldn't you? And your employer's going to think, well, better to get it tested than not. And to be fair, you know, to be fair, you know, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It's amazing now what the variation on symptoms with COVID has been, you know, with different people, innit? Or even people that have got full-blown COVID and shown no symptoms. So, you know. I hope all is well, whatever it is, Perman. Best of luck, mate, and let us know how you get on, mate. Have you got to go out to get the test, or can you get one of these lateral flow things delivered to you? What's that, Jabosha? What's that glowing up on the hill? What over there is there's an egg. I've got a nest, a dragon nest over. Have you tried your home base with the new terraforming update? I have, Susan. Not a massive difference, my end, dude. To be fair, no real difference in frame rate, but I might. It might be one of those cases where, you know, I stopped terraforming in time. You see, so. You know, I don't have any frame rate issues with the game anywhere apart from the main camp. It doesn't seem to have changed a great deal. So, maybe there's just more optimization needed. Because it's not the biggest of camps. But, you know, I can still hold a pretty stable 60 plus FPS over there. But, yeah. It seems to have fixed some of the areas where... On the periphery of the camp, though, Ceasin, where I had some... You remember that area? I don't know if you saw it along the coastline. So if you can imagine, my main camp is here. I don't know if you ever saw me show, folks. If you imagine, my camp is pretty big. You know, there's my bed and my dock is down here. So, you know, my area here, this whole area is pretty much landscaped, terraformed. Over here, I've got a little bit. It was probably no bigger than that. And that little bit, no bigger than that, has worse performance than my entire bit. And literally all it is flattened ground. And it wasn't like it was a mountain that I flattened. It was literally pretty flat already. That's why I chose the bloody place to start with. That area there, completely worse. No shadow of a doubt. Terrible performance, hitching, bad frame rate in comparison to my main base. It seems to have fixed that area. So absolutely 100%, no doubt about it. Whatever they've done, terraforming, much better impact on my seed. In terms of performance impact. The problem is my main base, there must be something else there that is just pushing it, and it might just be, you know, there's a lot of log beams and roofing and paneling underneath it, and maybe it's, you know, that's just the engine. My CPU's not getting stressed on any individual core. The GPU's not getting particularly heavily hit. No real performance difference between lower and higher settings. Not massive difference between resolutions from 1080 to 1440. So, I don't know, mate. It's kind of a tricky one for me, really. I just don't know. Just don't know. So is it 4 PM UK time and Missy will go with me? Not really afraid of the shot and normally not afraid of going for things like that. So that's an interesting shades. I wonder what... You'd take good care of her, make sure she gets home safe and all that. I know it's scary when we let Shades out in the real world. Yeah, I'll get the aluminium foil out, wrap myself up while she's out and about, mate. Well, I'm glad you're going with Missy. That'll be nice. I mean, that'll be a nice day out, right? Get a nice coffee on the way home. I wish you the best, Shades. I really do. I hope it all goes well for you. I hope you don't feel too bad over the next couple of days as well. I don't know how Simps is. Hopefully she's feeling a lot better. You alright, Head Eager? How you doing, mate? How's things? You have to do twice weekly COVID tests for the past year. Is that with the home tests, is it all? Did it fix the brown test bot? Yeah, that's the bit I'm on about, yeah. Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah. You're right, Shady. We always start at 8:15. As a point of reference, it's 10:15. So we've been live for 2 hours at the minute, mate. You got the COVID test delivered to me, and they gave me 7 of them for free. I think they are free, aren't they? From the NHS, if you request them. I think, anyway. Take care, Parallel. You look after yourself, bro. Thanks for joining us. Sweet dreams, me mucker. Have a good rest. You right, K-Vip? Do you think so, Prixer? I really hope so, man. I really hope so. I was kind of not expecting it for a while yet, but that's because I didn't want to set myself up for any false hope, I suppose, more than anything. But yeah, fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. Right, let's get ourselves our first batch of silver then, or second batch of silver. Yeah, I do hope it goes well, Shones. We're actually getting any silver? We are, aren't we? You're almost sure you poked your brain on that last COVID test and got a minging headache. Where's the paracetamol? You be careful how deep you're shoving it up there. Let us know about that dying light, mate. Interesting to see what even if I don't play, I want to know what they mean by a mix of rust and dying light. You're going to a test station every Sunday, are you, Head Eager? And I'm getting tested at your college Thursdays and Tuesdays. What? So what? Are you having 3 tests a week? You did your first one yesterday, James. All I can say is my gag reflex is on point. I think it's one of the worst things about this, isn't it? Oh my god! I think people would rather have blood drawn than the horror stories I've heard. You got any plans for a couple of days off, James? I mean, I know you know you are on the sick because you're legitimately not well. Have you got anything you know? How's it all going over there, man? House all looking lovely. You've been in there a little while now, haven't you, mate? You've been getting regular COVID tests, but the doctor is sticking a finger in my bum. That isn't normal. It sounds normal for you, Des. You're actually going back to work tomorrow regardless, working from home. Do you actually have to go in at all, James? I mean, is it going to be a working from home job, end of story? Or, I mean, or do you have to have some days in the office if you're not? Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Pricks, I didn't think about that. I suppose this was the big one, wasn't it? The terrain stuff was really affecting folks. What I need to do now we've got this. I mean, I'm running the graphical parameter change in the config file, which was recommended by just about everybody and anybody that was running the game for some performance benefits. I also run it with the Vulkan API. I also run it with Valheim running as a high priority task in Windows, and I also use the full screen borderless sort of change. But I should have marked the damn cart, shouldn't I? I actually have no idea where the cart is from here. Is it not down? It's not down there, is it? It's up here, I think, because there's the other silver now. Yeah, that's a pain. I think it's just over the ridge here, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's it. So it is. It's the... I should probably mark this. So yeah, what I might do, I might just completely reinstall the game, delete it fully, reinstall it, and just try it as a vanilla game with the new fix, just to see if anything's changed. Because some of the fixes I've got currently implemented might actually not be good, you know, for what it is right now. So if I mark this, I probably do want to... We'll mark it as a little... I think we'll mark that as camp. Why is that over there? That is... Let me get rid of that, don't we? And I want to travel back to that there, which is straight over that way. No, not at all, Prixers. No. It's just another API. It's very dependent on just hardware and driver level implementation. So no, it's open source essentially. So no, it's not just for AMD processors or GPUs, CPUs, and things. It actually did run better on mine than DX12, but that, like I said, the thing is, who knows what overlapping factors I've got. See, with I noticed no necessarily improved top end frame rate with Vulkan. So in other words, it didn't improve my top end, but what it did was it seemed to smooth out the worst of the bottom end. So for example, with DirectX 12, you know, let's just say, you know, I'd see on average, you know, in a particular meadow zone for testing, say 100 FPS. But we'd dip, say, down to, say, 80 here and there on occasion, you know, on a 2-minute walk. I just noticed Vulcan tend to sort of like level it out. You know, it might only drop round to sort of like the 90s or something. So not something that's going to manifest itself on the stream as something you guys can see running at a 60 FPS encode. But so I kind of left it. You know, it didn't improve anything worthy of me worrying about which one. The thing is, I think the only time I've ever had a crash to desktop. And I can't remember if it's happened once or twice, but you bear in mind we're literally hundreds and hundreds of hours into the game. So 2 crashes to a desktop, it's not exactly... and I was doing a lot of alt-tabbing and fanning about back then as well. But that I'm sure that only happened with DirectX. I don't think I've ever had a crash running Vulkan. Not that I can remember. Well, so again, whether or not, you know, for my hardware, it's just a little bit more of a stable API, I'm not sure. I have Future, yes. I've used the Opterrain at the main camp, yeah. It's made a difference in areas where I had anomalous terrain, deformation, performance impact. It hasn't made a huge difference at the main base, though. And the main base still kind of... I haven't got a lot of leg room over there at 1440p to bounce her up. And like I said, it doesn't seem to be hardware limited because CPU and GPU don't seem to be struggling at that resolution, really. You curled upon your bed. You don't want a human today. So did it all go well yesterday, Vino? I didn't want to push you until you were all snuggled up, mate. And what's the? Did it take it out of you a little bit yesterday, mate? Did you? Hopefully everyone behaved themselves and you all had a bit of fun, did you? Mountain's cool. Yeah, I really like the mountain. All the biomes have been brilliant, Shay. Honestly, really just beautiful places. A bacon sandwich in the microwave? What? You don't cook bacon in a microwave? What are you doing, Serenity? What's going on over there, bro? Bacon in a microwave? That can't be a thing. Surely not. Nothing's doing last night. Oh, mate. I need to bring you and Shades a nice big cup of coffee and a little treat. What would you have? What would you have if I could bring you a little treat right now, Advina? Do you like... they do those really nice chocolate-filled croissants at Tesco. I could bring you one of them. What about that? With a nice fresh coffee. I think they do a Starbucks in Tesco's as well, don't they? You can cook bacon in them. Can you really? I didn't... You know what? I didn't know that. Doesn't that make it a bit... I don't know. Does it cook it nice? I mean, I'm not currently eating bacon, but I never thought of trying to cook bacon in a microwave. I always thought of it as something I'd grill. Or just put in a pan with the lightest drop of oil or something. You know, I don't really use oil in my cooking, but... That's interesting. I mean, mate, I mean, sometimes people start things off in a microwave, don't they? So, you know, put your bacon in the microwave, partly cook it, and then throw it in a pan, perhaps. Is there some secret I don't know about here? The exploding microwave egg. I will never... I used to... I'll tell you what is nice. I'm not a fan of it because of the way I do my scrambled eggs for other reasons and what I mix in with it. But I'll tell you what, if you want a really fluffy scrambled egg, microwave scrambled eggs is pretty damn cool. It's very different to a normal pot, you know, sort of stirred scrambled eggs. Very, very light, very, very fluffy. I've done that a few times when, you know, I've not had a saucepan or a pot, but there's a microwave kicking about. You actually bake your bacon, do you? I don't think I've ever baked bacon. Legit. Well, I suppose I have if you include sausages in blankets. So I have done things like, you know, chicken wrapped in bacon, but I've never done like baked bacon for a sandwich, if you know. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Serenity, about if you don't have a cooker at work. Yeah, because that's how I used to do the scrambled eggs, you see, mate. Yeah, they used to have a toaster and a microwave, so I can actually have scrambled eggs on toast. I thought it was the weirdest thing the first time I did it. But it was actually very nice, dude. Yeah. You can scramble eggs. You can. They're really nice, Serenity. Yeah. Like I said, not what I'd do if I had an option. Because I like to throw a few other things in there and it all kind of sinks to the bottom in the microwave version. But yeah. You're right, Sudden Panda. What was that, Sun Panda? Sorry, did I miss bacon in a frying pan or under a grill? Yeah. Next people will microwave tea. I'm pretty sure that's a thing in America, isn't it? Just read about Vulcan on the website. Seems like a video of spearheading replacement for DirectX. Yeah, it's you know, sometimes the way I see it, right? Pricks, always give it a bash, mate. Find yourself a good test area so you're not throwing any anomalies in there. You know, if it's a role-playing game that's got a Vulcan API switch, versus say DirectX, or I mean, you've got all sorts of these, you know, obviously OpenGL and Godland as well. But you know, if you've got a choice between whatever, you know, particularly DirectX and Vulcan, give it a bash, mate. It's you never know. And the thing is, also check it when there's a driver update as well. You never know. I've had some terrible NVIDIA drivers over the years. I've had to roll back. You know, sometimes the latest all singing and dancing is not necessarily the greatest even for new games, let alone old games. Always worth checking it. Take care, Des. Take care. Sleep well. I vote for fan, to be honest, mate. I'd say fan. And sweet dreams, man. Sweet dreams. Rest well. And thank you very much. Thank you ever so much, Des. That was very kind of you. We'll get a shout out to Captain Freezy, Parallel Penguins, Wrexham, and Sun Panda. Thank you for the follows as well. There was some American who thought microwaving tea was the thing. A YouTube video. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know. It's like Serenity says. Sometimes you got no choice, right? It's a case of like tea or no tea. Well, see, the thing is, what you could do, you could just get a mug of water, right? Put it in the microwave so the water's boiled, and then put your tea, dunk your tea bag in it. There's no difference between having that and boiled water, really, when you think about it, isn't there? No difference at all. Just boiling water. As long as you haven't got bits of sweet corn and bacon fat dripping down into your tea from the top of the microwave you've not cleaned for 6.5 years, then you should be alright, shouldn't you? And to be honest, I bet some modern day microwaves, right, literally boil water for a single cup, possibly more efficiently and possibly faster than a kettle. And especially in the UK, I don't know if this is a thing in America, I assume it is, because it's just about, I suppose, limestone and stuff, isn't it? But lime scale. So some areas of the UK are absolute nightmare fuel for lime scale. So on, you know, fairly old style, oh gosh, fairly old style kettles with filaments and things, you can actually end up being incredibly costly just to boil a kettle. And I know for a fact in this house, because the girlfriend boils the kettle quite a lot for her tea, she normally fills up the kettle about half full and boils it and has 1 cup of tea. And then she boils it again later and has another cup of tea. And possibly even a 3rd cup later on. So she's actually boiled 3 cups of water, then 2 cups of water, and then 1 cup of water for 3 cups of tea. So, you know, and again, I know some of these American, and I'm sure UK as well, kitchens. I should imagine some of the microwaves out there are like nuclear reactor style powered, aren't they? I think mine's actually, you know, like on the back of packets, you always get like microwave ratings, like I don't know, like if it's a 750 watt, is it? Then it's like 4 minutes, but it's an 850 watt, it's only like 3 minutes. Mine's actually under whatever all the microwaves have. so mine is like an underpowered microwave. They probably don't even make them anymore. So like if, for example, on the back of the packet it says 750, mine is whatever is below that, like a 650. It's terrible. It almost looks like a sort of like kiddie's microwave, my microwave. So they're both at school or nursery at the minute, and you've got 2 hours until I have to go get the wee one. Oh, think of the adventures you could have in the house all alone, Advina. I reckon a little swig of rum. A dash of rum in the coffee, Advina. Go dance in the garden. Be as one with nature for 2 hours. You got to sober up though. Can't turn up at the nursery with rum on your breath. Yeah, so something like, yeah, so you've got a 900 watt. I'm pretty sure it's like either 750 or 850 on the back of most things in the UK. So it's fairly standardised, isn't it? I wouldn't say the reason why Americans do not use kettles is because it takes ages at 110 volts. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do they not run on 240 volt? I don't know. I mean, Des would be the perfect man to answer all this, wouldn't he? We'll have to ask him if we see him tomorrow. I heard the radioactive leak from microwaves are real good. Yeah. Most in the US are actually 1100 watts. Are they really? See, super powered then. Tap water hot until you see warm water vapor fill the cup. Tap water? What's that? Tap water hot until you see warm water vapor and then fill the cup. No, ever would what? You'd use hot water from a tap to make tea? Are you insane? Are you mad? That I must have misinterpreted that. Surely to God, that cannot be a thing. I use a kettle if I have more time. I mean, we'd always use a kettle, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if if it's not easier, faster, and simpler to boil a bit of water in a microwave these days. I suppose it's just not something I do anyway because I don't make my coffee like that. So, we got the egg yesterday, didn't we? So we need to take this back down then. Tap water's safe in the UK as well, but I wouldn't be drinking anything out of the hot water tap. Let me tell you that for a fact. Yeah. We use a kettle all the time at your house, and it takes about 3 minutes to boil the water. That sounds like a hell of a long time, 3 minutes. But I suppose it depends on how much you're boiling, right? I'm pretty sure ours don't take 3 minutes, and ours is literally like the cheapest of the cheap Argos. I think our kettle was like about £6.50, mate. And that thing don't take 3 minutes. Oh, what the? No way. I did not realise that was so busted up. Wow, Jesus balls. Well, that's a turn up for the books. God, just completely exploded. It's like, hang on a minute, what the hell's going on here, bruh? A full pot takes 6 minutes to boil the kettle. Oh, I'd be going mad. Presumably that's for that's for like a full kettle though, right? 6 minutes. Jesus, that's a long time, mate. That seems like a long time. That's madness, man. Right, Commander has a point. Makes coffee a little more instant. What? Why? What? Why would you want? Can't drink boiling water anyway. At no point would you be using water from the hot water tap for making coffee, like ever. It has to be like one of the most expensive ways to heat water I could possibly think of. You would have to be batshit crazy to do that. I mean, combi boiler or I mean, would you even want to drink water out of a hot water tank? Because I fucking wouldn't. Not on your Nelly, mate. Not on your Nelly. Combi boiler, perhaps. I suppose I can sort of possibly see some madness behind it, but that has to be the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that didn't work out too well, that cart, did it? I'm going to go back to repair my... I think we can... I don't think we can repair, can we? In fact, when we come back with a longboat, we need to bring back whatever we need to upgrade the forge to level 2. Because I actually can't repair my... I can't repair my pickaxe, can I, on the forge? Not going to happen. Because we need a tier 2. And I think it needed like quite a lot of bronze or something to get... there was like one thing we could make that would upgrade the forge quite cheaply, wasn't there? I honestly can't think what it was. Oh, careful. Water is not water, Jan. Water is not water at all, mate. Not even in the slightest, dude. The stuff sitting in a hot water tank is not the same as stuff that comes blasting out of the mains, dude. Water is not water. not at all, mate. Not at all. And especially if you're not going to boil it. If you're actually making tea out of water that's come from a hot water tank, that does not sound good to me, mate. That does not sound good at all. You've got a boiling water tap. There's a special unit under the sink that heats a 5-litre boiling water almost instantly. Yeah, we get those in some, like, offices, don't we? I know I've seen them. So, yeah, like, oh my gosh! Yeah, things like Legionella and stuff. You know, you've just got, you know, you start pouring water out of a hot water tap and it's been sitting there for a bit. You know, over the weekend, if you're walking into an office, and screw that for a game of soldiers, mate. God, I've got this horrible tickle in my throat. Really annoying me. Tea needs to be boiled and brew microwaves. Heaters, they are not real tea. You take tea seriously, you funk. Some people think it's fine to use hot water to cook. Nope, not if you understand cooking and hot water heaters. I use, I never use any hot, I used a hot water tap only, and I've only ever used a hot water tap for things like washing up, or cleaning something. I would never add water from the hot water tap even into a kettle to boil it. I would just never do it. Well, we've got a hot water tank in this house, so. Absolutely, definitely 100% without any of the shadow of a doubt. Never happening. Have I gone the wrong way? I think I have, haven't I? I never actually quite finished the road off, did I? It actually comes through here. Now, well, I've got to go home anyway. So shall we take... We might as well take the silver down and bring the cart back then, yeah? And then go and get the rest of the silver. We seem to be doing alright, actually. The travelling's not been unsafe, has it? I don't think we have anything to... Ah, we do. We've got a little bit to take home. It's got nothing to do with eating it, mate. It's not about 70 degrees being safe. Would you want to drink river water that's only been heated to 70 degrees? Because I fucking wouldn't. I also have no idea what general gunk and impurities are sitting in a hot water tank that hasn't been cleaned probably since it was installed. It's not the kind of thing you can clamber in and clean out, is it? and don't you live in an apartment block style thing rather than your own individual house with your own boiler and thing as well, Jan? Real people drink coffee, dark coffee. I do like my coffee, I must admit. I had oh my god, what was it yesterday? I had a Dow Eggbutts instant coffee last night. That was an experience. That was an experience. At one point, I wasn't sure whether it was like, ooh, that actually tastes quite nice. And then I thought, or is it just because it tastes different? You had to use hot water from a WC to make instant coffee. It was emergency and I was a student. I didn't take this, Nordic. Was it alright? Did it taste lovely? Were you violently ill afterwards? Why are we now going into the mountains? Do you live in the mountains, do you, Jan? I mean, talk about straw man argument at this point in conversation, right? I mean, would you honestly want to go into the mountains and drink from a water stream anywhere? What literally just down water from where the bears just had a giant fucking dump, mate. There's the fallacy that the water in the mountains is pure and clear. It's out in nature, mate. There's all sorts of shit swimming around in it. You know, like fish. And all the piss from all the animals and all the stuff that drips out of the trees. Yeah. Oh, no. Mountain water is pure as a spring, mate. Just drink it straight now. Yeah, see how long you last before you get dysentery up there, mate. It tastes as bad as it... I can only imagine, Miss Nordic. I bet... I can't even imagine, like the heat would be adequate to, like, infuse the tea, would it? Yeah. The water in your house went foul-smelling one time after a week into the attic to check the water tank. 2 dead pigeons. Exactly, Grant. That's why I would never, ever, ever drink out of the... unless it's mains-driven. Forget it, bro. Not happening, man. I mean, why? I mean, why? You're literally just risking it for a biscuit, ain't you? You know? What's Norway Mountains in any direction got to do with drinking bear-infused water? Bear-fused poop water? It's not like Norway's got clean water because they don't have bear shit or anything, is it? You know what I mean? or fish shit. What? It's like saying your shit don't stink, Jan. It's incomprehensible, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you should ever just drink water straight out of... I mean, obviously, if you're dying, you got no choice in it. I mean, it's that or dying from dehydration, yeah. But I think we live in a world where none of us are really... I mean, how many people in chat got up this morning and went and got a drink of water out of the river? I bet not a lot of you, mate. Well, I could get it out of the fucking tap, mate, or I could just, stroll down the canal. Just fish it out with a fucking shopping trolley, you know what I mean? Jesus. Yeah, we're not talking about tap water. I don't know, why are we suddenly talking about, like, how great tap water is in Norway and Scandinavia? I can assure you the tap water in England is perfectly alright as well. Like, literally, we drink it straight out of the tap. I'm sure a lot of countries do. I'm thirsty while tired for a trek. Yeah, I just going, oh, look, there's a salmon having a crap. Oh, all that fish is shagging another fish. Oh, I'll drink a bit of that. I've seen fish poo in my aquarium when I used to have one. I ain't drinking that shit, mate. Nice bit of brummy canal water. Oh, lovely jubbly. You'd literally be fishing the pigeons direct out of that, wouldn't you? And see, there's the weird thing, Bill. See, some people say that hard water is the preferred water, isn't it? That's kind of a subjective thing. See, a lot of people will say that actually that's the benefit of hard water, is that they actually prefer it in its pure form as a hard drink. As a hard water drink. But the payoff is obviously the lime scale. So, so some people don't like the taste of water in a soft water area, if you like. So I think that's a subjective thing, isn't it? I think most people say that they prefer hard water, from my understanding, having had this conversation before. You use your creek water to flush out toilets when power out. Yeah, exactly. Christ, you see the shit they pour into rivers? The things that you've got to bear in mind as well. Who was in chat the other day? I think it was SCR, wasn't it? SCR knows some of the stuff that is backhand poured into rivers without you knowing about it. Low scale, couple of quid to the farmer. Drop it in the river out the back or spray it on the fields. Jesus, man. This coffee tastes nice, James. Oh, what's this in it? That's a bit of mountain bike tire, that is, mate. Yeah, it adds to the flavour, don't you think? You said like it's hard water, probably because we were on vacation. If you've had it, yeah. And what's an RO? What's RO? RO means something, does it? Or yeah, I think you find most bottled waters that the whole point is that, they filter through volcanoes, don't they? Down through the volcanoes and the igneous rocks, all lovely jubbly, and then through the limestone, and it's all beautiful and full of minerals and lovely jubbly goodness. It's all actually comes out of a hose pipe in Birmingham. There was a what was that thing in Only Fools and Horses? Remember when the Trotters had what was the spring water called? Was it Peckham Springs? Peckham Spring Water. Fucking class. I died on that one. That was a really funny program, man. Bottled water is a total scam. Well, I suppose it depends on where you live, though, doesn't it? I mean, to be fair, if your only source of like clean water is I don't know, like maybe you live like next to a horribly polluted plant or something. But I think most of us in the UK, tell me if I'm wrong here, but most people I know in the UK, they buy a bottle of water because it's a handy size, and it's pretty disposable. You don't need to worry about losing it or leaving it at the gym. And most of us just top it up out of the tap in the morning. That's what I do. If I was back at the gym, I would buy a bottle of Evian. Or even just, a fruit drink or something. And then I'd probably use it for a week, if not longer. So sometimes they get a bit crumpled, don't they? They start falling apart a little bit. But Yeah, and the thing with that is, you know, if I lose it or I forget it or I leave it in a mate's car or something, you know, it's not such a big deal, is it? So is it Peckham spring water? Yeah. Yeah. Kidney stones with your will at the bathroom after too much. Does that actually have an impact? I know, because I mean, kidney stones are they not a calcium-esque stone, aren't they? I mean, is there an association between hard water areas and an increase in kidney stones? I mean, I don't know. All the nasty water evaporates at some point and gets rained down on the mountains. Peckham Spring, is that straight from a water tap? Where did the Peckham Spring water come from? Wasn't it like a hole in a hose pipe or something that was running, or was it a burst pipe or something? There was something in there, wasn't there? It wasn't actually a spring, was it? It turned out. I can't remember. You don't like? Have you tried them all, Jan? I mean, to be honest, I only ever drink my. I suppose when I drink my bottled water, Jan, it's always out of a fridge. You know, I always have it icy cold from a shop out of a fridge. I can't honestly say I've ever really noticed a massive difference from one brand to another. You know what I mean? But like I said, once that's gone, it's just topped up endlessly, either out of a water fountain at the at the gym or out of tap water in the morning before I leave the house, things like that. We want to grab. We're gonna leave. We'll take that and that. Pop that in the old. You're right, Shades. Having worked at the Committee of the Water World, what's that? I can assure you that even cold water pipes scale up with all sorts of things. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is it. I mean, anything that comes out of the tap. I mean, a lot of people have filters in their homes these days, don't they? Every time we had to shut them off for a few hours, we had complaints from people washing their clothes. They got miscoloured from the plaque. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Yeah, I think most people. I mean, I don't. I have nothing like that in this house. But I know it's become much, much more commonplace amongst friends and family to actually have like an extra tap. I don't know if this is maybe what TM was talking about. It's similar to the water heater, but there's a lot of places now have specifically a unit which is like a filter for the cold water, and in a lot of cases it's built into like things like fridges and freezers now. I always thought that was like you know, quite rare in the UK, but it's not at all to actually have a fridge or a freezer that has a filtration and chilling system built into it for your tap water. I need to get this phone call. I'm going to get a coffee. I'll be straight back. Right, I am back. Sorry about that, folks. And Elegon, how are you doing, mate? Clavin as well. Thank you very much for the gifted sub going out to Monsieur Mario. Thank you very, very much indeed, Clavin. Sitting on a glorious 20 now, Mario. A glorious, glorious 20. Thank you very much, Clavin. How you doing, Elegon? How's things your end, mate? Let's, I think we'll leave the stone in here. Leave all this in here. Well, I think there's a different. See, this is a difference. You'll know if it's a rant because I don't know. I'll probably have a bit more fun with it. But yeah, I think going back to the original conversation, making a cup of coffee using the hot water tap is batshit fucking crazy. I highly recommend you don't fucking do it. And we'll leave that. So far we've got a little public service announcement. Don't make tea out of water from the hot water tap, because you're fucking crazy if you do. And rhubarb is now banned in Grumbodia. You're alright, Elegon. You're doing great at the moment. We had a lot of fun yesterday in the community game night, and I destroyed TM using my awesome mask. Oh, was it a battle of arithmetic last night? Was it, Elegon? Yeah, I think essentially she had a crack. Well, everyone said they had a really good time. Yeah, big thank you to Advina. Big thank you to Advina. Right, let's get all this put away. I think you just make shit up, quite frankly, yeah. I think that's what it is, bro. I think you just come up with random, obscure ideas like drinking mountain water. I still don't know how the hell we got to that point. Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, no, I think I'm all right with pineapple on pizza. Yeah, pineapple and salty ham. So, yeah, it doesn't sound wrong to me, you know. It seems pretty. I don't know. It seems pretty obvious in a way. Is that like a really big thing? Is it for some people? I mean, it's like pineapple on a pizza. Like, is it seen as like some sort of pizza heresy? Is it? Is this one of those like really contentious topics where everyone's got like, you know, like nothing better to stress about whether or not fucking Hawaiian pizza's legit? I bet people put more thought into that than they do who they vote for at the local elections, isn't it? It's like, I don't even know who the Prime Minister is. But I'll tell you what, pineapple on a pizza! Pineapple on a pizza! You having a bloody laugh, mate? Oh, Jesus. Someone watches a lot of Bear Grylls who is a fan of him. I just got this image of Jan now with his pizzas. Literally, the dude lives over a pizza place. It's all he eats. Seven meals a week is pizza, right? He doesn't move. He never leaves his house. He has it put through the letterbox. But when he wants a glass of water, he treks into the fucking Scandinavian mountains and drinks bear shit, fish-infested, crap, bloody mountain water, mate. I mean, where does the madness end? Pineapple, banana. Whoa, banana. I've never heard of banana on a pizza. Now we're entering into the realm of me not being too sure. Banana on a pizza. I don't know about that, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling with that one. Is that a thing? Is that, or is this a? You know, that's not common, right? I'm pretty sure that's not common. I've got to go and get. Oh God, I've got to get some turnips, mate. A chocolate pizza. Chocolate and cheese. I'm not. I don't know. It seems a bit. I'd give it a go, but I can't possibly imagine. It doesn't seem right to me, you know. It was fun to watch people warming up, to be honest. First round, everybody was maturing clean. It took until round 2, until the first Peter showed up. I'm quite impressed, actually, Elegon. But people showed considerable restraint after my threatening warnings at the end of yesterday's stream. Well done, Grumbodia. I'm glad we got to... well, I'm a bit disappointed we didn't make it to round 3. I assume Zaranthian wasn't there then, Elegon. You like a nice pizza because it's 50 quid. It's only got country online. It's got lobster and parmesan cheese. Ooh, Jesus, lobster and parmesan cheese on a pizza. Sounds expensive. What is nice though? What's a common thing? What, pizza and chocolate or pizza and banana? Banana is better than dog shit. I don't think anyone's ever ordered a dog shit pizza, to be fair, Olagon. I think you might have lost. If you had a bang on the head this morning, mate. I like pineapple with ham or pepperoni. I have a friend who was raised in Hawaii and she says no. Pineapple does not belong on pizza. But I beg to differ because I always liked it and understand it more now that I've spent a few winters in Canada. So chocolate spread and cheese is actually a normal thing, is it? I can't picture that. You know, I can't quite get the. I'm not imagining it. There was a chip shop here at your in Scotland that makes a pineapple, banana, and cherry. See, that seems really weird. So I like all those things I'd eat individually. I love bananas and I love cherries. I'm all right with pineapple. It's not something I go out of my way to eat though. I'm not a massive fan of it. But I can't imagine all those flavours together. It seems a bit almost random. Banana on the pizza. You sound like a person that when the wife wants to have sex, you call in the neighbour to do the job. Yeah, I mean, I've got no issue with pineapple because I think it's almost like the sweet and the salty, you know. Sweet and sour, sweet and salt, savoury, you know, all these different elements. I can see why some people might like it, but banana on a pizza, yeah, seems a strange one. I'd give it a go. You know, it could be one of those crazy things. You know, you try and you think, wow, who'd have thought of that? You know, like a pizza with bananas on it. I'd give it a bash. I'd give it a bash. Yeah, I think it does, doesn't it, Malwind? Yeah, yeah. Egg's nice with do they do like egg and ham pizzas? And there's something I don't think I've ever seen. But you know, you've got a nice piece of gammon, nice bit of salty gammon, and you stick a nice fried egg on the top. I mean that is like one of the world's greatest little duos, isn't it? But I've never heard of that on a pizza. And it seems like pizza really is, you know, you can put anything on a pizza. You know, it depends on what you like. You could probably put rhubarb and custard on a pizza, right? Deep fried Mars bars. Yeah, I've never had one. Mainly because I just thought it was a bit. I'm not a massive fan of Mars bars, to be honest. Would you rather eat pizza with banana or drink coffee with hot water from the sink? I would definitely eat pizza with banana. Because drinking hot water from a British hot water tank, or any, it won't matter where it was, any hot water tank anywhere with all the crap and sediment that probably ends up in it at some point. No, I wouldn't want to do that. I think that's just stupid, in my opinion, doing that. So yeah, I'd eat pizza with banana. I think, you know, I like pizza, I like banana. I think I could get around it. Egg and bacon pizza, is it really? I've never seen it myself. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Yeah, I've never heard of that, egg and bacon pizza. I think I'd really enjoy that. Why is rhubarb banned? Well, it's not banned because I've got anything against it. I've just realised it's one of those things that we've spent a lot of time talking about it. And rhubarb sounds like one of those things that not only is it quite potentially dangerous to grow, apparently it can be quite invasive in a garden. No one in chat could come up with a way for me to try, because I'd love to try rhubarb. But no one's come up with a way for me to eat it that I genuinely think I'd be going out of my way just to try it. Literally for the sake of trying it. And it's not the cheapest thing. So I'm not a fan. Most people that seem to eat rhubarb add a lot of sugar to it. And I refuse to eat anything that I have to add sugar to enjoy it. It's just not the way I work with my, you know, my food consumption. It also seems to be something you tend to have maybe as a jam, and again, I don't eat a lot of jam because I don't really like eating too much bread, for example. A lot of people like it as a rhubarb crumble, and I don't eat things like that. I'm not a big fan of custard. You know, I'll eat it, but again, you know, with so many other things for me still to try in the organic sort of whole plant food world, rhubarb just sounds like there's nothing really that's gonna interest me. You know, I'd really be going out of my way to give it a bash, and you know, I've tried a lot of things that I really didn't like. Avocado, olives, you know, it's not a case of like not trying things, it's just that all that stuff's really easy. You know, you buy an avocado, you sprinkle a bit of sea salt on it, and it's not too bad. You know, I do all sorts with avocado now. Same with olives. You know, I quite like olives, whereas before I used to, you know, not really like them at all. But rhubarb just sounds like I don't want to add sugar to things. I don't want to eat warm pies. I don't want to have to add custard to things. I'm just not going to bother. So we kind of got stuck on rhubarb. And if it had been anyone else, Elegon, I wouldn't have even explained that, to be honest, mate. Gooseberries. I love gooseberries. Gooseberries are great. Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend loves it, James. Yeah, my girlfriend absolutely loves rhubarb crumble and custard. One of her most favourite sort of after-dinner treats, basically. Yeah. Do I like truffles? I'm not sure I've ever had a truffle. In fact, I'm pretty confident I've never had a truffle. The closest I've ever got to a truffle is like a Lindt chocolate truffle. I have no idea. You know what I mean? I've heard they're so expensive. That's probably why I've never had a legit truffle. I remember something to do with old Shouty McShouty Pants, Gordon Ramsay, and like putting slices of truffle on something, and it came to like about £1 worth of truffle. I thought, well, that's why I've probably never had that then. Carbonara pizza, tasty cheese, salami, ham, eggs, bacon. Oh, that sounds gorgeous, mate. I'd give that a go. Sweetie should be mixed with warm food. I have one exception. That is a special jam with a deer roast. A deer. I've never had deer roast. That sounds gorgeous. And then again, that jam is a combo of sweet and sour. Rhubarb became popular because it grows like effing crazy. Exactly, yeah. But apparently it's one of those things that's really easy to grow, but actually quite expensive to buy. Mate, had no sense of that. You're right, bed gamer. This isn't the mountain retreat, this is. Your dad likes rhubarb, so it's probably a depression era food. Because, like I said, because it was so easy to grow. Do I like homemade rice puddings? I can't stand things like that. Stodgy things. I'm not a fan of... rice pudding is the one where you put a dollop of jam in the middle, right? Never liked things like that. Same with... What's the other thing? Rice porridge. Never liked the smell of porridge. See, all that stuff I'll eat... I don't know what is porridge. Is it just like sort of... oats and wheaty things. See, I eat all of that, but I blend it up in like some sort of smoothie instead, you see. I don't really like eating what I'd call like a stodgy style food. It's just not... I like my crunchy foods. You know, I like crunchy things, stuff with a bit of texture. I don't like eating what is basically sort of like regurgitated vomit texture, which is like what rice pudding and salmonella and tapioca and all that. There's more exciting things to eat, you know? I'd rather have like a protein smoothie or something with all my oats and things in there for a lovely creamy texture. And then have like a nice bit of jam on some toast and trying to put it in some wallpaper paste and you know. I don't, it's like you said, I don't live in a world where I have to eat shit, you know. I don't have to eat crappy mouldy apples and eat them up in a pie. I can go and buy a nice juicy apple, you know. Just heard Love, Death, Robots. Season 2 will come out on May 14th. Love, Death, Robots. Why is that ringing a bell, but I'm not getting a feeling of euphoria? Which one's that, Elegon? I feel like we've spoken about this and I actually know what it is, but I can't remember what it is. Love, Death, Robots. Not ringing any bells, man. Nettle soup. Yeah, I just couldn't be arsed. I'd rather have like a beautiful carrot or tomato soup. I don't need to eat stinging nettles. You know what I mean? Well, no. Just no, really. You know, I'd give it a go, but I ain't going to go out of my way to try it. You can run out of the car. You can, yeah, but it's not very role play, really, is it? Netflix series, single episode, some are good, some are amazing. Love, Death, Robots. I'm sure we've spoken. I'm sure you convinced me to watch this, Elegon. I can't remember it. You've seen a nettle eating contest in France. Yeah, it's amazing the stuff you come up with, Jan. You literally live on pizza, and now we're finding out you drink mountain water and drink nettle soup. The things we've learned about you today, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. Would I eat pig prenes? I'm not sure. What's that? Pig? Is that a pig penis? Would I eat pig penis? I don't eat meat. Would I eat another animal's penis? I can't see why not. Unless someone can tell me there's a reason why you shouldn't. You know, slit it down the middle. You know, fry it up with some, I don't know, garlic and butter and onions. You know, throw it in a curry or something. I think we'd be all right, wouldn't we? I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. If you're a meat eater, why worry about it? You know, it's not like you're eating the brains that might lead you to some sort of like weird disease or something. Might be quite nice, you know, split penis on toast, bit of dash of tapioca. Oh, no, not tapioca, sorry, Tabasco sauce on it or something like that. I mean, is that a thing? Do we eat animals' penises? I don't know. You probably never watched it, but you never finished the platform. I didn't. You're right, I did. I forgot about the platform, mate. I just got to the good bit as well, didn't I? Yeah. Split penis on toast, yeah, because you'd be able to grill it a lot better. It wouldn't roll around. Because a penis, like a sausage under the grill, it rolls around a bit, doesn't it? You know, when you go to sort of roll it just half or a quarter, and it rolls all the way, and it gets like really annoying. You have to roll it back. So I should imagine a penis is just the same. So what you could do is you could split it down the middle, couldn't you? So you've got like two halves, and then you could place it on the grill and then just flip it halfway, couldn't you? So I put a lot of thought into this, you can tell. You wouldn't eat a penis. But why not? I mean, maybe it's actually quite a nice fleshy part of the body. I mean, why? You know, we eat. You know, Jan's eating fucking stinging nettles out there. You know what I mean? There's like the pinnacle of the greatest coffee. You know, is coffee beans that have been eaten by bats and then shat out. You know, why are we suddenly worried about eating an animal's penis? You know, you'll eat an animal's intestines, an animal's ears, you'll eat an animal's tongue, you'll eat an animal's buttocks. Why not a penis? We give a dried bull penis to dogs. Is it because the penis actually, say, on a bull is particularly like, you know, is it a very unpleasant meat, for example? Is it you know, is it, I don't know, is it tough to eat? It's very chewy. I mean, I just don't know. There's a thing for cobra dongs. Do cobras have dongs? I never actually knew that. I suppose they must have, right? I mean, I know snakes do have, like... it's not really what I consider a dong, really. More a small organic protrusion. So like elegons, basically. Wait, what? No, I don't think coffee... you don't drink coffee that's been eaten by animals. But some people do, though. That's what I mean. Well, one of the most expensive coffees in the world is basically pulled out of bat shit. Guana, basically. Yeah. Is that what it's called? Kope Luwak? Is that the one we're talking about? Have you tried it then? Yeah. A bit overrated. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, maybe there's a reason why we don't eat the sexual organs of animals. It could be tied to disease and things. I mean, I genuinely don't know. I mean, I've never seen it. I've never seen a... You know, been down the butcher's, seen a load of sausages and a load of, you know, a load of bull penises sitting next to it. I mean... I don't know. I mean, we seem to eat a lot of animal parts. I mean, let's be honest, nothing's wasted in the industry, is it? I mean, we all sit here like acting like we don't eat things. If you're a meat eater and you've ever eaten a chicken nugget or a beef burger, then I can assure you you've eaten things that you wouldn't even dream of, right? And you know that. You don't need me to tell you that. All sorts of weird... I mean, there's been examples of like beef, you know, minced beef being sold. It turned out to be horse. You know what I mean? It all got... Wasn't that something that happened in Ireland or somewhere like that, you know? If you eat any sort of processed meat, any sort of sausage, you're probably eating all sorts of weird parts of an animal. You and Plier had a blast on that enlisted game last night. James was in chat earlier, SCR. Yeah, I knew someone had mentioned it. Yeah. Yeah, James is playing it, SCR. Yeah. It's actually free. So enlisted is free. Oh, I thought it was expensive. Depends on the definition of eating. Or putting it in your mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. Yeah. It's you got the battle pass that. You're right, Wedsex, how you doing, mate? How's things? The Great Iceland Lasagna Scandal. Oh, what was this? What happened here? What was the Iceland Lasagna Scandal? Tell us. You want to try horse? They don't sell it here. Horses, I mean, the French love horse, don't they? So it's very common in France. Next time at the butcher, you just ask for a horse vagina's put under the ground. I mean, well, there you go, you see. I mean, someone might be willing to eat a penis, but would they eat a vagina? I mean, you know, I should imagine some people would be like, oh, God. It's like the age-old conversation, you know, like you'll eat a tuna, you know, a piece of tuna, you'll eat a cow, and a lot of people around the world will you know, that kind of crossover eat guinea pig, won't they? Guinea pigs are bred, you know, as a source of meat. You know, just because we have them as a pet. And then you've got the thought of someone eating a cat or a dog. And to a lot of the Western world, that is like horrendous. That's like unimaginable, right? But, you know, in other cultures around the world, that there's no, you know, that a cow is a sacred animal, for example, you know, and the thought of eating one is absolutely repulsive. So, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? I refuse point blank to eat rabbit, and that's because you just really love rabbits, right, Scary Billy? You know, you've grown up with rabbits, you've had a pet rabbit, yeah. My teacher once was on a trip to Africa where she and her hubby tried a lot of food she wouldn't have had in Norway, like ox eyeballs and testicles and a lot more foods. And when she shared that with us, one of the classmates went total bonkers. And if he did something in class, the teacher would bring that up again and make him quit whatever he did. I'm not sure at the time. When you say he went bonkers, what do you mean? You've eaten horse sausages and whale meat. Yeah, I mean whale. You know, so some people, you know, some people would see like the consumption of a whale as like being, what the hell, dude? You know, why would you want to eat a whale? You know, it's an endangered species. You know, blah blah blah. But, you know, again, it's how judgmental we are, isn't it, as a society about things, just because it's outside of what we've been brought up within our own societal norms. Whereas, you know, you got to remember the world's a big place, right? You love the bunnies. I would have a pet chicken and eat chicken, but I don't know if I could eat the pet chicken. And there is the ultimate question, isn't it, you see? We'd all probably say, I'd rather not eat a dog. Yeah? Most people, Western world, they'd rather not eat dog. You know, if their life absolutely depended on it, you'd have to put them in that situation to find out, wouldn't you? But how many people eat chicken all day, every day? Now, how many people could quite easily have a chicken in their back garden? Quite a lot. How many people, when it came to the day where you needed to kill the chicken to eat it, could actually do it? And actually say, actually, you know what, sod it, I'm going to keep the chicken and go and buy a fresh one from the supermarket. Even though you bought the chicken specifically for that reason. When the day came to actually eat that chicken, could you kill it and cook it? Or have you now developed a relationship with that chicken? You know? It could be a nightmare chicken. It could be a nasty chicken that kept attacking you every morning. You literally can't wait for the day we chop his head off and boil him alive, right? But it could have been a really nice chicken that brought you a cup of coffee every morning and it's Marmite on toast. Yeah, a very advanced chicken. Yeah, you just don't know, do you? The world's a complicated place. It might be a chicken that you really liked, but he wouldn't shut up about being a vegan. So you just wanted to eat the little fucker? Because like every fucking morning, it's all the fucking chicken would talk about was how I should give up eating meat and turn into a vegan. And one day, he just, shut up! Slice his head off, bang him in the oven. No more vegan talk. When you see what chickens will do to each other, you realise very quickly eat them. And there you go, you see. There you go. How many people have actually seen a chicken really in its natural habitat doing what it does? Might be vicious little bastards. It could be like in Diablo. You start giving a little bit of verbal. That's shut up about veganism, you little stupid knobber. And next minute, there's millions of the fuckers pouring out of the lawn, clambering out of trees, attacking you, pecking you, mate, clambering all over your car. Oh, it could be a nightmare, mate. Gotta be careful with chicken. I say eat chickens. I just watched a tub streamer for a second. You're watching a lot of tub streamer. I'd just like to point out, say, for that's 2 days on a row, you've come into chat saying you've been watching tub streamers. So you were in chat earlier, Sophie, saying you're addicted to Valheim. I think you're secretly playing Valheim while watching hot tub streamers. She dares to speak about how some people set bad examples for young girls. Oh my god, Sophie! Oh, I'm glad I wasn't there, mate. I can only imagine. Oh, even hearing it third hand, the blood is bubbling away. There are no chickens in the wild. They are domesticated now. What about chickens that escaped? You know what I mean? There could be a little habitat out there in Commander Jan's Scandinavian mountains. Little chicken community. The last bastion of hope. The chicken sanctuary. I've got a little chicken lighthouse out there, sending out radio beacons for all the other chickens. You never know, mate. What the hell is a tub? Do you not know about the hot tub streams, Wentex? Oh, stay a while and listen. Sophie, come and join me, and we will introduce Wentex to the wonders of Twitch. Yeah, chicken Gundam suits. It's going to happen, mate. I'm telling you. There's going to be a chicken revolt one day. Don't mess with chickens. You're right, Ape. How you doing, bro? I'm gonna say you might not quite fall for it here, Wentex. How's it going, mate? Have we had any? I didn't want to message you and ask, because I know you're probably quite upset in time, mate. What's happened with the bank situation, if you don't mind me asking here, dude? Have you had any updates on like what it means for the house purchase and everything? I mean, honestly, I've been really thinking about it the last couple of days, mate. I really do hope it all has a happy ending, my friend. I really do. Oh, yeah, what we got here then? Is it just a one, or we're doing all right on stamina, aren't we? I didn't realise that enlisted was free to play. Now that's interesting. I've got the bookmark James gave us. I'll have a gander later. Might not be my cup of tea, but it doesn't hurt to see what competition on that sort of front is, you know, with Battlefield and things. Yeah, I could only imagine the two-facedness, Sophie. Yeah, it's a fascinating world, isn't it, mate? A fascinating world indeed. I wonder if anything will happen. I wonder if Twitch will step in at some point and just go like, you know, we've literally just clearly made a mockery of our own terms of service. Yeah, time to clarify a couple of things. But do you think they'll actually bother? Oh, yeah, I didn't want to send you a message on Discord or something Wednesday. So just think like, oh god, you know, it just seemed like a bit of an impersonal sort of. I know it must be like eating you alive, man. So they said not to worry. Going to be a few years, so that's good. But then they said my solicitor wasn't sending them files, so now I'm in limbo. She's doing a lot, but I assume she will dump all the house files over in one go. So hopefully nothing to worry about then, my friend. Yeah. Hopefully just one of those little sort of like flutter panics. In theory, nothing to worry about at all, no? Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed. God, this drink's been alright. I think my archery skills just twanged that point like it did. So I reckon we're about 76, where I don't need to aim over the head again. I think my trajectory's a lot flattened from what it was yesterday. I don't know. I mean, it is. It's. We've had a few conversations about it, haven't we? And I know. You know, look. I mean, we're not here to put the world to rights, but the point is, there are terms of service, and there are contractual obligations for streamers that we have to adhere to, and the clothing being worn is clearly in breach of that. It is clearly it's a bit of a grey area if anyone wants to pull it up. It's a bit of a grey area about what you can and can't watch and what you can actually show. But I think some of the streamers are very clearly in breach of that, and there's no sign of bans or slaps on wrists or bottoms or anything. So it does make me wonder. Makes me wonder if Twitch hasn't made a bit of a rod for its own back over this one. We'll have to sort of see what happens, I suppose. At the end of the day, only Twitch can really have the ultimate say, can't they? You're right, Daikoi. How you doing, man? How's things? Yeah, nothing to worry about and just waiting. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Seriously, fingers crossed for you both. What was that, Legesta? XQC apparently tweeted about how they abuse hot tub streamers. XQC, who's that? That's a huge streamer, right? XQC. He's that's a massive streamer, right? He's like mega huge, yeah. You alright, Retro? Slaps on the bottom. I think there is some of that in there. I know you can have your name written on the bottom. If that's your thing, Wentex. You too can have Wentex marker penned all over someone's bottom, sir. I tell you what a wonderful world we live in. Oh dear. Well, this is it, Looney. I mean, this is it, you see. This is it. You know, in terms of server. See, to me, it ultimately boils down to, before any conversation can be had, it boils down to whether or not, the most important thing is, is there any reason in having terms of service and contractual agreements in place if it's just a Wild West out there? But because otherwise there's no point in making a ruling or changing things or discussing what should and can't be done if we're already in a live streaming wasteland on the dominant platform on the globe. You know, Twitch is the place for live streaming, for gaming content, and it is clearly branched out over recent years into a whole multitude of other things: arts, crafts, music, etc. But there were some very clear-ish, I mean, not as clear as other things, but some very basic guidance, but also relatively easily interpreted guidance about what you can and can't wear when you're streaming. Or rather, what fleshy parts you can show. So if we've entered the world where that is not being managed, but on a huge scale. I mean, we're talking about this isn't like, you know, we again, I understand we all live in the world as individuals, and you know, I've always said, you know, whether or not other people think it's a good attitude to have, you know, I don't expect to be treated in the same way as someone like Lyric or Dan's Gaming or Code Carnage and people that are the powerhouse faces of Twitch. You know, I live in the real world. If I do something silly, I expect to get banned. You know, God forbid Code Carnage accidentally did something silly the same way if I did something accidentally silly. Yeah, he'd probably be treated very differently to me. You know, I'm replaced a million times over in a heartbeat. You know, Code Carnage is a huge part of Twitch. You know, he's very much one of the faces of Twitch. You know, he's important to them for a whole multitude of reasons, and not just, you know, the flat bottom financial elements around subscription fees and what have you. But yeah, this is now, it's gathered a lot of traction. It has gathered. I mean, I don't know what age you need to be to watch Twitch. Is it not 14? Was it 13 or 14 to watch Twitch? What's the minimum age to view? I know we can put 18 rated banners up or pre-rolls, can't we? But I'm pretty sure you only have to be 13 or 14 to have an account. Is that right? Does anyone know? Yeah, and exactly. And this is it, Wentex. This is why I guess I've always kind of felt we're in a limbo mode. Maybe Twitch are very much looking at a complete review of quite a few things, and obviously rather than a knee-jerk reaction, and then having, as they have done before, and then having to rethink it or retrospectively change things. Maybe this is Twitch actually now behind the scenes are going, okay, look, this is what happens when we don't bloody spell it out. You know, and they're working, you know, at a legal level, as well as with some community partners here on Twitch to get an understanding of, you know, the future for Twitch. And, you know, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the announcement, if you like. Yeah. So it's 13, is it? Yeah. And some of them you don't, so you don't need to put an 18 disclaimer. Oh, okay, well, really interesting. Yeah. You're right, Doc, how you doing, mate? How's things? It's 13, so you need to be 13 to have a Twitch account. Okay. I thought, I assumed it was similar to YouTube, so yeah. Yeah. What's that? Who's that? Eric Hansen. Who's that? A younger generation are exposed to way more sexual content before it's become so casually inherent. And it is. It's actually really scary, isn't it? It is. It is. It's these iconic images of so many people. These images of perfection. And actually, in so many cases, it's an unattainable image. And you know, the mental strain that must put on youngsters and teenagers today who are during that period of maturing, where they're extremely vulnerable and extremely self-conscious about, you know, their public appearance, their general image, and you know, in this world of the number of likes you get somehow validates your place in the world, and it is, and it's cool to a degree. You know, creative I guess, flamboyancy, you know, expressing oneself through makeup, hair, clothing. You know, what a wonderful thing. We've got access to ever more diverse cosmetics. But the point is, when it reaches the point where it's unattainable because it's a lie, that's where the problem kicks in. It's, you know, how many photoshopped images do we see? How many people do we see that look nothing like their publicly portrayed persona in YouTube videos, magazines, Instagram pictures? And it's essentially setting an unrealistic and physically unattainable goal for youngsters. And that is terrifying, that children are growing right now with enough on their plate, with everything they've ever say, do, you know, post on, I guess, public and social media being there forever. You take that one selfie, it's there forever. It's never going away. It literally exists for the rest of eternity until some massive, I don't know, electromagnetic pulse wipes it all out. And that's enough stress as it is. But to be expected to look or try and reach these almost godlike but fake representations of beauty, you've got to ask yourself what sort of person does that, you know? Yeah, you're selling a beauty product, but what you're selling is you. You're the brand, you're the face, you're the cosmetic, I suppose, powerhouse behind, you know, that brand or range of products. But when you're pointing out images of yourself that have literally been photoshopped, colours that don't exist in your range, for example, you know, to look at something really simple because it's been photoshopped over, then not only are you selling it's false advertising because the product itself doesn't exist in the way you're portraying it in that image, but also you're selling the unattainable because you actually yourself don't even look like that, you know, touching at the cheekbones, changing the shape of your eyes and things. It's manipulation at its absolute ultimate form, right? Very scary world. And that's all I'll say on that. Oh dear me. As long as they, and that's it, as long as they make money, that's all they care about. Craziness. It's a mad world we live in. It's a mad world. It's getting ever more, and like I said, I suppose this is the point, you see. A lot of us are big fans of Twitch. We love the platform, we love the community. We know there's rules dictating what we can and can't do, and every now and again there's something that just doesn't make sense. There's something that just seems to slip through the net, right? And I guess that's where a lot of us would expect Twitch to step in and clarify things, or at least to open up talks with members of the more robust end of the community. You know, the permanent powerhouse figures, you know, people that actually do represent their communities and aren't just in it for the cash. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Who knows? Unfortunately, sex sells. It does. And the thing is, I suppose the thing is, sex sells, but when it's fake. When, you know, you're actually selling something that doesn't even exist and can never exist in the real world, then that adds a whole new element of, I think, actual genuine... it's bad enough as it is, isn't it, knowing what's true and what isn't out there. But, yeah, you know, if you're a young child who's growing up, and everywhere you see beautiful people, but actually, I mean, just look at the filters on mobile phones. It's not like you even need to have like a studio of Photoshop pros behind you, can you? I mean, literally, I have no idea how they work. I've got no idea, but I'm pretty sure my phone has some way of using some incredibly clever filter to make me not look like the back end of a baboon's arse, mate. I bet even I could take a selfie of myself and not look that bad. and trust me, that would be a real test for that algorithm. but I mean it. I bet there is. I bet there's something out there that could even turn me into like, so that doesn't result in immediate human recoil. What is it? Oh fuck yeah! It's just crumb. Jesus Christ, mate. Oh dear. I did gender change. Oh, here you go. So there you go. So a gender fact. See, this is how advanced this is. You see, you know, it's not just like photoshopping out a zit on the end of your nose, is it? It can completely change the way you look. Smooth out your skin, perfect skin. Oh, you know, look at those eyes. Look at the depth, the colour of those eyes. Oh, they're beautiful, sparkling. You don't look like that at all, mate. Wouldn't look like that. We're not like after plastic surgery and contact lens shoved in the eyeballs, mate. Hang on, we got a double wolf. Oh, and that's a tier 1. Oh my gosh, we're in a bad position here. Oh, that's a lot of wolves, guys. This could be bad. This could actually be bad. Especially if I keep missing. Oh no, he's got up. He's got up. I'm alright, I'm alright. Let's take that. I'm out of food, guys. I'm out of food. Oh, hang on. Is he eating? Oh, I was taming him. I was taming him. I think there's a tier 1 out there, right? Oh my god, that was lucky, wasn't it? He couldn't get to me. Wow, that was lucky. That was a big wolf pack, man. That was a big wolf pack. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit risky out here at night, isn't it? I'll tell you, I was lucky there, dude. With that 1-star. Those 1-stars hit like tanks, don't they? I was genuinely concerned. I wasn't sure, Jan, whether to just jump in here quickly and grab that carrot, you know? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we actually saw that kind of at work for the first time. We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? About like a grayling farm where you find a grey dwarf, sorry, spawn, and you have your tamed wolves in a pit around them. And we kind of saw that firsthand there, didn't we? Where if a wolf gets killed by a grey dwarf, inevitably, you know, at the end, the other wolves will eat the wolf meat and start breeding. It's quite interesting, actually. Right, so we've got 16. We want to make it back to our... We want to make it back over there, don't we? Let's just drop some of that. We don't need all of that, do we? There's definitely... I'm sure that tier 1's still out there. What we need to do next... In fact, you know what? Oh, what about using that pit we built? Ooh, guys. Next time we get attacked by wolves, I wonder if it would be possible for me to... Where the hell is it? We built a big hole, didn't we? Oh no, that's a what's it? That's a werewolf, mate. Yeah, we've got that... Oh, gosh. Yeah, we've got that pit, haven't we? Wonder if we could somehow get the wolves to... Oh, gosh. That's... Oh, no, it's a 2-star wolf. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. That's the first time I've seen a 2-star wolf and it just pure reflex just shot the crap out of it. Oh, no, man. I bet those things are like rocket horse crap as well, aren't they? Absolutely gutted, mate. I can see another something else up there. Yeah, I mean, where could I have taken it? Let's just look at... If I had... There's no real pit for me to drop it into, is there? Looks like this might be... what I might do is knock the silver out and dig a pit and have a knight camped out here. See if we can find like a 1 or 2-star wolf, perhaps. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do it after we've got a batch of silverback. We'll actually do it. We'll come out specifically, build an actual pen somewhere where we feel like we've got a good wolf spawn, and we'll come wolf farming. Should we do that tomorrow? Should we actually come and build like a little wolf pen, like a proper one with a little house near it and things, rather than just trying to quickly half-ass it? I think it could be quite good fun. You right, Missy? What's that? Oh my god, what? 2-star wolf for? Or something way better. If you want a good grey dwarf farm, dig down into the spawner as far as possible and place hearths and just leave the spawner on top of a pillar of ground and they drop right in. Oh, and do the hearths not take damage like campfires then? Because the campfires take damage when they deal damage now. Are hearths another way of doing that, are they? That's a 1-star wolf lot. This could be the place to hunt then. I think we convert this into some sort of... it could be quite interesting doing it as well. I'm just going to get rid of him. Oh my god, dude, these things hit like a tank, and I actually just totally forgot that they hit like a tank, even after saying it. Oh shit, oh my god. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Damn, they hit freaking way hard. Even from the front, they hit like tanks, man. Wow. I did not realise. I did not realise. I know yesterday I got hit by one from the back, didn't I? And I was like, wow, you know, what happened there? Did I make a judgment sort of call on my health before we went in that was grossly misaligned with reality. Did I come in with like 50 health thinking I got 126 or something? And you all said, nope, that's how hard they hit. And we thought it was because it was a critical from the rear attack. But damn, you cannot take more than a couple of hits from a wolf, can you? I dread to think how much a 2-star hits for. Good God. Wow, I've got a whole new respect for them. Hearts do take damage as well. Presumably just a lot more then. They can just take a bit more of a punch, can they? Just crazy. It was the wolf. Pretty lucky that you got the first sneaky shot in. Yeah, you know what, mate? I didn't even think, mate. I thought, oh, look, cute little 2-star wolf. That 1-star just nearly wrecked me. Yeah. Very lucky, mate. Very lucky. Oh, hang on. Keep that with me. Right. We can still get some more silver, can't we? Oh, no. No, we're out of food. We're not playing in the mountains at night with no food. That's just stupid. It's a good point, actually. You know, I don't have my helmet on, did I? Wow. Jesus. A 5-star? Is that... Do we have 5 stars? Or is that... That's got to be a mod, right? I thought the game only had 2 stars. Something should simply not exist. Yeah, I can only imagine. I've met a couple of death skeetos and they pretty much insta-killed me. Alright, let's get back. The bugs are the worst. Just bzzz. Yeah, I've heard basically the death skeetos. The trick to a death skeeto is just not letting them get the jump on you. If they get the jump on you, you're already in a bit of trouble, aren't you? You know, you've got to know what you're doing, kind of thing. But so, apparently they're a bit like a glass cannon. So even a basic bow shot from distance should take them out. Is that kind of right? Creature level and loot control by a Randy Knapp. Is it's almost like someone's had a donkey along here, having a big giant bunch of craps. Look. Yeah, what I'm thinking, Hellcris, what I've decided now, we've got a new task. What we're gonna do? We're gonna farm these 2 silver nodes. We're gonna take the silver back on the longboat, the new port, the new dock area. We're gonna then make our upgraded armor, and then we're gonna come back to the mountains, and we're gonna create a Grumbodian portal fort up in the mountain. But we might build this one out of stone. And near the edge of it, we're gonna build a wolf taming facility, and that's the next objective. So we need to find a nice flat area near where we can definitely get some wolves to race in. You know, we'll make it quite a nice little area, I think. So when you block a death skeeto, they get stunned. They circle you, then fly straight at you. So block, smash. Right, okay. Just don't let them get the jump on you like the wraiths do occasionally. So sometimes the wraiths come out of nowhere. It's like I'm walking along with my cart like this, and all of a sudden there's a wraith just appears behind me. I can see his hand. Well, it's not going to be a castle. It's going to be pretty much nothing more than a stone variant, I think, of the Grumbodian portal rooms. You got 400 death skeeto needles, so they have got their own sort of unique loot, have they? You all right out there, Doc? How's life treating you, fella? I don't mind one-shotting if I've got everything going against me. You know, I've got a good bow. I'm in sneak mode. I've got no issues with one-shotting anything like that, or at least taking a big chunk of its health out, like the trolls. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to take 2 hits from those wolves. That second hit, that put me in a lot of jeopardy. I think a 3rd hit could have been the end of me, couldn't it? I think we've got everything we need to take back, I think. Yeah. We got any wood? We shouldn't have. I'm not sure whether to start leaving the stone here, because if we're going to be taking it... I know I need some for the port. So I'll start leaving a little bit of stone here to take up to the mountains, but a lot of it we do want to finish the dock area off, don't we? Because I do want to build... What I might do before we do that, I might build the lighthouse first, because I haven't really built like a stone tower. So it might be an idea to build the lighthouse at the dock before we then build, you know, like a fortification in the mountain, just to learn a few things. What I might do if I get a chance before the stream tomorrow, or if I decide I need a bit of a chill, I might use the opt terrain all along here and run some FPS stuff just to see if it makes any difference. I don't think it will, because I don't think we, apart from the odd little stutter, which I think we get just because of whatever Unity no doubt. We pretty much seem to rock with triple digits, to be honest. You're finally building your plane base. I'm so happy. And what was the delay on that wall? Like, were you just waiting for this terrain change to come in, or is it taking this long for you to find the perfect spot? You're getting an extra 15 FPS, are you, Kasirith? Nice, dude. Nice, nice. Excellent. You're taming a Lox, are you, Hell? I've not actually seen a lot. I've seen a Lox like in the distance. We saw them right on the horizon, which is when I first went into the plains biome. But I haven't seen one up close and personal, if you like, apart from the one at Haldor. So the Fulians can be very dangerous. They're actually 2-star spear guys, and ones with swords. So these are like the goblins, are they? Fighting 3-star Fulians. So is that one you were saying by Mr. Knapp? Does that take the 2-star system and extend it out to a 5-star system, does it? Really, Jan? So the Desquitos can fly through your windows? That's actually really cool. I'd be a bit like the seagulls. I sometimes in my main base we get seagulls coming in, Jan. We kill Loxes with fire arrows. That sounds like a brutal way for a big hairy animal to die. Buzz 2-star Bazaar. To be honest, about anything that's 2-star, I treat pretty carefully anyway. I need to remember, however, that a 2-star wolf is extremely dangerous to me. That 1-star nearly destroyed me. And mainly because I was being lazy.
Did someone mention gobbling panar?
What's that, GD? I got a bit of gobble, mate. How you doing? Thank you very much, GD. Thank you for the 33, my friend. Thank you very, very much indeed, mate. Appreciate it. Right, let's grab... We'll leave that in there. Leave those in there. Chuck that down there. Everything else can go home. I'm going to go and do the farm before we do anything, because I think we're all out of turnips, so... I don't know. Somehow really cocked up with turnips, man. So once you defeat the last boss, those Fulians can spawn in any biome at night. Oh, wow. Oh, that makes endgame particularly brutal then, no doubt. Oh, I have some issues with the skeletal smash until I realised just how insanely OP the bone mass buff, to be honest. So 2-star wolves are a joke when you get the last tier armor. Yeah, well, I'm not there yet, Funk, so. Well, we've got Fuelings in our base at night. And you're in the meadows. And that's before killing the last boss, Billy. The beauty of it is, Missy, I such a schedule this week that it's all going in one ear and it'll all be forgotten by tomorrow. Is it only my impression there's a huge part of the game tending to your farm? No, it's not actually, Elegon. It's because I've cocked it up every time I go over there. There is literally no reason for me to have these amount of visits on a daily basis to the farm. Because of the terrain issues that we faced with terrain manipulation, and obviously I wanted a flat farm, you see, dude. So we actually discussed it earlier today at the start of the stream. For a long time I've been saying I need to become much more organised with the farm. With a 3-to-1 ratio build for carrots and turnips, and I could literally turn it around so I have to do it like once every like couple of 3 days in stream instead of like 2-3 times a stream. It's just I didn't want to risk terrain manipulation, like killing the area. I'm almost tempted, and it's very almost tempted, to actually build my farms outside here. We clearly are not going to get any more optimization on terrain deformation. So this base is as it is. Nothing's going to get any better for me. It's only going to get worse the more I expand regardless. It hasn't really given me any leg room, which is a shame, but you know, it's just the way it is. So I think it's time. It's time to make a proper farm. Now, I don't. Carrots really aren't an issue right now, are they? But turnips really are a huge issue. I've just not gotten the swing with them now. I can make some carrot soup. Let's get that sorted. Another thing to bear in mind, Elegon, and this is where this game becomes so difficult to, I suppose, give a general vibe of what it's like to play in terms of divvying up the compartmentalization of its current content. So, for example, you'll see me spending a lot of time doing some farming compared to other people. But that's because those other people are progressing through the base content so much faster. You've got to bear in mind, I'm actually using basically my best food, really, at the moment, which is the sausages, the turnip stew, and the carrot soup. That's kind of about as good as I can get until I switch to serpent stew, and I don't do a lot of travel by water at the moment. So, for somebody else who wasn't doing huge builds, and they're not even that big, but spending a lot of time building and chatting, you don't need to consume anywhere near as much food. You would do 10 times the content that I'm getting through using 10 times less food. Because I'm actually consuming the same food I would if I was battling in the mountains, when I'm standing there just battling grey dwarves on the edge of a forest, because I really am trying not to die. I hope that makes sense. So, yeah, I'm having to farm a lot more than, you know, probably 90% of players out there. You know, that are doing, you know, a lot of building. I hope that sort of tries to clarify that, really. Carrot soup needs more mushrooms. Better is turnip and meat to make the turnip soup. I make turnip soup. I do turnip soup and carrot. Turnip stew and carrot soup. Why can I not make my? Oh, because I haven't got any turnips, have I? Idiot. The fuelings can actually climb rocks, and the berserkers smash the rocks. We had real berserkers. When you say rocks, do you mean like as in earthen walls that you've built? Like as in they can actually destroy terrain? Or I thought nothing in the game could destroy terrain, so that's actually something I wasn't aware of, if that's the case. Throw that back in the air. So let's go in. Let's just. I've switched that to the neck meat just while I do some farming, just to sort of conserve some food, really. Well, I don't want to use the basic meat, Jan, because I need it for the turnip stews. I already get low on it, so no, absolutely not. Farm. No, I don't have a surplus of berries, and I don't have a surplus of just raw meat. But I do have a little bit of neck meat I can switch out from the sausages, and the sausages require raw meat, and the turnips require raw meat. So the last thing I should be doing is eating raw meat. Or at least cooked raw meat. So I think if you raise the ground, it can't be destroyed, but stone walls can be destroyed. Ah, right, okay. So placed stone walls can be damaged just like a wooden wall. Okay, well, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I've not got to the locks. Yeah, I'm sure there's some other stuff later on. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, at the moment, I'm consuming the best food I can realistically. You know, obviously, if I go against the boss, I will switch over to my serpent stew, which I have got a reasonable amount of. But you know, I certainly don't want to use all my serpent stew doing nothing more than building a dock, if that makes sense. You're right, GDW. I like my little farm area. So what I could do, I could completely replant this one over here. Or, I mean, you know, I don't need the boar farm. You just have no reason to use it. So I think with a very modest amount of terraforming, I could have turnip farm with a one, because that's 3 wide, isn't it? I think it's 3. Is that 3 or 4? Probably 4 actually. So what I could do, I could go 1, 2, 3, and then 1 row of the seeds, wouldn't I? Then we harvest 3 of that, harvest 1 of the seeds. 3-to-1 seed ratio, go back in here, and probably whatever we need to put back in there. So I'd need 2 areas twice the size of this to do the farm, wouldn't I? And then I could always use these others as surplus if need be. I've got no issues. It's a really nice chance to catch up with Chat Mithrandir, go get a coffee, and just chill out, to be honest, mate. So something quite pleasant about picking up my turnips, mate. I can do it in different patterns, look, you know. I can just like zigzag it. I can go straight down the middle, look. I could go wild and just do it random, look. It's amazing. It's like a mini game unto its own. Let's have a quick look. Who's that? Alright, leave my bloody kiln alone, you knobber. Terrible shot. Yeah, well, in fact, talking about that, I really do need a coffee, actually. We'll throw you up there. You're right, Zoe. How are you doing, mate? How's things? They can't do anything about raised ground, even locked. So raised ground walls around your farm in the plains for safe farming. But the death skeetos can fly over. Right, okay. The death skeetos, you know, I've seen the wraiths high in the trees in the swamp biome. Are death skeetos similar in the sense that they can actually fly very, very high? I mean, does anyone know what's the top of the world? We can only really go 8 meters up, can't we? So I assume even if you is it we can build, is it 52 meters high, can't we? It's 25 times 2 poles, iron reinforced poles, and I think if you do it right, you can actually stick 2 more things on top of it. So that's essentially 54 meters plus the 8 on the terraform. So we're looking at about 60 meters high. Is as high as we can go, isn't it? From base ground level. You're right, dismembered. Is it open world? This is, yeah. So this is RWG from a seed. So yeah. Yeah. It's multiplayer. It's I mean, I can't tell you whether it's worth buying. I mean, do you like these kind of games, Dismember? I mean, you know, what's your favourite kind of genre at the minute? You know, you're looking for PvP. Are you looking for something, you know, for solo or multiplayer? I mean, this game kind of puts a lot of ticks in a lot of boxes for a lot of people, but so if you like Viking survival, building, exploration, absolutely, but I'm biased with 400 hours played already, yeah. And you know, as an early access game, it's already well worth getting into Dismembered. It is, yeah. I'm a big fan of Cube World, yeah. I've actually exchanged some correspondence with Mr. Wallet over the years. I'd say the combat system, while fairly simple on the surface, is actually pretty complex. It's fun. It's adequately fun, isn't it, Kassereth? And I think the beauty of it is, you know, you can play the one-trick pony that some people might consider, you know, clubs and things for a large chunk of the game. You know, I've gone sword and board, really enjoyed that. I know a lot of people love their big smashing Frostner Warhammers, whatever they are. I've not made that yet. Yeah, you know, you've got options, haven't you? Archery is wonderfully good fun. Since some really nice changes to the archery system, you know, as I've progressed through the ranks, watching that trajectory flatten out, the speed of drawing, notching the bow and what have you has been really enjoyable to see that advance. So yeah, you know, the skill systems are really nice. You know, the upgrades to the gear, damage mitigation, parrying, AoE weapons, ranged weapons. You've got the gunk things, which I've still never used to this day. Don't know if anybody else has found a particularly awesome use for those. Can't remember what they're called. Gunk bombs or ooze bombs or something, I think. You like pay theme? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You're 52 days already, and all of it was at 5 FPS. Getting my new computer into that. Oh my god. It's going to be like entering the real world. Oh, I'm actually super excited for you, Dragoon. Did you upgrade or buy your new computer largely to play this, or was it already on the cards? It's lovely when someone gets a new computer that's really enjoyed a game and still struggled through all the terrible performance issues with it, and then they invest and, you know, they can finally afford to actually play it on a decent rig, and it's like a whole new era, isn't it? I thought about it. It's actually Guild Wars 2 was the one that I was so tempted to. I was really enjoying Guild Wars 2, but my laptop at the time was it really was struggling. So I must admit I was really tempted back then to consider purchasing an actual desktop, if you like, but it felt like a bit of an extravagance. Yeah, I've still got all the black metal stuff to come, haven't I? You just got. It's not like you, Advena, to be like this. Just not feeling it today, mate. I suppose we all have days like that, mate. Just not feeling it. Not feeling the get up and go today, Advena. You've already been picked the little ones up, haven't you? Or is that imminent? The Fang Spirit, is that like the Aegir? Is it? I still haven't made one of the pole arms yet. You just wish you could find a new GPU. You've got the funds. You upgraded almost 8 months ago, but the GPU. Oh no, Cancer. It's a nightmare out there, isn't it, mate? We need to get the Draug bow. Well, yeah, because that's the next upgrade, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. I'm still using the Huntsman. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Just absolutely exhausted, Advena. Just absolutely shattered. So I mean, are you physically tired as well? I mean, you know, so sometimes it can be a bit of a mix of both, can't it? Don't know. Were you particularly boisterous yesterday and burnt a little bit of your fuel reserves? Because you lead a pretty hectic life anyway, right, Advena? Not exactly racing around on the scooter this afternoon, mate. Yeah, I've got so much to do later. I don't know what to do. I wonder when Alpha 20 will show up, though. We have 2 games waiting for big updates after Valheim. What? Sorry, you mean 7 days? What's the other game? You can really suck the life out of you. I know how it goes. It becomes hard, doesn't it? When you just need to get kick-started. But it's so hard, isn't it? May I ask what your background is? What? Sorry, what do you mean, Wrexham? Hey Grumble, may I ask you what your background is? Do you mean me? As in, what do you mean? Do you mean like as in, who am I, or do you mean like a banner or something on Twitch? I'm sorry, mate. I'm not sure what you mean. Farming in this game makes me remember my days spending time in Farmville. Was it any good? Oh, sorry, Funk. I thought you meant. Yeah, I'm not. Did you honestly think 7 days is going to be anything massively new? You know, I'm looking forward to it, but you know, we're getting. I think it's going to be a very nice new lick of paint to the game. We don't really know much about this one, do we? They're taking their sweet baby Jesus time with it, so I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty monumental update. Certainly will bring some of us back into the fold at some point, perhaps. I'm just not sure I want to play it again, to be honest, Funk. You know, at the end of the day, it is still going to be 7 days. And that's not a bad thing to say. You know, I've played the game a lot. But I think if Alpha 20 dropped tomorrow, I can honestly safely say I wouldn't play it. I'd wait a bit. I'm having too much fun with Valheim, to be honest. And that's the first time. I've left some really, really enjoyable games because a new alpha's come out. And I really think I've managed to break that monotony now. It's I do enjoy 7 days. I enjoyed it for a long time. But there was genuinely nothing. I would have ended up like so many other people playing it really just because it's kind of what is expected. You know, this channel very much grew around 7 days, and you know, the community over there, and a lot of us played it together on servers and things like that. But there's a point where you have to say, like, you know, are you just treading water? You know, I enjoy gaming, you know, as much as I enjoy streaming. And I don't want it to ever start feeling like a job that, you know, I've been pigeonholed into playing a game because that's what everyone wants me to play. You know, the heartbreaking thing is, you know, you might lose some friends, you know, over switching games up, but you've got to do what you've got to do at the end of the day, mate. And you know, I don't have to play 7 days. And I've never had to play 7 days, to be honest. But sometimes it didn't matter because I was enjoying it. But you know, how the hell anyone is still playing that game right now, this late into another alpha? I'm not sure. Yeah, I understand if you're a new player and you know, you've got a good couple of years just playing the hell out of it. But I see people that have been playing the game for like 8 years. It's quite clearly because they don't feel comfortable playing anything else, right? Or it's, you know, their channel's known for it. They need to make some money out of it, right? It's just your hell week. Oh, is it really, Advina? Is this? Ah, right. I didn't want to ask. Farming in this game makes me remember my days spending time in Farmville, which I've never played. Hell, I've never played Farmville. No idea. I fancy trying Farming Simulator once. Yeah, I just see you mentioned it, Serenity. Yeah, I think I had Farming Simulator 17 or something like that, but I never played it. I really liked your house design. I was asking myself whether it has anything to do with your job and your personal life. Oh, gosh, no. Oh, nothing like that, Rex. No. God. No, the thing is, mate, I just, you know, I don't make any particularly elaborate builds, but I do like chilling out, doing a bit of building. I've always liked that in all these sorts of games. It's definitely a draw to me. I've had to put the brakes on a little bit with this though, Rex, because obviously of the terrain manipulation, which has now been resolved. So I think I've learnt maybe no matter what we do with this game, it might be better to spread our builds out. So have a little village for the farm, and have a little village for the blacksmith, and have a little village for the crafting, and that way you're kind of thinning it out a little bit. The game is gonna, it's either gonna get more optimization or it isn't. I mean, that's a pretty obvious statement. I'm gonna err on the side that she's playing pretty well after that terrain patch yesterday for a lot of people. So I think we're gonna have what we've got for a fair while to come. I don't think we're gonna see any huge optimization overhauls. So because the game does play pretty well, you know, it's you know, considering the complexity of some of the builds I've seen. You know, even in our own little small community Discord, you know, I'm assuming frame rates are pretty solid. Me, I've played Minecraft. I have played Minecraft, but I never really get anywhere with Minecraft. The last time I played something called Roguelike Adventures and Dungeons, which was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. If you feel you don't have fun and see it as a job, it's not fun anymore. Definitely play. Oh, absolutely fun. Yeah, I've never got that far. I've never ever played 7 days and actually felt like, oh no, I'm playing it for the sake of playing it. What was happening though? I was playing 7 days because I didn't know what else to play. So it was an easy one for me to play because it's a brain dead game. It's literally we know it. I don't have any challenge in that game whatsoever anymore. I know how the building works. I know how the combat works. Literally, there's no reason on God's green earth for me to die. I only die now because I make a stupid mistake. So it's a super easy, chill stream, you see. I can do what I love about Twitch, have a chinwag. But there's only so long you can do that before you actually just start losing interest completely in the game. You know. So sometimes you do need a little idea of what, you know, I guess what gaming brings. So don't play Farming Simulator. You'll end up wanting to smash your monitor. Why? Why? What's that? I've heard interesting things about multiplayer, like a bit of a cross opinion on that. Just in terms of performance, but I think I'd actually really enjoy Farming Simulator. So since I have planned my vaccine appointment at the very right time, Grum, I just heard a rumour that they were done with the hammering of pillars No noise if I have to recover tomorrow for a few days. Oh, nice. I went to the window to check, and sure, the machine they used for it is actually gone. Oh, wow, Shades. Brilliant. So if you... Because Simpson was saying I'm sure she had a headache and all sorts, didn't she? She really was feeling awful. But it was her arm, wasn't it? She was really struggling with that. Oh, well, that's good news then, Shade. So hopefully, if you're in any discomfort or anything later, you can actually have a good lie-in tomorrow, mate. So I cancel the stream for tomorrow, Shades. We'll all jump on Discord and just sing you sweet songs and bring you coffee. You love the farm. Which was the last one you played, Elegon? What was the last farming simulator you played? I don't know like how the nomenclature works, whether they actually had farming simulator 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 when we're already on 22. I've got no idea. So an interesting thing about the optimization patch, the areas that were sub 20 FPS are boosted. However, the areas where I used to clock 50, 60 are now pretty much locked at 30. Oh my god, really, Mithran? Oh, that's not good. Oh no, that's awful, dude. Oh, well, that's not good at all. Yeah, I mean, I haven't... Oh, did I... Oh my god, dudes, you've got to stop me doing this. I think I'm planting all my turnips again, aren't I? Or am I? Oh no, we're okay. We're okay. But only just. I'm supposed to be planting turnips. Oh, I am planting turnips. Oh, thank God for that. Oh my god, I actually thought I completely boffed it. I know I've said this before, right? But this farming system where you take the plant and replant the plant to get the seeds, I know it literally is completely obvious, but for some reason, honestly, I kid you not, my brain, when I come to this screen, I don't know why, but I really just sometimes make the most stupid mistakes with it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, day off tomorrow, Shades. It's interesting you say that, because I actually thought, oh, I need to be careful this week. I need to talk about it today. Because I was thinking I need to take, I think it would have been Thursday, as a possible day off the stream, because that's when I'm getting my second jab. But it isn't, is it, Shades? It was actually delayed by a week. It's actually the week after, so it's not this week, it's the week after, which is the 29th. So we're actually on Farming Simulator 19, are we now? So it's not... So overall, you've got a more consistent performance, Mithrandir. I just don't like the idea of dropping from 60 to 30. I wonder what's causing that, mate. I wonder why you're seeing a performance degradation in an area. So you started with grass, which you just plant, fertilise, wait, mow it, collect it and sell it. That gave you basic money to expand your machines. I think I'd enjoy... I think it'd make for quite a fun stream game, actually. I'm just tired. I just need to buy myself a bit of time this week, Shades. Setting up a schedule on an Excel spreadsheet, literally minute by minute, it was never going to end well. Yeah, well, I think it is Mithrandir as well. It's not like you're playing competitive Counter-Strike Go and you need 144 frames per second, you know, with sub 1 millisecond latency and everything, is it, mate? Valheim isn't going to... it's suddenly become an unplayable mess at 30 FPS, but... The thing is, it's such a beautiful game at times. It's nice to have the frame rate and the resolution to support it, to be honest. Have I tried playing Medieval Engineers? Weirdly, it's the one that I never played. I actually played Space Engineers. And I believe it's the same company, isn't it? Same developer that made Medieval Engineers. I did look into it. I think when I first looked at it, it wasn't actually really a game, though. It was more like a physics-style simulator, I think. You know, very early access. So I never really looked back at it. I mean, if you all said, right, Grum, that's it, you can't play Valheim anymore, which I'd like to think won't happen, and I had to go and play another game. Actually, that'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see what people would say about that. If I had to stop playing Valheim, let's say my PC couldn't play Valheim for some really bizarre twist of events, what would you like to see on the channel? I hope that time never comes. I don't know what I was going to say. I might delve a toe into Satisfactory or something like that, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd feel it. So it happened after I entered the command opt terrain in the console. I just figured it was part of the optimization. Yeah, you shouldn't be seeing any degradation in areas. That seems really weird, that does. You get about 80 FPS on your game. Yeah, and you've got some nice builds as well. It's reasonably big builds, haven't you, Billy? Make sure you do the thing you need to do the way you need to do it. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, honestly, I know it sounds pretty brutal, but even if every single person in chat right here, right now said you can't play Valheim tomorrow, I'd still be playing Valheim tomorrow, to be honest. It's just the way it works. But yeah, as long as I'm enjoying it, I'll probably keep playing it. No, I won't play Factoria. No, definitely not Factoria. But I think that's what you'd like to see, though, Ceasant, yeah? I think I'd rather do Satisfactory and then Factorio myself. But. You have to have a note around the dying light. Let us know, Serenity. Oh, yeah, that'd be a good suggestion, actually, Elegon. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, actually, I'd be up for that. The Hunter Call of the Wild. Yeah, that would be fun. You can actually drive around on a little quad bike and all sorts on that, can't you? Yeah, that'd be a good one. That would be a good one. You really like medieval engineers? It's the same engine as Space Engineers. It lacks a bit of the atmosphere, but has the most sophisticated building system of all survived. Really? Wow, that's a huge award to say the most sophisticated building system. You'd like to see us play a bit of VR, would you wonder off? Just play Minecraft forever. It's weird because at one point I actually did consider playing a lot more Minecraft. Got some friends and family that, you know, it might have tied in well with their interests. We've got our own little Bedrock server running with some of the local families, and so, you know, their kids and their parents and sort of play along. So I did actually think about becoming much more Minecraft focused at one point. Because I think the wealth of mods out there, it would have been a forever game in the Simulator 7 Days. Dyson's Fear Pro. I still not looked into that yet, Gray. Yeah, I should watch a YouTube video of that. City Skylines. Yeah, I should probably try something like that as well. I'd like to try Banished, Beardo. I don't know what people's thoughts are on that these days, but I did actually buy Banished. Or maybe got it gifted, I can't remember. Yeah, I always like the look of that one. Really, Space Engineers is a bit peep now, is it, Doc? They devs seem either incapable of or willing to fix on. Isn't it pretty much done? I can't imagine they're even still actively developing it, are they, Doc? Or are they? It didn't age well, really, Beardo. That's a shame. Frostpunk was the other one that a lot of people suggest that I might have liked. But again, I don't know. I just never really. I don't know. Never fancied it, really. I don't know. I think for me, I suppose the problem is do you want to play a game for a short amount of time? Do you want to play a game for a large amount of time? So I suppose that's it for me. Sometimes it's nice to get to know a game, you know, at quite a deep level. And it's always nice to play something that's relatively new, because then it's like, you know, yeah, look, I'm going to get spoilers in chat. It's not... Yeah, if I don't want spoilers, I probably shouldn't be streaming it on Twitch, right? There's only so much I can expect, you know, on that front. But it is nice when a new game comes out. And it doesn't have to be popular. You know, we've played a lot of early access games that never really saw the light of day anywhere else, you know. You've got the YouTube community that make a lot of money out of the you know, the survival genre, if you like. There's a few YouTubers that are, you know, that are really good, that I really like to watch, and hopefully they make a nice income out of it. But I've played so many that just never went anywhere. You know, they came, they fizzled out, you know, in a matter of weeks. So Frostpunk is wide as an ocean, but shallow as a puddle. Really, is that a generally perceived status of the game, is it? No Man's Sky is good one. Yeah, I mean, I actually really like No Man's Sky. The thing is, I will be honest about No Man's Sky. As much as I could go back right now today and fall in love with it all over again, I always know that I can really put my finger on why I probably won't go back there, you know, as regularly as I used to. The problem with No Man's Sky, which isn't a problem with the game itself, it's a problem with me, because I think I can't criticise No Man's Sky directly for why I don't like it. after a certain amount of hours. I find everything about the game ultimately too shallow. It's interesting you just use that word there because I think it's very befitting my conversation about No Man's Sky. I find the general on-foot combat non-existent, very bland and uninteresting. I find the space, or let's just put space combat, the ship combat, extremely dull, but very bland, very not non-challenging, if you like. I love the building. I love the exploration. I'm sure I'd like the multiplayer elements if there was some bloody content to do with other people. But I never really feel like there is. Now, whether or not Expeditions has fundamentally changed that, I don't know. I guess my problem is I've always wanted No Man's Sky to be, you know, a simulator. I've wanted it to be a space simulator rather than a space adventure. And that's not fair on the game. You know, that's not what they set out to make. So, you know, I both love it and think it's a brilliant game. And I've had many fun hours and probably many more to come. But I always know, ultimately, the journey doesn't last long. But the point is that journey will probably be another couple of 300 hours when I play it next. You can hardly be mad at playing a game for a few hundred hours, can you? You really can't be mad about it. So, you know, the problem is, and I've said it so many times, is I'm always looking for a forever game. I'm always looking for that comfort food of gaming again. 7 days was it for so long that it's just become bland. You know, it's like eating your favourite food all day, every day. Doesn't mean you've stopped loving it. It's just become so bland. You're right, Deadeye, how you doing, mate? How's things? Nice to see you. How's Shelby doing, mate? You don't like the building in Frostpunk? Yeah, so it's weird because I've never actually really watched any content of Frostpunk because I did genuinely think at some point I'd end up playing it, so I thought I'd stay on kind of a bit of a blackout on it, if you like. But yeah, I suppose I never did get to that point. Yeah, that's what I heard, but yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Expeditions is going to fundamentally change my only issue with the game, which is really about the fact it's a little bit more arcade-esque than what I look for in my space games. You know, I've always liked the simulator side of space. I really have. I love Elite Dangerous, for example, to a point. I think Elite Dangerous also, you know, is just a perfect example of a studio just being lazy, incompetent buffoons, to be honest. But we'll leave the negative for another day, right? The Cube inventory space was increased a while ago. Wonder why. Oh yeah, inventory's had a huge overhaul, hasn't it? Yeah, I don't think that's quite the issue it used to be. Oh, I did put that box the wrong way. Look. I used to be able to access it from a shallower angle. It's kind of weird because when I replaced it after that box got broken yesterday, I really thought, you know, which way did it go? And I thought, yeah, I've definitely got it right. Still early, she's sound asleep. What's on the cards today then? Are you working, or in your Valheim game I cheated and used this website to find the trader in my seed? I feel great. Shame. Oh, the question is, you're not the first in chat to say it. How long did you actively look for the trader? How many hours did you put into actually trying to find the damn thing? Is your map like a spider's web or like slug trail of discovery? We've seen some people's maps that just look like this, like, oh my god, you didn't half put some work into it. And 9 times out of 10, when they show us it, it always turns out to be that it's a bit like you went right 3,000 times, and just that one time you went left. And if you'd only gone right that time, you'd have found the trader, mate. Yeah. You played Elite Dangerous when it first came out. I found it lacked. Oh, it was terrible when it first came out, Prixus. And to be honest, they haven't done that much with it, considering the amount of time it's been around. But it's you know, it is a simulator. It's a pretty dry game, but it's fun. You know, I like the combat. I haven't tried the new mining elements. I used to love the smuggling. It did what I wanted out of it, but so talk about a dev team that just couldn't be asked to actually do anything. They just left it to rot. And from what I've heard, this new what's it called? What was the new update? Oh, what's it called? Is it Odyssey or something like that? Elite Dangerous Odyssey? Apparently, there's all sorts of issues with that. Mining in Elite Dangerous, if any void pearls were still as incredible. Oh, still an incredible income source. Yeah. You live No Man's Sky, you've got nearly 200 hours in it, but the expeditions update did nothing for you. I think it could be to get everyone up to the same point before they drop the 5-year up to... Oh, do you think there's a really big something about... Oh, I never thought about that, but... Is it really 5 years? Do you think they're going to drop like a mega bombshell? Ooh, dude, that could be exciting. Did you find it really early? Yeah, I was lucky with mine, man. Your closest trader was so far away, I would never have found it on my own. Damn, bro. It goes to show how random it is, doesn't it? I adore Elite Dangerous, but there is zero core game. Exactly. It is. And that's why I go back to Elite Dangerous every now and again. I go back, I play for a couple of 100 hours, and then think, what's the point, and shelve it. But then I go back, because I just want to play a simulator. And the thing is, there's nothing else like it out there. And that's what's happened with the devs. They just got lazy. They just sat there, just did nothing with it. You know, they didn't innovate anything. They didn't listen to the community. They just sat on their sorry asses and did crappy little incremental updates. The game could be amazing. I'm sure it could be absolutely... I mean, it could... You know, I'm not going to compare it to Star Citizen, but there's so many things they could have done by now. But there's no competition to them. You know, it's a pretty dry space simulator. With a really cool community around it. And they're quite happy playing it. You know, there's a lot of people I know that still love to play Elite Dangerous. You know, VR implementation's pretty cool. But there's nothing else out there. There really isn't any competition. You know, you either play Elite Dangerous or you don't. You know, No Man's Sky and things like that is nothing like Elite Dangerous. I haven't tried X4, but I have seen it, but it's nothing like Elite Dangerous, is it really? It's a completely different style of game. But no, I've never played any of the X series. I heard a lot of good and bad things about it. I think X4 is supposed to be pretty good though, right? I think I'd enjoy X4, but it wouldn't be a replacement to Elite Dangerous for me. You've got 84 hours in, but not all those hours were actively searching for the trader. Yeah, so sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Deadeye. Well, Star Citizen's still very much out. There's a lot of player. Well, look, I'll say it as I say it every time. There's more content in Star Citizen even right now than there has ever been and probably ever will be in Elite Dangerous. It's just that there's so many people that unfortunately are on the hype bandwagon of hate. That they've never played the game. They actually haven't played the game. They don't know the community of the game. So it's one of those easy ones. It's a bit like No Man's Sky syndrome, where it's easier to ridicule than it is actually to get off your lazy fucking arse and go and pick it up and play it. Star Citizen's a pretty good game. It's not all come together. It's really like, I mean, people play Elite Dangerous but slag off Star Citizen. Elite Dangerous has nothing. You can't even fucking step foot outside of your ship, until Odyssey releases. You know, you've got quite a lot of components with Star Citizen. Where you know, you can actually do things other than just sit there flying a spacecraft in first person mode. But it's waiting for them to bring it all together as one huge package. You know, how long that's going to take, who knows? But, you know, for your cost of entry, you'll get more fucking content than you will out of Elite Dangerous. A lot more content than Elite Dangerous. You like watching folks play those space games, don't think I could ever really get into it myself. Yeah, they're sim heavy, man. They're sim heavy. Yeah. Yeah, the fuel rats are great, yeah. You play Star Citizen if your PC wasn't... Oh, and there's the other thing. You'll always find people that have got shit PCs that slag off Star Citizen as well. It's always... They've never played it. They've got a shit PC, but they really like Elite Dangerous. I can read them like a book, mate, honestly. Right, I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be back in a jiffy. Yeah, that's kind of where I am, Myth. Yeah, I mean, my PC's, you know, no longer, you know, in the same category that it once was, mate. It's, you know, this might very well be the last game, you know, maybe on an early access front that actually works this well. You know, who knows what the future holds, but yeah, it is. It's, I don't know what you've got, Mithrandir, and whether or not you've got any inclination to consider an upgrade, but my upgrade at this point would be so horribly you know, prohibitive right now, because it's not an upgrade at this point. It's a rebuild, really. So I'm actually really lucky at the moment, because I've got a friend who actually was lucky enough to actually purchase an RTX 3090. And I've actually had a few opportunities to actually play on stream with an RTX 3090. We played a little bit. What did we play with it? We played. I think we had a couple of days with Valheim, but didn't we? Didn't really notice any difference with that, obviously. What did we play? Oh, Outriders. We played Outriders, but unfortunately, Outriders had that horrendous stutter when it first came out. So didn't really make any difference, unfortunately. But yeah. It is. It's that's the realms of insanity. Right now, what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Should we go and get our silver then? We just needed to get food, which we've sorted out. We are going to the mountains though, so I don't want to be taking neck meat. We want to take saucissons, don't we? Saucissons. And saucissons are a little bit of a little bit of that. Why am I pressing the wrong button? We need a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and we'll grab a little bit of thistle. Make some sausages. Is this game good? It's brilliant. Yeah, it's amazing. 10 out of 10, mate. It's a 10 out of 10 game. Can't go wrong with it, mate. We'll keep it short and sweet for you, Tut. Valheim is nothing like Terraria. Valheim's good. I love Terraria. I thought Terraria was a cracking game. One of the ones that I played extensively on the PlayStation Vita. I think I've got some PC time on Terraria. But I actually think that's on one of my Skyrim accounts. I'm sure I had it as a little supplementary game, just while I was waiting for things to compile in Skyrim. But yeah, I like Terraria. And I like Starbound. And I think for me, they were both great games. But I just kind of preferred... I suppose Terraria. I just like the theme of Terraria more than I did Starbound. But I had a lot of fun with both games, though. No doubt about that. Now we're going where? We're going to the vendor, aren't we? Is it the vendor? Yeah, because we're going back to the mountain, aren't we? You bought your latest PC so you could actually play The Witcher 3. What, when it first came out? Or because you just wanted to play Witcher? Because The Witcher 3 is fantastically optimised on PC these days. I mean, it wasn't brilliant when it launched, but it also wasn't terrible. You know, they did a pretty good job, and there were some really nice patches pretty early on with The Witcher 3, weren't there? But, I mean, that thing is optimised into oblivion now. Ever so well done. Well, one of the things I'm really hoping for Cyberpunk, I really want to play Cyberpunk, I really do. Can't be asked to fork over the money for a scorching hot rig when I still haven't played games from a decade ago. I suppose that's the beauty of what I used to do, Mithrandir. I used to have like a sort of cycle, I suppose, where I'd sort of try and put together a cheapish gaming PC, and sort of then sort of play what I could on it, and then bounce over and sort of play, you know, pick up a console, and it was just like you know, PC for a little while, then back to console, PC for a little while, back to console. But this time around, because I suppose of the streaming element, I've kind of had to have PC gear, you know, for the streaming side of things. So this is the longest I've been with a heavy focus on PC gaming. Not sure that's going to continue though, unfortunately. So you've got a GTX 1060, have you? I've heard that some of these, like the 1080 Ti, is still holding a fantastic price, isn't it? During this like nightmare, you could get a 1660 Super Myth. Is that a little bit better? Is it? I've not played Ark in like 6 weeks, but I still think about it every day and look forward to my return. Is that like your game, Wonderwaff? You know, is that the one that you? I don't know. Not every game, Wonderwaff. Every game that's released has the potential to be a lifer. I don't feel like that at all. Not every game. Not at all, mate. I've played a lot of narrative-driven games that would never be a lifelong game. I think it's only really the survival and building genre for people that have like a desire to create, even if it's badly, doesn't it? You know, you don't even need to be any good at it. But I think like Ark, Conan Exile, 7 Days to Die, Valheim, Minecraft, if I haven't mentioned it, pretty much every survival game out there that lets you build a wooden cabin. That's what turns those games into long, drawn-out experiences, I think. I think people like that little escape in a world that they can have some control over. But yeah, not every game that comes out could be a lifer for me. Especially not, you know, it's like Days Gone. Days Gone is probably one of my most favourite games of all time. In fact, I'd be happy to say it is my favourite game of all time. Having replaced the original Red Dead. But even I couldn't play that forever unless I had options for mods, I think. Now, whether or not the PC version permits that, I can't imagine it will. But you never know. You know, I could play it for a long time. I could definitely play it, you know, back to back a couple of times, I think, because I think the character evolves quite dramatically as part of the playthrough. But, yeah, I couldn't sink like 1,000 hours into it, I don't think. Yeah, so Ark's your one, is it, Wonderwaff? You really... And, of course, the beauty of Ark, Wonderwaff, is a little bit like I've just said. You've got all the maps, you've got all the mods. You know, you could take any one map and it's a completely different experience. Take any one mod and it overhauls every single map again, doesn't it? You know, you literally have got an almost infinite amount of content there. My issue with Ark is performance on servers, Wonderwaff. Otherwise, I think I could happily give it yet another go. It's just I'm sick and tired of logging into that game and having shit performance, dude. You know, once a build gets even remotely interesting, you know, it stifles my creativity from day one. And I love to build, man. I love to build. Yeah, and like I said, it doesn't even have to be anything good. a wooden shack in the mountain, whatever. You know, I love building, but my God, that game just, it falls apart. In single player, it's not a problem. In single player, it seems to hold its own, but... And it has come a long way. I mean, Ark was awfully optimized when it first released. I never posted those pictures, did I? Of, I can't remember who was with us. I don't know what it is. I'm sure Tony Boy Blue, possibly Simpsy, I'm not sure. I know Daikoi was there. Certainly Ben or Freddy was there. The day that we actually sat here on stream waiting for the Ark servers to go up, literally on the day of release. And I've got some screenshots that are obviously saved on the Steam cloud of those first beginning days. My God, that game has come a long way. It was an ugly game when it first released, I tell you. And the performance was horrendous. And now, you know, I mean, I could spend hours just looking at, you know, the spines on an Ankylosaurus, just marveling at the animations, the hue of colours, the, you know, it's... Why am I freezing if I've got... Oh, because I'm wet. Oh, right. Sorry, that's my bad. I always get confused with that. Oh, gosh, we are actually wet. Wet. God damn it. 1 minute 40. Oh, hang on. I didn't get any wood, did I? I was going to say, we've got a little campfire along here. Or have I been past it? Oh, I better get back down, haven't I? That's my bad. Is this the house, though, isn't it? Yeah, this is the butt end of the house, right? Oh, I really panicked though. I was like, hang on a minute, what's going on? Is my cloak stopped working or something? It's chucking it down. Absolutely chucking it down. Now, did we keep any wood in the box? Oh my God, I totally forgot that my corpse room box was in there, guys. Let me go and see if we've got some wood back down here. Next time we come through the portal, I need to remember to... Oh, we've got one wood. I need to remember to... Yeah, in fact, actually, Shade said yesterday, and I totally forgot. I didn't replant the orchard, did I? And I'm sure we haven't been there today. I really need to go and bring a batch of wood over there and take my corpse run gear back as well. Tell you what, I need some coffee anyway. I want to have a quick chill out for a moment. Some games deserve a start, middle, and an end. Think back to the best rated games of all time. Mainly those. Yeah. I mean, I played things like Plague Tale Innocence, you see. Wentex. Stuff like that was the first games that popped into my head there. The Last of Us. You know, the Last of Us series. You know, even Indiana Jones-esque games like Uncharted that have multiplayer. You know, so sometimes a game that just has an end, has some closure to it, is a wonderful thing, right? It's a wonderful thing. You don't have any desire to play Cyberpunk 2077 or Outriders. I've enjoyed Outriders. I think Outriders is playing really well as well, from what I can understand now. So some nice fixes to that stutter and what have you, weren't there? You think so, Mithrandy? You reckon this will be your forever game now? Did you play Half-Life Alyx in the end, Wentex? Oh, hang on. Let me get this. That's a nice little interlude while I'm on the phone drinking my coffee and this. Performance in art was really bad, Dot. Yeah, I've got some screens with like max graphical settings with frame rate sort of counters running on it, and that game came a long way, man. I mean, that's a beautiful game now, right? A beautiful game now. Yeah, Half-Life 2. Yeah. What's Wentex? I don't know if you or anyone else knows. What was the Black? Is it Black Mesa? The Black Mesa sort of like fan remake. Is that now 100% completed? Because I swear I said I'd definitely go back and play that at some point. But they were always trying to just finish off the last boss and things, weren't they? I'm sure. I'm sure. Is it actually been done? Is it finished now, or? It's awesome and get so it's 1.0. So if I jumped in now, because I know there was a lot of controversy over the AI, wasn't there, with the Black Mesa remake of Half-Life 1, but I don't know whether or not a general consensus and change was brought about. It's really weird that I've said the same thing a couple of times, dude. I actually seriously have no idea how many actual tracks there are in this game, and the really weird thing is that there is no way there can be that many, right? Considering the hundreds of hours I've played it, and yet never, like seriously, never once have I felt like turning the sound off. It's like really weird. It's it's one of those games where the sound is so spot on, you almost forget to appreciate it. So yeah, it's nice when someone points that out, mate. Yeah, I mean, for me, not on single player though, Doc. You know, single player, you know, look, obviously not anything can be infinite. You know, I can't have a ridiculously complicated build and park 1,000 dinosaurs all on top of one another. But you know, in single player, I can have a pretty busy scenario. I was going to go and get chops of wood, but everywhere I go is like too close to my build. Yeah, I can have a pretty busy density of dinosaurs and you know, a reasonably intriguing build in single player. And it plays fine, dude. You know, as long as I'm not expecting 4K resolution and triple digit frame rates, you know, it's more than playable at 1080 or 1440. You know, with very few drops below 60. You know, lighting and torches definitely seem to be an issue in that game. But multiplayer, I can have the same build and get like 25-30% of the performance, mate. And you know, I've tried all sorts. You know, server hosts that we were using. You know, you can use those accelerated and even more expensive CPUs, and it really doesn't make any difference. The only real way to fix it is to demolish stuff and get rid of things. Very frustrating, Art. Very frustrating. The network code almost seems to want to run at 30 FPS almost. You know. I mean, it doesn't. It's not like it's actually locked at 30. Of course, it's not. But it doesn't. It really doesn't like running at a high frame rate. It really doesn't. It's a really strange one, that game. But yes, unfortunately, it doesn't matter if there's only one or two people. You know, if you play single player, even if you just add it as a multiplayer game, the performance just goes, I don't know, it just drops off a cliff. It's quite situational at times, so different on the boats and different biomes. I love it. I wonder how many tracks there are. Does anyone know? Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I mean, I would never play Ark single player. I just don't think I could ever play Ark. I think it's one of those games that has to be played multiplayer, and I could even argue to some degree probably has to be played PvP by a lot of people. Yeah, so I wasn't trying to make a reference to that. What I was trying to say was that, you know, the single player game runs phenomenally better than you know, a multiplayer variant. You know, hopefully Ark 2 addresses that. What was that? DST. Sorry. You're at Destiny's Voyage. In my world, I build forts, and they would all have upgraded workstations and forges, smelters, and high comfort. Then I play on another server to see them all take the ore all the way to home base. It's like, why not just smelt it there and make your stuff there? I think it depends if you want to roleplay into it, Destiny. I mean, what you're doing is perfectly logical. I actually prefer the idea of having these roads and transporting ores around. I kind of like... I like a home. I actually like a home, a central hub. I've actually got little Drumbodian, sort of what we call them, like Drumbodian portal forts, or whatever we call them, Drumbodian forts, portal forts. And they are, for all intents and purposes, completely self-functional. But I still take everything home. Destiny's Voyage. Very much like your name. It's about the voyage, not about the destination for me. Is there a max number of days in this game? I hope not. Never thought about that. we know people are well into their thousands, aren't they? So, yeah, I know, it'd be quite sad, wouldn't it? You hit 999 and the game just deletes. I don't think so. Not that I know of, anyway. What DST Winter is thermal stone and winter hat and keep out of base for Deerclops. She's nasty. Is it? Oh, don't starve together. Sorry, don't starve together. Is it? Yeah, you're right. How are you doing, Pumper? How was Pixel Mum's birthday, Pumper? Was it on the weekend? Was it a Sunday? Was it, mate? Day 999. Only, yeah, that's it. 999. Put another 50p in the slot, right? You got to buy the game again. You took too long. Odin's not happy. Yeah. Yeah, well, you can't really talk, Dot. I mean, every time you've ever joined us for a multiplayer game, you always have a hissy fit and quit within a week. Oh, Doc's the only person that quit Ark. Why did you quit? Oh, Doc quit Ark because he built near what appeared to be a Triceratops spawn. It wasn't a Triceratops spawn at all, but Doc believed it was, and he got that stressed with it. He had to turn it off. Yeah. I see how you twist things around. It's amazing how Doc left, didn't it? And was it Yeti moved into his house? Oh my god! And we never saw another Triceratops in the area. I reckon it was your dodgy Packer Rabanne aftershave, mate. That time you got something a bit more modern. Right, let's leave that there. I will make a second one because obviously that was close. Cool, man. In fact, good job that was in a bigger tier, wasn't it? What do we want? We want a carriage, don't we? Nothing in that. Nothing in that. Okay, let's go. That was it. Trikes, not Triceratops, wasn't it? They are bloody annoying, though, aren't they, Doc? The worst has to be the what was it? I remember on the playthrough. It's the one before this with Elegon and Z. Where was it, Doc? The Herbie Island, and the Brontosaurus at the end of like the. I suppose the channel out to the main sea. Oh my god, that Brontosaurus. He used to do my fruit and nutty, mate. He really was. We didn't really knew as much as we did the next playthrough, I think. So, you know, they're relatively easy to sort of tease out into the water. But that constant smashing, pounding when we were still really low level and trying to get the build up and running. Oh, man. Those things. They're so loud as well, aren't they? It was Friday, was it? Sorry, Pixel. She was really happy. We gave her a painting set so she could have some fun. Oh, nice, dude. Is she going to... is that something she likes to do, is it? Or is it a new hobby during lockdown? Right, where's my silver? So that's the node that's left, isn't it? It's got to be super ready for... See, if I backfill here, I mean, I could always turn this into, I suppose a wolf farm, wolf taming area. I suppose. There's got to be people well over it. I'm sure I've seen some streams with days well over 1,000. Because the thing is, if you're on a server, it's not even like your playtime, is it? So, I mean, if this server was a community server, we'd be well into like probably 2,000 plus days, I would have thought. What foods do I eat? I eat normally turnip stew, carrot soup, and sausages. Drog intestine sausages. For my general day-to-day hunting and mining in a new biome. I tend to, if I remember, I tend to switch over to neck meat instead of sausages to cut back on thistle consumption. If I'm doing a boss, I switch over to serpent stew. What else do we have? I think we go for serpent stew, turnip stew, and carrots still, doesn't it? Or do we throw in a bit of raw meat for that? I can't remember that. 1,900 days. Yeah, I guess there can't be a limit. I mean, I'm sure there's an arbitrary, you know, algorithmic value at some point where the game's probably not sure what it does and maybe resets. But I can't imagine it would have, you know, I can't imagine that's, you know, in the billions, no doubt. Isn't cooked meat better than carrot soup? It is, but it means then I've got 3 things all using meat, and I don't have a boar farm. So it's counterproductive, really. Well, I've got some mushrooms. So, yeah, it's basically a case of balancing what you've got access to. See, my turnip stew uses meat. My sausages use meat. My carrot soup doesn't. So, oh my god. Not a good place to be really, is it? So many times we've been attacked here by these wolf packs. It's almost like you don't quite have that window of opportunity with the 1-star and 2 stars. It's almost like, am I full or something, or is it just being a bit knobby? Oh, with max weight, that's why. Oh god, did I go all the way back over there and not put the silver down? Oh gosh, I think I did, you know. I wonder if this is a better route round, going down and around. I'll give it a go. You right, Uncle Oz? How you doing, sir? How's things? Yeah, we'll be doing the wolf. I'm going to come and do the wolf taming like sort of properly. I want to put a proper build together for that. So yeah, we will be doing it. So if I come around that area and then back up here, this should take me to the other silver vein, which it does. Should just be able to go up and around. The little campfire here, isn't there? If I can get a little rested bonus there if we need to on the way back. I just need to remember to bring some wood from the Chalky Grove to both the log cabin and up here. And we'd be good to go, wouldn't we? Yeah, I was going to say, I can't see it happening in anyone's lifetime, right? Running. I mean, what is it anyway? I mean, I suppose you could work that out, actually. If you felt so inclined. I mean, a day in this is 30 minutes, isn't it? So a day-night cycle is 20 minutes daytime, 10 minutes nighttime for a 30-minute. So obviously a server can only be up and running for 24 hours a day. So that's a max of 48 days per 24-hour cycle. You could probably work out how many years a server would need to run for to hit, say, that integer within, you know, assuming it's working on 32-bit. I don't think there's any humans out there that are going to fall prey of that one. What was that thing that was going to happen in 2000? Was it 2000? Well, the whole world was going to explode in a ball of flame because all the computers were not going to know what to do when it dinged the year 2000. This window off. This is the serpent shield. So this is made out of serpent scales. Was that a Y2K? Is that what it was called? Y2K. Year 2K. You just spent 2 hours on the phone trying to see where DPD have lost my... Oh, Cola. No. What are you having delivered, Cola? If they set the day amount to a longer interview, it would be in billions of days. I was going to say, it's not... it's going to be a long time, isn't it? Long time. You've got a Y2K plushie. But was it actually, I mean, what was that? I mean, was it actually a legit concern? Or was it another case of the media going a little bit hoo-ha over it? I mean, was everyone racing off having to get new BIOS clocks or something installed? It is. It's a really good shield. I mean, I've had no issues with it. The problem is I actually miss parrying. So, yeah, like you say, there's a trade-off for the simplicity of it. God. World save at a very awkward time there. I mean, was there anyone here that actually, had issues with it or worked for a company that really had to put some legwork into making sure that didn't cause a problem at the stroke of midnight and all the rest of it? Yeah, it's a legitimate concern for some software packages, but probably easily overcome or patched to some degree. But I know the accounts in the media liking to, oh, doomsday. So it's a 2060 overclock. Managed to pay normal retail price until your 3060 Ti order arrives. Poor DPD woman has had a day ruined, absolutely ruined. Oh mate, that's awful. So what's happening then? What are they saying that? Are they saying that they just can't find it? Or you're right, Pooh. I remember all the systems that started to fail since that. They had the birth date written as XXXXXX. XXXXX. Especially banks. Well, really? So it was actually quite serious there, was it? You actually spent 2 years doing it, Panda. Really? So you were one of the peeps behind the wheel, making sure the world didn't enter doomsday scenario. You had some, what's that? You had some older AS400 machines I had to isolate in 1999. Well, they just wouldn't have made it into the new era, no? So an airport actually, Jesus, wow. You were working as sysadmin for an accounts department over Y2K. It was a genuine and very big concern. Is that like been future-proof now? I mean, if we learnt our lesson, and what one day, unless we really fuck it up, we actually will dig into the 3000s and things. The delivery guy's delivered it somewhere with no photo location, wrong name, etc. Oh no, Cola. See this goes to show, doesn't it? You see, now you will forever be tainted with that impression of DPD. And the weird thing is, my experience with DPD has been the exact opposite. They've actually been really good around here. Although I have to say, my old driver is no longer no longer the driver for the area. He has actually been replaced. So I haven't really had any parcels as of late. So I don't know how robust they are at the moment, but. He was honestly, Cola. It was like almost within a 20 to 25 minute window at most, really, that he would deliver a parcel. If I had a day of the week, I don't know how that works. Whether we had regular delivery slots and things, but from the depot to my house, DPD always delivered within about the same 25-minute slot, really. So it was always an absolute pleasure dealing with them. But back then, I used to order quite a lot. I used to do upgrades for people's computers or through the girlfriend's work. She had a lot of colleagues, that didn't know a lot about PCs, and it might just be a case of buying some new RAM or upgrading a gaming rig or something. And I love to tinker, and so I was forever getting deliveries. So DPD were really cool for that. But in hindsight, now I mention it, it's been a long time since I had regular deliveries from them, and he's no longer the man. I have a lady who is now on my round, and she's a very nice lady. She's very polite, but very pleasant, very cheerful young lady. But whether or not she'll be as consistent, and of course it won't be down to her anyway, will it? It'll be down to whatever the logistics of her deliveries are. But I always assumed we must be on a fairly consistent drop route. Because to be within 25 minutes, probably 70+% of the times within a 25-minute window was like a dream come true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, IPv6. Yeah, that's... That's like essential for the continuing expansion, I suppose, of users on the internet, right? Oh, hang on, that's going the wrong way. Is there a reason why it's not been embraced more, Doc? Is there actually, a simple reason why IPv6 isn't a bigger thing than it? And that's why we don't have Windows 9. They could not fix older software to recognise it as it was thinking it was Windows 95, 97. What, for real? That's actually why we skipped Windows 9? I've heard all sorts of conspiracy theories on why we didn't get Windows 9. I can't actually remember any of them now, Wentex. But that's the real reason, is it? He's got another victory royale. Oh, win-win. I didn't know you played Fortnite so professionally, sir. Y2K was actually pretty big. I remember working in a pub and assistant manager when we switched from pounds to euros. Wow. It's Hermes that are 100. So you'd rather have Hermes. I think I have had deliveries from Hermes now. I remember when we last mentioned some of the delivery companies in and around the UK. I think Hermes was the one that I hadn't really heard of a great deal. But yes, they. I'm sure I have seen Hermes fans. The New Year's party I went to for Y2K, the guy who owned the house hit the breaker at midnight and freaked a fair bit of people out. Clever. Apocalypse! Gonna party like it's 1999. You'd rather get herpes than Hermes. Are they not good where you are then, Wensex? I'll tell you who I've been incredibly impressed with. Argos. Argos are terrifyingly efficient. If they've actually ever got anything in stock, which is where they let themselves down, I suppose. But I guess with the Suez Canal issue, the COVID pandemic, you know, I'm sure all companies have struggled with supply. But honestly, I can sometimes order something, say, from Argos. You know, over the last sort of 18 months, as late as, like, say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and get it for 7 o'clock that evening. You know, I thought that was the realms of, you know, the super powerhouse of Amazon and places like that. Argos have been absolutely phenomenal. Don't use Argos a lot because they are quite expensive, and most things I could probably get on eBay cheaper. But I bought my barbecue from Argos, for example. I posted some pics of my bad boy in Discord yesterday. I can't remember what I paid for it. I'm sure it was about 25 quid, something like that. You know, it'll last me probably 3 to 4 years. I can hardly complain about 25 quid, can I? You know, I'm a simple man of simple means. I don't need anything too fancy or extravagant. So I thought 25 quid, about £5-7 a year. I didn't mind that, and of course it's Argos, so I knew if there was a problem with it, you know, that they'd come and pick it up, take it back, whatever. Oh my god, I've not got my bow out. I keep wondering why I'm not shooting arrows at him. Can't see squat in a blizzard, man. I need to start aiming more at the wyverns. I'm still in old archery skill where I'm having to aim a little bit above them. This thing's almost like a sort of Exocet missile. Oh no! Oh, we've got a problem. Oh, we've got a huge problem, boys. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. My button 8 ain't working again. My button 8 ain't working again. I don't believe it. It's seriously, it's not working again. Oh, I've just got it to trigger, but I think it's too late. Oh, you could not make this shit up. Unless that golem saves my life. I really relaxed on that then. I thought I'd got the... Where's my house, guys? Where's the house? Where is my actual house? Just going to run through as many mobs as I can. Oh, wow. That was close, man. I just couldn't get the healing pot to trigger. It just wasn't working, but I just spam clicked. I just absolutely spam clicked it like a mofo. Oh, I was about to say I can't believe it's happened again. I can't believe it. But yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I just spammed it and spammed it and spammed it, and it triggered. Oh, Jesus, man. I need to switch back to mouse and keyboard for a moment. Oh, oh my lord. Oh my lord. That was tight, mate. That was tight. Yeah, I didn't. Bone mass would have been dead. No, I'd have been dead, Fripster. There's no way I could have triggered bone mass without dying. It's too long to cast. I was in too much danger. I had to get away to use it, so I managed to get the stamina pot in. So I thought I'm not going to risk it. I just hoped the golem was going to pick up the wolves, which I think it did. Yeah. It's if the wolves jump you, it's too late. I knew there was a 1-star coming in there. I could see it. So. But if I tried to trigger bone mass, I'd have been dead. Whew. That was close, man. That was really close. Are you right, Wookie? Sorry. Also, when how you change that? Yeah. So yeah. So the trajectory flattens out. The drawing of the bow becomes much faster. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of weird, actually. I actually have no idea where I am, you know. Like, literally, I'm really confused. I think I was heading for that. I saw this campfire and I was thinking, what's that? I don't think it's anything. I actually don't think that is anything. I bet you that's where I left. We must have come over here doing... Oh, thistles. I must have left a cart there when we came to get wood or something. Oh, that was close, shot. Honestly, that was close, mate. Yeah. I just could not get that healing potion to trigger. So instead of like panicking, I just started spam clicking it. Just like spam. It triggered in the end. I think the problem there was, I think it's because if you try to trigger it and run, I think it stops you using it, doesn't it? So I think that was the mistake I made. I don't think that actually was an issue with anything. It was me not giving myself long enough to consume it before I hit the run button again. I assume that's the case, because I noticed if I, like, say, go to switch to Wishbone and I click it and then start running, it doesn't equip it. So I'm assuming food's the same, and I just haven't really picked up on it. In fact, I don't think I can run by the looks of it when I consume food. So, strange. Right, we need to get back over there then, don't we? Whoa, that was crazy, man. That was probably... Yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with that, was. What was we down to? 7 or 8 health? I got 3 perfect jumps in. Not gonna lie. Any one of those 3 jumps, just to keep that zigzag going. They do not... They'll Z-axis the crap out of you, but they have to think about it, don't they? And if you can just buy enough time to get that stamina pot... and I saw the golem, and I thought, oh, you couldn't make it up. And I thought, hang on a minute, that's actually a good thing. I was just hoping he'd animate. I almost tried to hang around briefly just to see if the golem would, like, come up, you know? I know I can outrun a golem going down there. The golems path like absolute idiots, don't they? Golems really do get super confused. Wolves not so much so. So yeah, I felt like we were... I just needed to get that damn health pot, man. Damn wolves, bro. They come out of nowhere. It's like you said, if you've got time to trigger bone mass, no problem at all. You know, your quid's in, ain't you? I've never hit that number 8 so violently, Doc. You're right, Raven. What's this game about? RPG, next survival, or 7 days? It's not like 7 days, really, to be honest. This has got more of an actual focus than 7 days. So there are actually bosses that you need to complete and kill to go through the crafting progression. So it's a bit more focused than 7 days. If you added like bosses to 7 days that you had to kill to get to like the next tier of crafting, then yeah. But yeah, I think I prefer the way we've got this. If they ever add quests to this game, then I've kind of got a super keeper. But yeah, it's like an open world crafting progression game with bosses to defeat. Really nice biome diversity. Yeah, think open world Viking survival with a very heavy dose on RPG elements, if you like. Learn by doing, like 7 Days used to have. It's got a really good death penalty, which 7 Days doesn't have anymore. You know, to compare the two, I'd say coming into this kind of genre, would I rather play Valheim than 7 Days? It really depends to me on whether or not you want to kill zombies. If you want to kill zombies, you can't go wrong with 7 Days. I don't know. I'd be interested to know which one. I think this one, it's interesting because both games, I think, from a new purchaser's perspective, it's an interesting question. I know this isn't the question you asked, but for me internally, I think both games have got a really bizarre aesthetic, haven't they? Like 7 Days still feels like a pretty old game, but it has come a long, long way. So it's, you know, she's a good looking comparatively speaking, and excellent in its visuals compared to any other big heavy voxel based game. Although having recently played Bedrock with shader pack on an RTX 3090, got to admit Minecraft could look pretty badass. Jesus Christ, that was impressive. But yeah, this one also hasn't got one of those kind of like instant must play graphics. But then you get something like that as a screenshot, and you just think, holy shit, dicks, nailed that one. You know, it's. I know if I was looking at an early access game right now, when I had 7 Days all this, I'd be picking up this. I actually genuinely believe that I could make that decision, knowing what you know, if I got rid of what I know about both games, because I think this just feels like more of an adventure. 7 Days would feel, you know, to a newcomer almost like, I suppose, like a really heavy modded Minecraft almost. But yeah, it's a good game, dude. I mean, it's a good game. If you like 7 Days, you'll probably like this one. Yeah, definitely room for both to exist in your library. 100%, 100%. Yeah, it's multiplayer. Yeah, you can play multiplayer. You can play PvP if you really want to. Again, I suppose a bit like 7 Days as a point of comparison. You know, I could argue PvP 7 Days takes a bit of work to make it, you know, make sense. Probably the same with this one, I would have thought. To 1 gig. Yeah, but again, you can't really compare the two. You know, you've got to be fair to 7 Days. It is a 100% pure voxel world, isn't it? Whereas this one isn't. We can only go so far up and down with this. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to play a new zombie game, but I want to play. I want to see something like Days Gone with this level of building. I suppose that would be my keeper, I suppose. Yeah, there's another similarity with 7 Days. Yeah, both got fantastic modding communities, but both seem to have some pretty, well, it depends on who you speak to, but I like the developers of both from what little I've read of this team. Yeah, you know, yeah, the fun pimps have put their foot in it a few times, but you know, if you take into account how long I've read those forums, you know, yeah, you know, sometimes they talk some right babbling nonsense, but yeah. But yeah, modding communities for both are great. Can you build a house with his hammer on the top? Can you build a house with a hammer on the top left? Sorry, what's that, mate? Yeah, I played with, I can't remember which one it was, we actually had a look at 3 of them, but there was one for the Bedrock edition. Which, because the beauty of the Bedrock edition is it's full RTX enabled there. So the performance impact on a good RTX card just doesn't care. It's stunning. It was like the weirdest thing of it. It's almost like, whoa, is that actually Minecraft? I mean, you know it is, but it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Max farming boss and just killing mobs, have a loop in itself. It'd be wonderful if we get quests in this. You imagine, like, every time you see Odin, he would drop like a small chest or a note that could be like a little mini task. He needs, even, I mean, I know it's gonna, like, oh, come on, but even if it was go, oh, look. Even if it was like, you know, we need to go and kill 10 wolves, but you know, you got something cool in return for it. Yeah, that'd be great. You know, going on little hunting expeditions to kill various bosses and things, or to go and kill another boss a second time for whatever reason. Which I know some of the loot mods add that, don't they? They've made it so the mods themselves create new drops from the bosses, so you can go back, kill the elder and get like some rare crafting reagent I'm going to put money on killing the golem first is our pro strategy, because obviously the wyverns can't be hit by him, really, can they? Unless they have a really bad attack. Oh no. Like, oh, aggro both. That one seems to be leaving me alone, so... Oh, how did that miss? Oh shit, that's not good. Now this is where we will hit bone mass, just on the off chance that golem decides to play. That's right, I now, in exactly 5 minutes, 3 seconds, I get hit by a 2-star wolf. Definitely need to start aiming more at the wyvern. I'm so muscle memory built into that angle. What about the infected? I think I was offered an opportunity to have a code for that from them. Or is that the other one that somebody else mentioned? No, yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember that one. I've got confused about those. The infected. I'm not sure if that's the one I was invited to. If that was the one that I wasn't exactly blown away by. It just felt like shit. I've definitely seen all this before. Almost like a reskin of everything I've ever seen before. I'm not sure. Is it any good, Nava? Have you played that one? Is it worth me checking out? What do you think of the Forest and Subsistence? I kind of liked Subsistence when I first played it. You know, fantastic achievement by one gentleman. You know, but it really was a very basic game when I played it, mate. And I hate the thought of just running around a field, essentially, looking for boxes to get loot out of. You know, I want to be exploring caves, houses, things like that, you know. You know, Subsistence was never going to hold me for long, but a brilliant achievement. Highly recommend it, especially if you're interested in game design. The Forest was an excellent experience. Yeah, you know, I could argue it, yeah, maybe needed a little bit more direction for some players. But a really good game, fantastic. Fantastic vibe, great story, loved it. The mod we're talking about that adds a merchant overhaul with bounty quests for monsters. No, yeah, I know it's been mentioned. Yeah, you know, but by the time I get around to mods, Mithrandir, I really hope that, you know, things like Epic Loot, Valheim Plus, you know, questing overhauls, all that stuff is like all singing, all dancing. Can't wait. You know, this game has got so much to offer right now. The golem can't touch the drakes and the drakes don't damage the golems. Well, he'd taken a lot of damage though, that golem warlock, so something must have hit him. I mean, I only had to hit him 4 or 5 times, so I don't know whether those wolves had wrecked him. You've had some shader packs that had a really miserable feel to MC when it starts raining. Your field of view clouds up, water trickles down the viewpoints. It really does. That's actually quite cool, yeah. I've not seen that, actually. That's pretty neat, Dot. So you enjoyed the infected. It was good, and a good side is that there's always new updates. I'm really wondering though whether or not that is the one that I looked into. Can't remember. I'll have to check it out on YouTube. I'll know straight away. I'll know straight away. I think it might be the one I saw Games for Kicks. I watch a lot of Games for Kicks when I can. I think he did a live stream which I missed, and then he redid the start as a YouTube video. You know, oh my god. I'll tell you what, that could be a bit of a problem. That was close. Oh no, stamina! Idiot. My bad. I'm going to get another whack here, aren't I? Alright, alright. Might as well get that bow skill up while we're feeling reasonably confident. We get 3 out of 50 on those. I'll get the wood then while we're here as well. That was pretty common. Good practice. I wanted to actually leave that then. I made a couple of mistakes with the stamina, but it made me think, right, let's have a practice about getting those stamina pots without having them hot barred while we still move. Because you can still move while you're in your inventory, can't you? What's the bow level? I don't normally check it till the end of the stream, but let's have a quick look. 76. So I think that's probably as high as we've got on the bow skill, to be fair. I have a horrible feeling we're going to have a bad day today. That's as high as we've got it. I had a couple of bad experiences, didn't we, recently? So it's taken me nearly a week to get back to that. It's been really slow progress. So I think next time I die, try and get a corpse running, drop everything, go and hit bone mass, see how many arrows it takes to get back to a 5% reduction on a bone mass farm. No mods at the minute, shot. No, I said I'm going to go all the way through to end boss, 100% it, if you like, in terms of that side of the content, before I even think about mods. You know, I want to be able to give the devs fair play. You know, a fair bash at keeping me entertained with the vanilla game, and I also, you know, kind of like the idea of ultimately have it, you know, being able to give the mods a bit more respect when I do pick them up, because I'll have a better understanding of, like, you know, what they're changing. I kind of need that sort of base. Oh my god, really? Oh shit, that actually really fucking hurt, bro. I'm actually quite surprised by that. I'm gonna watch that stamina, man. What I'm worried about is a pack of wolves coming in and really raining on my parade. What's the cooldown on my... I can take another stamina pot at my leisure, can't I? That's going to cost me, I think. You have to take the hit. Right, we're working on 61 fire arrows. Yeah. They hit hard, don't they? They do hit bloody hard. Right, we want to get our silver, don't we? Where are we, boys and girls? We're in a... I do not like the idea of a wolf attack now. Yeah, AFK for a bit, Shades. You take care, man. Take care, Shades. Fishing with a punch. If I wasn't up in the middle of the mountains with cooldown on medium healing pots and everything, I might consider it, but you can hit them with a pickaxe. Yeah, you can. I prefer, to be honest, I prefer hitting them with my bow, just to see if I can. Why is that saying too hard? Weird. Too hard? Too hard, sir. So this would actually be quite a cool place to tame wolves, would it not? With the suspended silver vein directly above where... Would I not use that to tame wolves? If I was to build up the back there, could I not actually build this into a... I don't know what would happen. Would they race down into the pit and get stuck? I don't know. I don't know if you just get the rest of the silver out or not, really. Yeah, I mean, I personally would never take on a golem with a pickaxe, personally, because I think I'd rather do it with a mace and a shield. From what I can remember, I get pretty good damage mitigation. In fact, 100% damage mitigation with the shield. So for the small amount of additional damage, comparatively speaking, that I'm going to get traded off against my survivability. Especially given the fact that a wolf could attack at any time. I would personally strongly urge that as not being a not necessarily being the most brilliant of tactics, to be honest. I think I'd much rather have a good hefty mace and a shield. Just in case the unforeseen happens and the wolves decide to nibble your bum. I wouldn't really fighting a wolf with a pickaxe, you know what I mean? How fast those respawn? What's our weight? 440. I'm gonna have to go back anyway because we haven't got any. It's a bad place to be at night. A very bad place to be at night. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go. What's all that down there? Is that just what the hell? What the hell hit here, man? This is the wolf versus golem. This is where I ran down and the golem spawned. You can see that the wolf heads look cool stuff, man. I unfortunately need to go all the way back up there though, don't I? That's a lot of loot left on the side of this mountain, just from like the organic combat between, all the critters, isn't it? Its full damage is maxed at 1. I remember you saying that actually last time. Yeah, I need to remember that if I'm building. If I ever build the big lighthouse in Ireland, remember we've got 100 health, we will survive, right? Yeah, I've got loads of them. I've got hundreds of wolf trophies, mate. Not too worried about it. I'm going to go back and get it all, though, because I want some wood up here anyway. The wood's more important right now than the wolf trophy. What have I got? So we'll keep some wood. Might just build a box over here. Let me see if I can go back to where all that loot was. I don't really want to do this at night. Only what, 2.5 straight 3 months before Daddy Rev. he's getting there. He's starting to feel a little bit nervous, Rev. How's it going, mate? How's you and Pixie and family doing? I'd really rather not be out here. Can you get? Is there a werewolf trophy? Oh, what is that? Oh, Fender. Oh, talking the devil. We just got one. A halfway between wolf and man. Its face frozen in a snarl of pain. Ooh, that could be an interesting decorative item. Where's all that wood that I just saw when you said... Is it up there? Ah, it's up there, Dykel. Okay. How you doing, mate? How's, Oh, fucking hell. I've only got 54 arrows as well. I'd really rather not be battling him out here. There's a lot of them around here, isn't there? Really? Oh shit, that's bad. Will he attack the golem if I... Oh shit, that's bad. You reckon? Damn, it's like Gollum bloody mountain today, innit? Flipping hell, fire. How many is that today? Is that 4 golems? I can hear wolves as well, man. This is not good. This is so not good. Constantly checking my health and stamina right now. Like constantly. What's that? That particular trophy looks good sticking out from underneath a bed. I'm quite intrigued to see what it is. Yeah. What? Really, Rev? What? You're starting to feel like the pressure a little bit now, mate. Starting to become like even more real, is it? Suppose it's normal, mate. It almost seems incomprehensible, the miracle of life, doesn't it? Until, you know, the inevitable is about to happen, right? I mean, it's it's not like you don't know how the birds and the bees work, right, Rev? But, you know, the simple fact of the matter is it almost seems like magic unfolding, right? Soon to be Daddy Rev. You'll be a brilliant daddy, mate. You'll have it well in hand. I know that's a wolfie. Ooh. Whew. You put 240 hours into the game in the first 2 weeks. I should imagine you're not alone in that. Oh, hang on, is that... that's quite a lot of hours, actually. I was going to say, I should imagine you're not alone in the sense of having found a new addiction in gaming. It's... most people I speak to who play it have found that it's definitely got that Minecraftian 1 block more element, hasn't it? You know, oh, I've died. I'm just gonna get my sword or my mace skill back up. I says, oh, I'll just check around that hit, you know, crest on the hill, just see if the trader's over there. I've just got enough nails to make the boat now. I'll just see what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I've got one. Have you tried obsidian arrows? I haven't actually, no. I mean, the reason I haven't tried obsidian arrows at the minute, I've said it a couple of times on stream. One of the big pitfalls with 7 days was you know, a lot of the community were really upset when they fundamentally changed sort of like the hierarchy of crafting from the outer 600 to the 136 instead of the 13600 style, and it was like, oh, you know, it's taken away all variation, you know, it's, you know, we'd rather have 600 variations than 6 variations, if you know what. But the whole point was, I mean, one, they did add an element of randomness to stats, but also it's the tricky part is that as a games designer, you probably see things very differently. Is that another one? That's another trophy there, guys. I've got 2 in one night. Look. See, a bow and an arrow, right? It doesn't matter. Oh, it's a hand. It looks like a claw. I thought it was a face. It doesn't matter if one arrow does 30 damage and another arrow does 35 damage and another arrow does 40 damage, and then you've got one that does 45, and then you've got obsidian ones that do 50. If literally even the most basic of basic arrows, which I haven't got to show you, one-shots everything. You know, for 99% of my playtime outside of this mountain, I just need wooden arrows, and everything dies with 1 arrow, or maybe 2 arrows. So that costs me 0 downtime. I don't need to worry about feathers. I don't need to worry about flint. I don't need to worry about obsidian. There is literally no incentive right now in the game whatsoever for an archer with a high archery skill to switch to better arrows. My skill is already offsetting any damage variation. So, yeah, what I'll do is I'll save my obsidian arrows maybe for the boss fight. What are we fighting next? I don't even know what we're fighting next. Momotho, isn't it? So, yeah, obsidian will not be my day-to-day arrows. They're so cost prohibitive compared to what I can use, you know, 24/7 with no downtime. I've just said a few times, I expect a pretty serious nerf to archery at some point. In fact, I think some of you said they've already mentioned archery will get quite heavily nerfed at some point, haven't you? Like it has actually been discussed, I think, by the dev team, publicly, perhaps. Yeah. Okay, right. That's a full cart to get home. Shall I go and get some more? Was there any silver left over there? I think there was, wasn't I? I'm sure. Did I not? I didn't smash out the whole silver though, did I? Shall I just go and finish that off? Oh no. Let's not do that because I've got no arrows left. Although I could make some. Wood arrows. Multiple. Yeah. How many? I got two. I think I got two. Did I get two fen rings, or was it more? I'm not going to use all of that. That should be enough just to get back over. I really hope I don't die. Yeah, I got two. Look. Yeah, I got two. I'll throw those back in there. Let me just go and get that last little bit of silver. I'm feeling reasonably okay. I've got a bad fit. I've got a bad fire. I feel like I'm distracted. Just a minute. Let me just bear with me a second. In fact, let me go and get my rested bonus. We need a little bit of wood, don't we? And that's up there somewhere, isn't it? Back from getting the wee one. Lunchtime now. Is it bedtime yet? No. Nowhere near, I'm afraid. Nowhere near. You've got a long time to go.
This is a month cycling by where more money was handed to you for your grandest of adventures on the internet.
Set your feet in, mate. It's going to get a bit toasty in there. Thank you very much, Squirrel. Thank you for the 3, my friend. Thank you very much. 3 months sub badge today, Squirrel. Thank you very kindly. It's very kind of you, mate. Thank you. You do that. Wooden arrows for everything other than the furling berserker. You use needle arrows on them to save the panic. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, bear in mind, everything I say is only up to this point in the game. I mean, I don't know. I could take one step into the plains and realise, holy balls, that is not cutting it, mate. I need to start making flint arrows or iron arrows or whatever arrows I can make, you know. But right now, you know, as long as you've got a high bow... See, the weird thing is, the more you use the bow, the better you get with it, which offsets the need for better arrows. And of course, by using, you know, if I go and fight Bone Mass and use the best arrows in the game, like say the frost arrows for him, I'll probably only hit him like say 40 times and he'll die. I put 200 arrows into him and knocked him down to 20% health when I fought him. Well, as in knocked 20% health off him down to 80% health. And the amount of gains I got from that, I think it was 2 whole skill gains just from using crap arrows on a boss I felt comfortable with, you see. Can you just build a camp? Yeah, I just had a little... I left it here because I was going to just build a little bit of roof over it just for the blizzards and things, but... Not even sure if that works, to be honest. You off to mine some more silver, are you, Billy? Yeah, I'm doing alright on the old silver. I think, I mean... does anyone know how much silver in total you need for a full outfit plus 1 weapon, 1 shield? I'm not sure what a full upgraded suit of silver or wolf armor, as it's called, I believe, it actually is in this game. Yeah, they are, and therein lies the issue with the inventory system they've come up with Kasarif. Yeah. It's a lot of it is situational, isn't it? There's a lot of good strategies that you can employ in the game, but inventory slot becomes the real overarching decision maker. I mean, yeah, you know, I could carry a mace so that when I come across a golem, but you know, that 1 slot to carry a heavy mace in, you know, do I really need to do that, or do I just not bother? You know, and therein lies, I suppose, why I actually would like to see maybe for another playthrough of mine an expansion on the inventory management. Not because I feel like it would make the game easier, but it would add to the diversity of how I play. You know, if I could have, you know, a batch of 3 different types of arrow, and then stay out as a nomadic run for a few hours, knowing, you know, I've got what I need to take on different creatures. It makes it a little bit more fun, I think. I would love to see a backpack mod. That's what I'd like to see. There is a game that we have played here called Outward, I think it was called. And it had a wonderful backpack implementation. And I'd quite like to see something like that in this game, to be honest. Can I? Oh my god, it's another bloody golem. You couldn't make it up, could you? Has he actually seen me? He has, hasn't he? What an asshole. Why is it with all the golems today, mate? Can't get up there. You got no chance if I play this game, bro. And I don't mind playing this game because I want my last bit of silver before I go home. Right, okay. Oh, not mucking about, are they? I can definitely hear wolves as well. I think I've just got 2 little nipples of silver left, haven't I? How bizarre. Does it well? I'm just going to be digging down, aren't I? Oh, you got to be kidding me, man. Alright, we're out of it. Let's go. I think we've outstayed our welcome. I feel like we are definitely pushing it right now. We'll take the hit. Double whammy. Let's go. Let him break the silver vein. He wouldn't go down there though, would he? The golems are quite easy to outsmart, I think. Terrain-wise, aren't they? We are RKGA, yeah. I've got the new patch. If so, notice terrain's changing. In fact, it's basically I can answer the question as a yes and a no. To be honest, RKGA, but basically all I can do is lend some validity and very factual proof that the terrain manipulation was not working as intended. Not just that it wasn't working, you know, as an optimized implementation. I have an area that was relatively flat. I'm just going to use some arbitrary numbers here for sort of scaling. I had a relatively flat area of terrain that I did a little bit of terrain flattening on. And let's just call that 10 square blocks for argument's sake. And the terrain implementation fix has, you know, using opt terrain to retrospectively fix it, has, without any shadow of a doubt, day and night difference in performance. Day and night difference. It's gone from like 30 FPS to with massive micro stuttering and hitching to triple figures. The thing is that the main base, which, you know, if I consider that terrain area I've just spoken about was 10 by 10. If you consider my main base 100 by 100 in comparison, also terrain deformed, and has got a massive build on it, no real difference, mate. So it just goes to show that you're going to have a real mixed bag of tricks about whether or not it's improved for you. So in other words, I've got a very small area that I terrain deformed, in other words, flattened. Very subtle flattening, though, not a lot, and it killed my performance. That has been absolutely 100% fixed. My mega build, which isn't even that mega, but, you know, for discussion here, which is 10 times the size of that flattened area, also flattened, and also has, you know, campfires and workbenches and all sorts of manner of constructs on it, beehives. That ran better than the little flattened area did prior to the op terrain fix. So there you go. That's my point I'm making. You know, there was clearly a massive problem with how terrain manipulation was being dealt with. Outside of the main base, everything's running just as well as it was, but that's because I haven't used opt terrain anywhere else. My main camp, I did it once in the middle, and it seemed to pretty everywhere as I walked around the periphery, it just said no more instances or no more instances found or something like that. I did it in one other spot, which is just down the road, which is that small flattened area, and my frame rate went bazinga! No micro stuttering, no hitching, smooth as a baby's bum. So, yeah. So you can let into your house in the server I'm in and not be under grass. It's always a bonus. You're right, Harry. You find the pickaxe works best. Yeah, I know. I said Harry. Yeah, I just would never do it personally. I think the trade-off from using the bow and arrow to gain my archery skill, and even if I did go melee, I would much rather have a mace and a sword and board, because it's great if you're only fighting a golem, but you suddenly have a pack of wolves attack. I do not want to be sitting there with a pickaxe fumbling for a shield, you know. So yeah, I mean the pickaxe against the golem, yeah, there's no doubt about it. It packs hard. I just wouldn't subscribe to that combat style personally. Not if you're serious about not dying on it. I just want to opt terrain. So first of all, you need to enable the F5 dev command. So in order to do that, you need to launch the game using the Steam launch parameters with -console typed in. Then once you're in the game, you can press F5. You then, in the F5 console window, type dev commands. And then all you do is you walk around your base typing in opt terrain. And it will retrospectively create the new instance variant in that area. So you should see one of two things. You'll obviously see the instance count reduce, or you should hopefully see the instance count reduce. But it also essentially now uses the new instance algorithm in terms of how the game decides what it needs to render. So it won't be taking a snapshot reference back on seed production, which is what causes a lot of the issues. So it's pretty straightforward, and I think it's 150 meter spherical radius, I believe. So it's pretty big. So you shouldn't have to do it often. I might have to do it a few times on my roads, but to be honest, my roads don't perform badly, so I might not even bother, to be honest. Yeah, I'd use a big fat mace and a shield against the golem. If I went golem hunting, that's what I'd use. And then, you know, even if a wyvern attacks, I can still block the cold attacks. If a wolf attacks, I've still got block or parry available. Yeah, a few people have said that they've had issues with buildings collapsing, because one of the other fixes, of course, was the fact that apparently these sconces were somehow acting as some kind of support for some builds. So obviously that has been fixed. So some people may consider that wasn't actually broken in the first place, but yeah, I mean, I haven't had any issues myself with anything collapsing, but yes. You ever do shout-outs for new streamers? In what way? What would you like me to do? You give me an example. Thank God for booze. I'll have to do it 9 times. Mini Stillith is coming along at only 50,000 instances and 5 FPS. Oh my God, dude. You'll have to let us know you get on, Zin. It'd be really nice to see what a mega build is like. You know, what does it really change? Because there's got to be a point where general... I'm just going to have a coffee, guys. Yeah, there has to be a point where, you know, the building itself, the geometry instance count, plus all the shadows, you know, volumetric smoke and everything, particle effects. That alone has to be contributing above and beyond the, you know, the terrain manipulation at some point. So yeah, just hyphen console, boot the game up. F5, type out dev commands, return, then click opt terrain, and it'll give you like a load of data, and then just you know, travel 150 meters is actually quite, you know, it's a weird thing on scale, but it's actually quite a fair old distance, to be honest. And then just type it again, and you'll keep seeing it saying no instances found if you're still within the sphere of influence of the original command. Oh, alt terrain doesn't require dev commands. Oh, does it not? What, really? What, I can just type it in here? Are you kidding me? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I can just type in opt terrain here now. Oh, Jesus. Well, there's something I didn't know. How do I get out of that now? How do I get rid of that? There we go. I didn't know that. I actually read... I read it on the Steam forums. I must have done it a really convoluted way then, Cassera. Thank you for that. I'll remember that now. There is a streamer creating a mega build castle in Valheim. She's got a lot of work to go still. What's the frame rate like, right? Is it holding up or? Oh, you still need to do the command. Oh, you still need command console. Oh, but you don't need to type in dev commands though. You just need to enable the F5. Oh, right, got you. You don't. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, that'll help. I suppose it's one less thing to type out. Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. What's the frame rate like? Grey. You just said data 3 new to stream, trying to make an affiliate on occasional following view is what I've been trying to get. Well, you can always join us on Discord. We've got a section for other streamers to shout out when they're going live. You're more than welcome over there, mate. I should imagine there's loads of stuff right TV ready. I know you were all telling me about a whole slew of Star Wars things, X-Wings, TIE Fighters, the Millennium Falcon and all sorts, aren't there out there? All sounds very very impressive. And also don't forget, I mean, again, you know, if you really are a builder at heart and, you know, you're not necessarily that bothered about all the other things. I mean, you can even add mods that remove structural integrity, right? So you can build as big and as vast as you want without having to worry about, you know, support beams and all the rest of it. Well, hopefully with the terrain work now, hopefully it'll all be okay, Gray. I mean, fingers crossed for the project that, you know, at least she's got a stable building block. You know, there's nothing worse than having a bad frame rate before you've even laid your first foundation, because you know, you've actually done so much terrain manipulation. Your instance count was like skyrocketing, but so leave some wood in the cabin. Oh yeah, I should have done. Did I? Have I got any with me? I think I've got any, mate. I think I left what little wood I'd got up top for the rested bonus. Can always bring. I need to go to the orchard when I get back. I might actually seriously change the world. Can I change the world save timing? Without adding a mod. Can I just change a config file to make it every 60 minutes instead of every 20 minutes? The only thing I'm worried about doing that, does it mean that then when it actually saves on the hour every hour or every 60 minutes regardless, does it give me an even bigger hiccup? Because there's, you know, there's now 60 minutes worth of data instead of 20 minutes worth of data to catch up on. Looks like I've lost some torches actually. Maybe not. You're right, Silent One. I'm doing all right, mate. How are you doing? Yeah, this is like the Silver Vein Road. So this is like this is the midway house in the swamp, where I have a portal, and then we can carry on down to the water's edge over that way. So you only need, so let me just get this straight. So if I launch the game with dash console, press F5 and just type in op terrain, so I don't need to do dash dev commands, or in fact you don't even do a dash or a slash, do you? You literally just press F5 and type opt terrain, don't you? I think. Did I? Oh, I brought the stuff from the cart. Can you say hello to Finley? Hello, Finley! How are you doing, little fella? Are you being a good boy, Finley? I hope you are. Have you been to nursery today, Finley? What did you get up to, my friend? Have you done anything exciting? We shall pop that and that and that back in the box. I always think about leaving a little stream delay, just in case we get a response, Advina. Well, one day I'll be all confused and I'll sort of say it a bit harshly, and it'll sort of like, oh my lord, what have I done to upset the mysterious man in the telly? We shall take... Well, actually, let me get this inside the camp. Yeah, I wonder what's up next. Someone in chat earlier sort of suggested that there was a very good chance, or well, not a very good chance, I shouldn't say that, but I suppose I felt it was a good comment that maybe with this update, that was almost like the big hurdle they had before they released Hearth and Home. You know, this terrain issue has been pretty serious for a lot of players, hasn't it? So I wonder if this was that really big update they kind of just needed to get out of the way before they sort of start cracking on with Hearth and Home and things. That's alright, Advina. It's a shame I can't hear him and actually have a conversation with him. Make it all the more real. What are we putting away? Thistle. I've got to get some coffee. I really need this coffee, man. Oh, and also they can go in there, can't they? I've got to go out in the garden again later. Oh my lord, got to break up all them boulders and things. Holy shimoly. It's kind of nice having put it up on Discord. I feel like that's going to be a good driving force there. Has there been an official date for Hearth and Home? Not that I know of. No. To be honest, I didn't think we were going to get this terrain update. I just thought it's one of those things like we might be waiting for an awfully long time for that. You know, it could be one of those things that they're aware of and they'll work on it. But at the moment, you know, they're going to really focus on cracking on with their sort of 2021 roadmap. But it does seem like we need to have a check at that thing, don't we? Yeah, it seems like they really wanted to address that, didn't they? Where? Oh, there they are. I was about to say, where am I putting these golem shards? So no, I don't think so. I think we're all just kind of quietly waiting for it. And of course, the other thing is we don't know how big Hearth and Home is, do we? You know, there's a lot of people wanting it to be something pretty spectacular. It might not be as grandiose as we're hoping, you know. Right, that's everything patched back up. I just want to go back and bring the rest of the loot from the cart along. They're focusing on having a party with all the money though. Well, I tell you what, I'm not being funny, but if they turned around and says like, look, this is the roadmap which we released before this game went a bit viral. And we had no idea of just how successful this was going to be. And we're going to be honest with all of you players that have bought the game. And we'd like to say thank you because we are taking a 4-week paid vacation in the Bahamas. No expense spared. I would have applauded them. I'd have said, fair play. You do whatever you've got to do. Recharge your batteries, come back in a month's time and carry on development. You know, watch the game organically unfold on the internet and continue its viral sort of success. I would have had no problem with that, mate, honestly. Go away and let it sink in what you've achieved. You know, it's literally like, you know, bottled lightning, isn't it? So few early access games, you know, hit the lofty heights of multi-million sales within, you know, weeks of launch. This is the sort of game that AAA publishers dream of. Every year they're banging out games trying to get a taste of something success like this. 5 people. 5 people? Knock out a game. What, are we on 7 million sales now, are we? Yeah, if they'd said, cheers for the money, we'll be back in a month, I would have stood and applauded them for doing it, I'll tell you. You're still really impressed with the job they've done considering they're such a small... Ah, it's phenomenal, mate. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. You know, I think internally, did they say on that interview? I think it was... Did they say 200,000 or 100,000? You know, they were hoping to hit, you know, a couple of 100,000 or 200,000 sales in those first few sort of weeks as the game came out as early access. Yeah. How long are we now? Like 6-7 weeks in? 7 million sales? Maybe 8 weeks in, something like that. Not bad for a 5-person... Well, it's 6 people at the moment, isn't it? Possibly more now, but... What's making the trophy glow? You mean Dave the Grave? That's the skeleton key. That's the key down there, look. The swamp key. Oh, Dave the Grave keeps his beady eye on our base when we're not here. Keeps the Grey Dwarves at bay. Yeah, I think I was super impressed with Zim. I mean, how many devs, if you know, had a game that has some performance issues, or you know, has some procedural generation issue, and you know, that no one ever wants to say you've got to start again. But you know, not only have they implemented this new terrain manipulation system, but they've also given us a manual retrospective, you know, command to. You know, keep some of these older worlds alive. You know, not often you see that, is it? Really? Does he really, my friend? Yeah, I'll have to see if I can catch them. Does he actually play the game, or does he? You know, is he kind of here talking to the community and you know doing a bit of development work on his PC while he's doing it, or is it literally him playing the game, getting feedback? They expected 1 million over several years now. So yeah, I know it's part. I'm sure I can't remember if it was 100,000 or 200,000, and that was like that had good confidence. They felt like the game was solid enough to get, you know, either 100,000 or 200,000. You have to forgive me, I can't remember the number. You know, during those early access weeks, you know. Air Art. So he's the streamer, is he, here on Twitch? Yeah, very true, Zin. Yeah, very true. Yeah, it definitely helps, doesn't it? Well, in theory, Gordon, I guess the Hearth and Home one probably... I think most of us are probably guessing it doesn't require a restart. As it doesn't necessitate. You know, you might want to do it, you know, for the best play experience, but you might not necessitate it. But I think the one that might, you know, things like is it the Mistlands? I think that's supposed to be that's kind of like an empty biome at the minute, isn't it? So if you've got Mistlands on your server, the only thing I'd be careful of is as long as you don't build in the Mistlands, right? So I think if you build there, you're running the risk of like POIs appearing there upon reboot. But yeah, you see the frame rate around here is not improved. It's not improved, and this has had the opt terrain pass, you see. It's no better and no worse than it was. But what I might do is a brand new install and remove all the little tweaks that I made to the game. See if that actually is affecting it negatively now. I'll try it without the Vulkan API and everything as well. You're watching the said dev stream. He said even exploring the unfinished biomes may cause issues. Oh really? Oh, so we're basically looking at a reboot when that happens. Then is that right? Ah, okay. Well, look, if it happens, it happens. I mean, you know, we can't sit here and be angry. I mean, it's an early access game, right? Right, I need to cook my food. So let's grab some meat and some entrails. Some carrots and some turnips and some mushrooms. That we are dangerously low on shrooms. Oh well, I need thistle as well, don't I? What's my instance number here? I think it's down to about 8,000 now. But like I said, I think at the minute there's still. I guess we've kind of. We've still got to remember that building things is still going to impact on frame rate, isn't it? It has to. But what is weird is that if you drop the graphical settings down in a place like this, even though the CPU, GPU, system RAM, video RAM, nothing's being taxed to the point where you're starting to see a bottleneck. Doesn't make a huge difference. Even if I lower the things like the draw distance and shadows, it doesn't seem to make any difference. I don't know. I just don't know. I've got no explanation for it really. This just seems to be what it is. It runs, brilliant when you first spawn in. But if you come back here via a walk, or even a portal these days, it's never as good as when you first get here. And I suppose you've got to bear in mind the stream. We stream for 7 hours a day. So whether or not that's, I should consider a reboot every couple of hours just to keep things running tickety-boo. I don't know, but... Yeah, I think that's the sign of a good game. I always said this about 7 Days, Deadeye. I always said I never mind, when I'm playing an alpha, especially a new launch alpha, in experimental. I have no issues with a reboot. So sometimes it's actually nice to roll back. I suppose I'd be a bit good because I know that I could quite easily push through to the bosses. So I'd probably try and do that if there was a patch that necessitated a restart. But then again, I might sit here and think, no, that could be the driving force behind starting all over again. So, where am I? What am I doing? We want to take the silver we've got. Let me just check there's nothing in the box up here, actually. No, we're all good. I reckon we're ready for our first. Should we go down to our newly established dock, then? For our very first return home. I'm going to keep the eggs here, I think. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 184 silver. That doesn't sound like a lot of silver to me. But I have no idea how expensive a suit of armour is. But that's not exactly screaming vast quantities of silver. I probably took triple that in iron. And barely had any left after I'd upgraded a suit. It's like any game though, isn't it, Bodacious? I mean, I could argue I could start playing 7 Days to Die, and literally it would be finished 7 hours later. But when you start adding in building, it all becomes, I'll just build a small storage unit. Oh my god, that's a warehouse. Where did that come from? With fully functioning dock, aerial reconnaissance, and battle array and a Gundam mech. Built in a Thundercat lair. And all you needed was a box to keep your carrots in, mate. God damn it. This thing is heavy, man. This thing is heavy, bro. Whoa, silver is seriously heavy. Very, 2,500, yeah. I didn't realise how heavy silver was. Good job we sort of, oh, our runs up to 53 now. What do you think they'll, anybody got any, oh, I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to actually have any insight into this. What do you think they'll do once the, what, have they said anything about what's the plan after the roadmap? We've got the 2021 roadmap, haven't we? So we've got Hearth and Stone, Cult of the Wolf, we've got the Oceanic update, Sail, Sea, whatever it is. What's the other one? There's a fourth one as well, isn't there? What's the name of the ocean upgrade one? You're right, Spartan. How you doing, mate? How's things? So the Wolf Cuirass, the Pants, the Silver Sword, and the Silver Shield was 322 silver with all upgraded. And what did I say I'd got? Nowhere near that. so I said we only needed 3 nodes, and I was thinking like that doesn't sound right, but oh, I'm going to need to find some serious more silver nodes then. You're right, Sophie. You managed to get some work done and resisted the glorious game and didn't play it for a bit. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thanks, Sophie. Yeah, you managed to actually be productive today, have you? Is it just called Mistlands? Is that actually one of the names? Is just called? I thought it was just the name of the biome. So one of like Cult of the Wolf, etc. We've actually one that's just called Mistlands, have we? Yeah, I wonder if there is a bit of a memory leak on it. You know, one of these really hard to pink, because it's such a small memory footprint anyway. I'm not sure you'd pick up on it. Clean that cobweb, Spartan. Cool, blimey, mate. Don't know what to do with this wall. We really can't make a decision on that until we knock that tree out there, can we? Right, let's get this taken down to our longboat. Still not sure whether to actually add a little. You know what? I've just suddenly realised. I think I had a bit of a weird lucid dream about this game last night. Now that I'm sitting here. What was that? Oh my god! Did I discuss this on stream? Or is this some sort of like weird internal thing I had going on? Hang on, just bear with me one sec. I had this idea. I don't think it was on stream either. Let me just try something. Because what I was worried about is if we wanted to get rid of the green sort of damage to the. So that's interesting. So you notice how this lip stays brown. That's interesting, isn't it? Why is that? Right, I need a workbench. Let's pop a workbench. Yeah, what I didn't want to do was have like a canopy on this, because I thought it would block the blue, the view, sorry, of the bay, blue bay. And that also includes the Drake helmet. So basically, I've only got half of what we need, though. Yeah. So I actually need a good 7 nodes, and I've only found. What have we done? We've done 3, haven't we? Oh yeah, I know Mistlands is one of the new zones. Yeah, no, I was just wondering what the names of them were. So yeah, so the Mistlands actually is one of the roadmaps updates. So it's basically the Mistlands and then the oceans are the 2 sort of areas. And then before we get to those 2 big updates, we've got Hearth and Home and Cult of the Wolf. I've heard some really nice theory crafting about Cult of the Wolf. Would be an interesting one. Yeah, we're going to build a lighthouse over there. Yeah, but it's going to be made out of stone. So stone lighthouse on the stone rock over there, I think, was the original plan. So let me just yeah, let me just see if this actually works. Because I didn't want to build left and right. What was the plan? I know. Oh right. Oh yeah, that was it. That was it. It was something like, oh, actually lower. So if I put in, let's just imagine you did that. What I thought was if we do, it was a zigzag. Couldn't quite in my mind's eye picture it. Now that's not going to be tall enough to get under though, is it? We know that won't work. But if we use that, let me just do let me do a third and a fourth section. That's not snap, did it? We'd have to have it like as low as we can possibly get, so... Did that snap in? I think it did, didn't it? Oh, it's not rotated right, is it? Yeah, you still can't get under it, can you? Ah, right. Or can you? If you knock out... Might be too low. So I'd probably have to take it up another one. But I was wondering if, like, because of the angle of it, it might not be as intrusive as just putting over... Because, I mean, the alternative is to just keep it really low, isn't it? And just have something like that put on it. Which lets you get under it anyway, I suppose. You actually can fit underneath those, can't you? That was the obvious one. Sort of like a low-lying... then I'd probably just have supports in like every third one or something. Still not sure if it's gonna make the port look too busy. I'll probably look better with it all not looking like I said, if this was green, this would be fine. But that isn't green. And shows no sign of going green. And of course over there it wouldn't be a problem because I could knock the roof out. But then I'd also have to knock the balcony out a bit, I think. Oh no, because technically that doesn't count as a roof, does it? So if I knock the roof out, the little jetty would go green, wouldn't it? I'd love to have it all green and not mix. Does the stone slab count as a roof? I think it does, yeah. I think it does. So is that what you think? That's why it's not being affected? I'm just trying to think if there'd be a way to do this like with angled beams, so it just looked a little bit more interesting. You know what I mean? Like that, perhaps. Well, that adds a little bit of detail to it all, doesn't it? See, the last place I should have done this is at the end, because I'd want to tie it in with that, wouldn't I? But then, you know, you could get in there if you need to. Not that you will, but... don't know. Not sure what to do about that. It's giving me a railway vibe at the moment for some reason. Almost looks like a railway bridge here. Right, let's get the stuff on the boat anyway. We want to get our silver home and start smelting at least a little bit each day, don't we? So we never really came up with a plan for the edge here, did we? And I suppose going this way, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because I can just jump, because it's going to be higher than the boat's deck. These boats are so big. and horribly cumbersome. Like horribly cumbersome. Stone steps. What do you mean? Well, like stone steps. What are we saying about stone steps, dude? What are we doing with these stone steps you speak of? I think I just fell in the water. That is not what I tried to do, guys. That is not what I tried to do at all. I think somehow I hadn't clicked the release on the rudder, so I was running. Or rather, I went to run and ended up dropping that down. We need to put all the detail work on that roof as well, don't we? So much detail work to go on this build. It's actually quite scary, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Didn't we? Weren't we on the red? I think we came to the conclusion we probably wouldn't be able to add any density to the front of that. I swear that's a red capacity. Now, if I was to countersink iron beams in up there inside the core poles, we'd be all right, wouldn't we? Because these, we were very careful to make sure these were classed as blue, weren't we? So I think what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe iron poles. So I'd only need 10 iron poles. Is that 10 ingots? Is it? Yeah, that's easily affordable. Ah, no, this won't work. This won't work because oh, it will. I'm not going to sink, right? What happens if you're overweight in the water? As long as you've got stamina, you're okay, yeah? That'd be so funny. Just sank like a rock. That's the little harbour master's office. Oh, we still got a stone cutter in there. We've got so much work to do in here. It's going to be mad, mate. Absolutely mad. Knock that tree out. Getting a campfire going. That's the bar area, isn't it? Oh, you know what we never did? We never actually repaired inside, did we? Did we just give her a lick of paint while we're here? Oh my god, I forgot how much work went into that bar. So this is this was for the spirits, wasn't it? This is going to be our liquor shell, and then the fermenting barrel in there for the on tap Brumbodian mead. We've got the little door into the harbour's master's office. And then we just need to add all the tables and just general tavern bric-a-brac, really, don't we? So stone doesn't take weathering damage, presumably, which kind of makes sense. Do what we did for the dock to get out of the water, but wider for the boat. Yeah, we could do, couldn't we? So, is that what you're saying about stone? Or do you mean like doing it in the wood? Yeah, that could work actually, couldn't it? That's not a bad idea at all. I suppose what I wanted to do was I wanted to be able to get the cart really close to the boat. The amount of trimmings that we can add to this inside. Let me go and have a quick look upstairs as well. I think this was all cleaned up, wasn't it? Whoa, look at that. That looks like that's all been weathered a little bit. Oh, we've not got no crafting station. Because this one, I mean, this is a really nice pier, isn't it? But yeah, they're definitely red, look. So I'm gonna have to add those iron beams in if I want to thicken up the front. We'll have to. I think we'll bring in the street lighting as well from the rest of it. I still don't know whether to actually make this like my own little private, or rather the harbour master's private bedroom. You know, with the dragon bed. You can still have a view over the balcony, because we can, and we could even, I suppose, if you imagine we could flesh it out with that ceiling, it could even look like its very own little chamber, couldn't it? I'm gonna have to just play about with that corner, aren't I? Just for the smoke, because we seem to have some smoke coming out the front, which I don't think it should be, should it? I kind of like that shape up there. See, the thing is, we can actually bring the roof down. I mean, one of the things I was wondering about yesterday is actually flattening off the roof area. So say at the height of that, and actually having it as an attic, because it's a lot of dead space up there, man. A hell of a lot of dead space. We could turn this into a 3-story building ever so easily. I mean, even at the flattest point, it's another 2 blocks high. Don't know. The in-house tree, yeah. The problem with that is that that tree there is in extremely close proximity to something that you can't plant. So, in other words, I think it's a cluster of 4 trees. And I really want to keep those 4 trees, because you can't plant trees in that format. Trees need a distance between them if you're going to plant them yourselves. So the problem I've got is if I knock one of these trees out, which is the one around the back all the way around here, look, there's a chance it's going to knock all these other trees out, and there's no way to replace them. It's that one tree is all that needs to go. So I'm kind of, what we might do is tap it a couple of times over here and then tap it so you can get it to fall that away. Just hope to God it doesn't take these 2 out. But I'll take a snapshot before we play with that. That's actually a really nice screenshot. I can just get rid of the water coming up on the dock area. Quite nice. Yeah, and you wanted me to try and get a grey dwarf in the bar, didn't you? What I was going to call it? Tommy's turnip. Yeah, look, that dude has got no health bar, look. Isn't that weird? Been a while since we saw our grey dwarf brethren, isn't it? Spent the whole last 2 days battling those buggers on the shores of our dock area. This is where I die to a leech, having fought in the mountains all day, and I get extremely upset and rage quit for a day. It's Odin playing tricks. So someone said that it was because they were actually just really low on health. That, you know, that they might have been attacked by something on route over here. But that can't be right, now that I think about it, because that's a shame. The shaman would have self-healed. So it must be a visual glitch, I think. But for some reason, it just doesn't always show the health bar on all entities. Because the second you hit him, he starts self-healing, doesn't he? But I mean, I think that took 3 hours to kill him, and it would never take 3 hours to kill a shaman. So it's not a case of he's just got a slither of health left. It has to be a visual error. So we can go home then, right? We got all the silver on. We have, haven't we? Should we go for it? Oh, let me leave the iron. Sorry. There, we'll just single throw that back in there. Let me go back through the portal and grab the harpoon. Oh shit! You know what he's going to do, don't you? He's going to start smashing more of my sconces down. What's that? Zin? Get your elder power ready and rush the hits. What you mean? Oh. Oh no. Let's not. No. I need to go and get the harpoon, don't I? I'll tell you what I could do. I could do an emergency portal, couldn't I? You've just been on a big mountain and 0 silver. Have I been? Do you think I've been quite lucky, Billy? I'm starting to feel like we might actually have had a fair stroke of luck here, mate. I mean, every single time I've been to a new biome, we've pretty much found what we needed, more or less, haven't we? It certainly doesn't seem to be the case for a lot of folks. How much more silver do you need? I thought you were pretty much done with that. Yeah, but performance over here is still shockingly bad compared to the rest of the game. It's a real shame. I honestly, I was so excited yesterday. I thought this is it. This is the beginning. This is the precipice of just going completely to town with the all-encompassing village, road, honey farms, turnip and carrot farms. It's just not there, is it? I mean, yeah, it's a fantastic fix. Yeah, there's no doubt it has definitely solved some issues I've got elsewhere, but yeah, I mean, I've only got 184 silver, Billy, so who's that? Have we got another one out there? Because I'd like to get this place all properly lit. I'd like to actually start spending some proper time here and actually developing the site. But I feel like there's just no point. See, the thing is, if let's say I started again, right? and I take into account what I've learned in terms of, you know, builds. You don't want to get them too big, do you? Before you start seeing those frames dropping. Would I be able to contain myself? I mean, how efficiently can you build? And I suppose the problem with that is it as fun? So I might just leave. I might just come back tomorrow morning and I might just literally put the grass back so it doesn't look like a big playing field of mud. And just assume that's as far as we can take this. I'm gonna have to. I think we're actually full on wood. Oh, no. I was going to say that doesn't seem right at all. Fair enough, mate. Just imagine he's just totally had enough with that box. I'll throw those in the bottom. Throw the stone up there. Okay, so if I go... That was OP, wasn't it? So if I change this back to dock. 3 to 4 nodes. Yeah, that's what I need, yeah. Yeah, the mountains... The mountain, I've seen like 160, 70 plus FPS in the mountains. The mountains are not a problem. It's just where the builds are, isn't it? So I actually want that to be the dock, don't I? Yeah, and sort of taking in what you know, Hashi. Building a bit smarter, perhaps. Oh, and I came back to get the harpoon, didn't I? We might as well throw wishbone in and the cultivator in. And I've got. So what do you need for stamina potions? I need some more stamina potions, guys. What have I got? Medium stamina. Cloud. I can't make those yet. So minor stamina. So 10 honey, 10 raspberry, and 10 mushroom. Oh wow, that's super easy. Mushrooms, berries. What else was it? Honey. Oh, there's literally no excuse for me not to have a stash of stamina pots at all. Because I mean, well, actually, let's not go crazy. Because it's 6 pots per, and I don't use that many. Because otherwise, I've got to store the bloody things. So I'll pop you back in there. Anything you've changed? I mean, what? I mean, I know you tend to have a lot of luck with this, don't you? Actually, with your frame rates and things. Any sort of like pro tips you've come up with? I mean, have you gone for really small, compact builds, or have you just not worried about it and just gone crazy? Well, we don't need to worry about terraforming anymore. Downward terraform is completely fixed. You can terraform to your heart's content now. Oh, within reason. So you're on your 3rd restart, got pawned immediately on the 1st life, 2nd killed 2 bosses, just restarted and killed Ekthir. I like this world better. So you've just got, so it's the seed that is... See, honestly, I'm dreading starting a game. And having a seed that I actually really hate. I mean, this seed, I haven't got a point of comparison, so I don't know at this point whether it's a good seed or a bad seed. All I know is, at no point have I ever thought, like, you know, this is a bit weird, or, you know, this doesn't feel like natural. My whole world feels very organic. Skills, bruh. Right, now, where are we actually going? I have no idea where we are. Now, we want to hit there, don't we? Let's get that on. We've got the harpoon ready. Let's head out. Well, let's say farewell to our port. Get a screenshot of that, I think. I think I've got a couple of little overlaps with the roof up there I need to sort out. So not like this then, Gordon, no? I mean, this place is huge. And this is technically one big island. I mean, there is a very small stream in the middle, but you can barely see it. You can just see like a little gap there. So, yeah, I mean, it's you know... I've got the Swamp Island, Australia up there. Look. No, not instance count at all. No, I think the main base, it's either an anomaly, just one of those weird things, you know, building there with a big draw distance over the water, perhaps. Well, we had a big update yesterday, Dan. Well, I'm not sure if you've seen it, which essentially not only fixes terraforming for the future, or at least vastly improves it. But also, we've now got an in-game command to retrospectively migrate existing terrain manipulation into the new system. So yeah, I don't know, it might just be a case of, I don't know, it might just be a case of just too many blocks, mate. And that's all that was holding it back all along. And actually the terrain impact over there was never that big, but that little area of flat land just down the coast from my main base, which is probably like 1/10 the size of my main base. But the performance impact there was like shocking, dude. It was so... I mean, it would have been unplayable. I couldn't have played if my base was there. And that didn't even have a building on it. It was just a bit of flat ground. And the game did not like it, man. You're right, Billy. You're going to post a pic of your world, are you, Billy? You should try just moving it. I think that's the point, though. I don't think there's any point downward. There's no point in moving it. Because, to be honest, most of that base is kind of not necessary. It was originally supposed to be the hub. It was really built as a storage shed. And then outside of it, and obviously while I was learning the game, you know, I needed the crafting stations and some basically storage. But that really was going to be the big storage shed, to be honest. Like the big longboat, the big longer house. And then outside, I was going to have a blacksmith. I just wanted to cram everything in there to start with. So, I think even if I lifted up that whole build, right? Imagine I could take a snapshot of it, go to a brand new sea, completely virgin terrain, and drop that build in there. I still think I'd have performance issues. So, I guess it's a case of building smaller and smarter, I guess. Skills, yeah, your character's persistent, isn't it? Your character... Oh, look at the troll over there, look. Troll and shit. That looks amazing, man. That is so cool. Oh, man. There's always one asshole trying to get in the shot, isn't there? Oh. Do not lose all that silver, bro. So when this thing gets going, it's got a right old turn of speed on it, isn't it? Yeah. So you can, I can actually join. Like if you've got the game down, well, I can actually just join with my character. You can have multiple characters though, right? Is that correct? Could I go back to my login menu, create a level 1 character, a brand new character, and join this world? So is it like independent character and independent world saves, or not? I know this character can go to other worlds, but can I have another character on my own single player world, if you like? Right, where are we going? We are actually going the wrong way. We want to be going straight through the great gap there, don't we? We might get a serpent. Should we slow down so we can get a serpent? The wind's with us. So I could start a brand new character and just plop them in. So I guess everyone spawns in pretty close to the standing circles. That's cool. I think that's really cool. It's kind of weird, isn't it? They really have thought a lot about having options in the game, haven't they? Giving the player base plenty of different opportunities to play solo with one another. I kind of like it. I think a lot of thought must have gone into this very early on, you know, before too much work was done. I was kind of hoping we might see a serpent. A little bit harsh there. I think there's a trick with a longbow, isn't there? It's almost like zigzagging the butt end of our. It's like the pivot point is very much where the mast is, isn't it? And it's easy to think that you're kind of steering it from the butt end. That's gorgeous. Look at that coming into our little channel. GDDs, the game design documents always before even attempting this. Yeah, I reckon they must have put loads into it, Zin. I really do. I mean, I know the project apparently started out as exploring the possibilities for a Unity-based MMO, from what I've heard. So yeah. And apparently it was originally a PvP project, wasn't it, as well? Well, when they migrated out from that. So it's very bizarre to think what we've ended up with. It must have been on quite the journey. Seems weird to me. I've built 10 times more complex on a much older PC and have very little performance. You'll have to show us then, Darren. You'll have to get a little YouTube video of your build and show us the frame rate and everything, and see if we can pinpoint what's going on. I mean, sometimes I even play at 1080p, mate. In fact, I mean, I played this game, right, at 1080p. I mean, get a load of this. On an i10, right, with an RTX 3090, mate. And it performs no better than mine downward, which is an i7 7700 with a GTX 1080 Ti. Admittedly, all overclocked. So, I have no explanation for that, man. But I'd love to see your world with a mega build running at a good resolution with all the bells and whistles on. I mean, this is maxed out. I mean, this is everything maxed out, so. Including the draw distance and the shot. In fact, I think the only thing I've got turned off at the moment is motion blur. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get that in there without realigning myself. I'll tell you what I have noticed is the way that, you know, when you come in from a distance, the way that the base itself loads in seems smoother. But before it was kind of like it almost like popped in. And I've noticed a couple of times where it's almost like you can see the individual blocks coming out. I think it now must do the terrain first, right? See if we can get him straight. Oh, it's so well done, Spartan. I was saying that the first time I was out in a thunderstorm and my carve went up on a wave and then it kind of crashed down into the trough and my actual carve took damage, and it was kind of then that I realised, like, wow, you know, that's bonkers, mate. Try going backwards in. I never thought about that, you know. Well, if you try reversing it in, it's probably easier. You might be right, actually, yeah. I never thought of that. Yeah, I think the only way to get this thing in here is to sort of, because it was originally built for a carve, wasn't it? Because I was hoping to have a bigger longboat facility down the coast. But I tell you what I have noticed where I've done opt terrain is the terrain smoothing's much softer. Has anyone else noticed that? Oh god, I need to remember to take that out when we've got this happening, don't I? Yeah, because again, you know, I've come back here. I can oh my god, that stuff weighs so much. Oh my god, that's insane. I don't think I've ever really noticed that. That is a lot of trips in. That's a lot of trips in. Jesus, good God. Yeah, the one thing I've learned is that heavy carts do not like going up steps. So next time I do a dock area like this, I'm going to make sure that my carts can get up a lot easier. Rather than being sort of semi-countersunk almost. Come on. Not letting me get it. Why is it not letting me get that? Yeah, I'd love to see that, Dan. Would honestly, I really would. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're saying you've got an old PC and you built something 10 times the size of this. I'd love to see this wonderful performance you've got, mate, because it might help us figure out what the hell's going on, man. There's definitely something wrong here, because you know, It's, you know, I could argue like, yeah, all right, maybe it's not as big, but you know, the inn, sorry, the dock that we've been building. Did I put the stuff away? I didn't know. The dock we've been building. I mean, yeah, it's not as big as this. You know, I'm not trying to say it's comparable, but the frame rate doesn't even get. It's not even being tickled. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. It's like triple digits, but here, something it don't like. Something it really does not like. I tried to put your cart onto a raft and the raft capsized on one side. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a go. I will give it a go. But probably with a non-essential cargo, I think. That's been fixed now, Alera. Yeah, the instance count here is actually in about 7,000 or 8,000, so I really should not be having a huge issue. Again, it would be interesting to, you know, if it was possible to take this build, put it onto a brand new version of this seed, and see if the frame rate can be. You know, it might be that Opterrain is doing a good job, but maybe it's not doing as good a job as if it was done with the patch installed, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, this has had the Opterrain run, and it has almost halved the instance count. So you've got an i5 16GB RAM 97, so nowhere near what I've run it on. Nowhere near. You've turned off VSync and forced VSync and NVIDIA. I can get persistent 56 rounds on my builds by terraform very little. So if we invited you into this, oh, well, if you're saying dip into 30 to 40s, then that, yeah, well, I don't even dip that low downwards. So there you go then. Yeah, well, that's not acceptable for me, mate. I'm talking about holding at least a 1440p resolution with no drops below 60. So yeah, that's just a case of. Sorry, I misunderstood you downward. Yeah, I mean, yeah, in which case this is performing better than that. Yeah. You can access the storage from the dock. Do you reckon I can reach it? I'll give it a go. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, I'll tell you what would be really cool. I wonder if we'll ever get like a little winch mods or something like that. That would be really cool. And then just take it all out. Nice one, bro. Yeah, I tried to put. I did have a cart here, and originally I was going to take the cart up. You see, so I was going to have a cart. I was going to have break up a cart down here, so we got like the storage modules. You know, the little boxes, and try and pile them up so it looked like a little bit of bric-a-brac down here on the port. And I was going to keep a cart here to transport the ores up, but a heavy cart, I can't lift it over the steps, unfortunately. It's just, it's not strong enough. And especially, and that was nowhere near this amount of weight. That was just iron, wasn't it? Which I think is a damn sight lighter than this. I can't believe how heavy silver is, man. Yeah, I think that's it, Downward. I guess the problem is, if the game was a bit shit, right? If the game was a bit crap, you know, or I felt like it had got a long way to go, mate, it wouldn't bother me. You know, the game's brilliant. It's just that sometimes the game is so gorgeous, dude. And when the game, you know, when I'm out in the mountains or on my other builds and I've got that silky smooth frame rate and, you know, I've still got all the detailing work to do, and it's like every time I come back to home base, it feels, oh man. I suppose what I could do is completely demolish this entire build, right, and turn it into a giant turnip field and never look back. it might be the only way for me to get around it, I think. Be the greatest turnip field in the world. We might need to change these boxes as well, because that's full of all, I mean, that's that first batch of silver still in here, look. So have we got any room? Might be best for me to just smelt some copper down first. And then we've just got a pure silver box, haven't we? I'll take all that out. Pop that, that and that. Well, no, not that. And I'll have my first silver box. That's basically what your plain space is, just some walls for protection, a small shed and fields of barley. I might have to think about it. I'll tell you what would be really interesting. Wonder what I can do is I can take a snapshot of the game. Right, so I can actually take a snapshot of this game as is. Then boot into this game, having backed it up, and demolish this entire house. I mean, yeah, it will take a little while, but not that long. If you smash all the foundations out, just literally destroy everything, and see what the frame rate is. Just see if it is simply because there's just so many blocks been added. But you know, I've got some weird things going on here. So, for example, I have got some workbenches underground. You know, I've actually buried a couple of workbenches. I just didn't want them around when I was building. And I didn't really need them aesthetically, for any functionality, should I say. So I wonder if things like that, you know, could be something like that, could completely throws a spanner in the works, couldn't it? Oh, sorry, I didn't actually put the copper in, did I? Well, no, let's start smelting silver then, because we've... There's something I'd love to see, is an addition to these, where I could, like, add a bolt on. Imagine, like, when you get to the Iron Age, you can build, like, some sort of, like, iron container that, I don't know, attaches to the side so you can, like, double the amount of smelting volume. You're much more into functional builds and focus and explanation than a lot of other people, it seems. Yeah, you know, I think that's the beauty of this one, mate. It's a lot of folks love the building and the almost like the role play, Mithrandir. You know, I quite often have just sat here kind of lost in my own little wibbly wobbly Viking adventure. You know, it is something I can get. I get very into it, mate. I really do. And of course, what I like about this is always a sense of direction. You know, as much as I love 7 days, so sometimes I can sit there and go, "What are we going to do?" Well, the only thing to do is either build or go and do a tier 5. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I spent weeks doing that cycle and then just trying to, you know, get really good gear and things. But there's always that what shall I do now? Oh, well, let's do the next bit. Let's actually do the little extra bit that we need to do to crack on with the next boss. There's always that crafting progression available in this game that I like. So you can take your foot off the accelerator of game progression and just go and build, or just go and explore, or go and build something new in a new area, or say, actually, you know what, I really need a bigger farm, or let's go and like tame some wolves. But you've always got an actual kind of North Star, haven't you? A guiding light, which actually is, what do you need to do next? For me, it's to get the silver to start upgrading my equipment. I'm just going to take the longboat back. Hey, up! Shades!
Back in time to say goodbye and remind you that you wanted to end on time this week, Graham.
Honestly, I did not realise the time. That is really scary. Thank you so much, Shades. You've not left for your jab yet, have you, mate? If I don't catch you later, Shades, wishing you all the best and safe travels, and I hope you have a nice time with Missy as well. I wonder if I could give this. I wonder if it actually is just a bit of bad luck with the computers. Maybe I've just got 2 rogue computers. Maybe I could upload this file, and one of you guys with a supercomputer, like Des or someone, would take my world, boot up OBS and do a little recording in my base and see what his FPS is. This is where I find out if I buy myself a brand new computer, I can play this game at 1440p locked 60 with no issues and build forever. And I go and sell a kidney, a lung, an eyeball, and my left leg because the right one's fucked. Maybe we should do that. That would actually be really interesting, wouldn't it? To see maybe I have. Maybe I've just got a couple of anomaly builds here or something. You need to buy from Haldor the Merchant the main yard. I've already got that, dude. Is it turned on? It is. We're not that daft, bro. Yeah, I'm just going to I'll just sail this back. This is why I get 3 serpents shades and we don't finish until 5 o'clock. It's always the way, isn't it? Thank you, Shades. Thank you. Your next play. Yeah, I've not even found barley yet. I've got no idea. Yeah, that's a new crop to me. You could use a new left leg. I need a new right leg. Yeah. we can do an exchange here, Cola. Sell the. I'd have to get doggy coin for it then, wouldn't I? Get a dodgy doggy coin. Yeah, it's when people say this. It's like I say, no, Rihanna. You say for you it runs great, but for me, if it's not running at a minimum of lock 60 at 1440p, then that's not great. And 1080p at 60 FPS for a modern day video game is what I expect as the absolute bare minimum. Otherwise, I might as well go to console, you see. So I know this is out of the scope of the Valheim discussion, but you know, with the amount of money I would spend on a computer, to not be able to play a game at 1080 60, it seems ludicrous in this day and age. And there's a separate topic of conversation way above and beyond the scope of Valheim and early access games. It is amazing how many games that I have played out of the box on day one with a computer that really is quite an expensive bit of kit and can't even get smooth 1080 60 with good frame pacing. And I think that's really disgusting. I think that's really it really lets the entire PC industry down. You know, Outriders released recently with horrendous stuttering. You know, it really stopped the game being fun. You know, luckily they've managed to fix that, so you know, fantastic. Or the community have found fixes for it. But yeah, like I said, I played this on a quite a superior PC to mine, and it actually doesn't play that much better. Yeah, take care, Mrs. Safe travels. I hope you both have a grand adventure out in the real world, and hopefully not too much stabby either. Take care. Take care. I think that's what kind of puts me off PC gaming at the minute. It's a real double-edged sword, isn't it? Because I mean, this is where the real fun is because of the mods, early access games, mods. You know, being able to fine-tune things. You know, for those of us that love tinkering with PCs, you know, I'll spend hours trying to get a game running really nicely. Got all these wonderful new GPUs out there. You know, ray tracing and everything. You know, it's an amazing hobby to be a part of, isn't it? But sometimes I wonder just how much more I would just enjoy gaming if I never had to worry. Whoa, where am I going? Where's the port? It's over here. I think I actually marked the dock. I suppose we've just got so used to it being there with the longboat, haven't we? Yeah, I've been the same, Delta, for a long time. Every PC game I've ever owned, I've actually ended up, most of the time I can probably get them running pretty well in the end. So it's amazing how communities come together, don't they, with new game releases and suggestions for drivers and reshade profiles. And it is the fun part of PC gaming, isn't it? But sometimes I have to say, I really do have to say this. So sometimes I do look back on the days where I would go to Game, which is a brick and mortar store in the UK, and I'd pick up a PlayStation 3 game and I'd take it home and I'd put it in and it would just work. And yeah, it might not work great, but I knew the version I was playing was the same as everybody else's, and I didn't sit there thinking, you know, if I go and sell my kidney, I can go and get a new GPU and maybe get another 10 FPS. and therein lies the circle of life with PC gaming, isn't it? It's a really good game, mate. It's a really good game. I couldn't recommend it enough, man. It's both a challenging at times game. It's a very fun sort of immersive Viking adventure, mate. I am very glad that this came along when it did. It's been a real pleasure to play this, mate. Is this right? Is this actually where our tavern is? It don't look right. I gone the wrong way? No, this must be where the tavern is, right? Oh, there it is. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Quantum computing, yeah. Or just I need to stop playing early access games. And wait for them to optimize them properly. But I suppose again, where's the fun in that? Then? Oh no, she's coming in so fast and hard. Oh my god. Not a bad place to park her, actually. She's alright though. Oh, totally Delta. It was. There was kind of, you know, when you play something that is a standardised bit of kit, and you know, you see a frame drop, or you know, you see a bit of stutter or a bad cutscene. You kind of thing is, you know, everyone's having the same. So what happens is you stop caring. You don't turn it on and off again. You don't go and download a new driver, do you? You don't sit there and say, oh, well, what is a new GPU going to cost me? Shall I do some overtime this week? What happens is when you play on, say, a console, you end up just enjoying the game. You can't do anything else. You know, at best, you've got, you know, on the PlayStation 4 Pro or PlayStation 5 now, or, you know, if you're an Xbox Series X owner or S owner, you know, you might have a choice between performance versus quality. You know, I had that a lot with the PlayStation 4 Pro. You know, a game would come along, I could play it, you know, with a better frame rate or with some, you know, visual bells and whistles and a locked 30 FPS. And the thing, so some of those games, it just made me enjoy the game. You know, I wasn't spending like 2 hours, you know, in the first boot up, like trying to get things running well. SLI computers. Just duct tape them all together, like all your old kit. Wouldn't that be great if PC gaming worked like that? So when you buy a new GPU, you just keep your old GPU. And it just basically becomes like this cumulative mass of processing hardware. that would be amazing. Just imagine the computing power. You know, I've got like 10 CPUs and 10 mobos and 10 GPUs. Just this mishmash, just all working together in this seamless sort of construct of artificial intelligence. We'd still get PC games that run like shit, I tell you. Especially if it was built with Unity. God, that would be mad. Burying your benches underground was patched to stop that. If you do that now, you destroy the thing you are burying. Oh, really? Yeah, I've actually got, I think I've got 3 buried workbenches at that build. Is it 3? No, is it 2? I've got 2 buried workbenches at that build, I think. You buried the upgrade stations last night after the... Oh, so you can still do it? Yeah, I'm the same, Downward. I mean, it would be lovely for me to sit here and say, oh, you know, I'm not going to play Valheim until it releases as a fully fledged game, but I suppose it's never going to happen. Not when a game like this comes along that just so fits what I, you know, like about gaming. How does it feel with the latest update? But no difference, my end, Rosh, mate, to be honest, mate. I mean, yes, areas that were problematic in terms of terraforming, without any shadow of a doubt, now perform great. But I actually had like one area really, where it was like completely game destroying, and I just avoided it. There's a couple of runs in the back area of my main build where I used to do the lumberjacking, going towards the stones. That seems to be improved dramatically, where I did a lot of lumberjacking. Didn't actually do any terraforming over there. So it seems to have also fixed that tree stump issue, from what I can gather. At least at my end it has. So those were the 2 areas. My main build, it seems pretty much the same, to be honest. It's massively reduced the instance count, but I've not seen a huge frame improvement. And everywhere else, it runs super slick anyway. So, you know, I think we've had people in chat throughout today that have had some real benefits from it. There was a bit of a worrying one. I can't remember who it was. So somebody said that what had happened with their game was it had just simply become more consistent. So areas that were really low FPS are now playing at, you know, a nicer FPS, you know, 40, 50 FPS. But some of the places that were 50, 60 FPS before are now running like you know, more, you know, around that 30, 40 FPS. So it's almost like it's condensed down a little bit. And that definitely hasn't happened on my end, but with all the different variants, with seed and terrain deformation and manipulation or you know, times of day. You know, who knows? I think it's just like some people are going to find this like complete game changer, and other people maybe not so much. But whatever, it's a brilliant update. I mean, fantastic update. Yeah, that's right. Downward, that's it. Yeah, I mean, if someone was to say like Valheim will be finished in exactly 6 months from the day of launch, some people might be more inclined to say, "Oh, that looks brilliant. I'm really gonna wait for that. That looks amazing." But like you said, you never even know, do you? It could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be like 7 days. It could be a 7-year project now. $1 million a year. Who knows? So you've actually found FPS in your base is lower since the update. Wow. Oh, sorry, not since the update. You mean just in general? Destiny's Voyage. I should get more silver smelting then talk. Well, that's your opinion. Have you used the console command when in one of those areas where you have terraforms a lot? Yeah, I have, Ross, mate. I've used the op terrain back at the main base. Yeah, it's yeah, I have done, mate. It's I saw a pretty radical reduction in fact a really radical reduction in instance count, but it hasn't manifested itself in any superior FPS, I'm afraid. Elsewhere, I'll tell you where I will try. Will be interesting. You remember that one little area of the swamp? Where there was that little hut in the distance. There was like one little hut, and every time I went there, oh, hang on, let me. Sorry, I need to change that. Don't I? Yeah, every time I went there, I got this like really nasty stutter. I wonder if that's been fixed. I could never put my finger on what that was though. So I need to change that back to dock, don't I? You're right, Mitchell. The Hearth and Home DLC only $9.99. Well, they're not charging for that, but I wonder if their plan will be to, like, you know, I wonder, like, long term, are they going to do Valheim and then, like, I don't know, Valhalla? You know, are we going to go on this big, long, expansive journey, or do you think they'll, you know, go off on a completely new project? Imagine if they do, because the original concept was an MMO, wasn't it? Imagine if they turn this into a more of an MMO style game. Who knows what the future holds? Who knows? Yeah. Right, ladies and gents, I'm lost in deep thought now about the future. So many things to do. I'm gonna have to love you and leave you though, because it is well, actually it's 18 minutes past 3, so we've overrun a little bit. We are supposed to be finishing a bit more on time this week, because we've got 2 evening streams coming this week as well, Friday and Saturday, with a bit of spooky poopy Friday fright night back with the Visage. So I'm looking forward to that. So I've got so much to do this week with work, and I've got the gardening to sort out as well, so some more prompt finishes. We do stream 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday. We start at 8:15 in the morning. We stream through till normally 3:15 in the afternoon. As a point of reference, it's now 19 minutes past 3. Thank you to everybody that's come along and had a really nice discussion today. I was really looking forward to this, about, you know, just seeing what changes you'd seen in your games, you know, performance and all the rest of it. You know, I won't be maintaining that conversation tomorrow. I just know it's been a real issue for a lot of people playing the game. You know, the boards have been full of it. People really looking forward to this terrain change, which to be honest, I didn't see coming as early as it did. I thought it'd be something that would come a lot longer in the future of development. You know, I can't say thank you enough to the devs for implementing that so early. It sounds like some of you have had overwhelming improvements in performance, which is just brilliant to know that that's the case. So obviously I won't hold much more conversation around that, because it's probably the only negative part of the game. Everything else is like 10 out of 10. So I don't want to talk about something that isn't great anymore. You know, we've given it a bash today. For me, it hasn't made a radical change, so I'm really just where I was. you know, and I'm quite happy with that. We'll just have to put up with it, and you know, it's not going to ultimately affect my enjoyment as we travel and build new things. And it looks like the new boss is quite a long way away. So I'm sure we can have some fun stuff and build some naval ports and castles along the way. So yeah, brilliant. I mean, thank you to everyone that's taken the time out just to share their experience with the update that hit yesterday. It's been nice to see how you are getting on. Exclamation mark Discord will of course get you a link to the Discord server. If you join us over there, you'll get a well, actually no, you won't get anything if you join us over there. You just need to post an introductions. If you say hello in introductions, that's wrong little spiel there. Yeah, if you join us in Discord, just say hello, post an emo, anything. Just post a few random letters off your keyboard if you want. If we can see your name in introductions, we can invite you into the rest of the Discord, which will happen as the outro music plays today, which is over the next couple of minutes. So now is a really good time to jump over there, say hello. And in, like I said, for 3 or 4 minutes, you'll have full access to everything. Exclamation mark Twitter will get you a link to the Twitter feed. If you do join us on Twitter, you'll get that tweet every single day of the week, Monday through Sunday, 8:15, letting you know we've gone live. And exclamation mark YouTube will get you a link to the YouTube channel. And if you join us over there, hopefully you'll find it reasonably up to date. And consider dropping us a subscription. We'd be extremely grateful. Shades, thank you very much for the bits earlier. Squirrel, thank you for the 3 months earlier. I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic day, whatever you're up to. Thank you for the subs, the resubs, the bits, the follows, the donations, and of course the gifted subs throughout today's stream. Thank you all very, very much for all the support. Very much appreciated. An absolute privilege and an honour to be here, as always, each and every single day. I wish you all a wonderful one. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:15 for some more Valheim adventures. Thank you very, very much for watching.
What have you got to say? My heart is on display, but I'm not afraid. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Why?